It's a nice, beautiful afro. I'm jealous.
It's election night and we're live from the ABC's Election Centre in Sydney.
The countdown is on until the first polls close and the first results come in.
After a term dominated by a cost of living crisis, will Australians grant Anthony Albanese a second term?
The leaders cast their votes earlier today. Anthony Albanese in his electorate of Grayndler in Sydney's inner west, where he's been the local member since 1996. Tonight, he seeks to become the first Prime Minister to win back-to-back elections since John Howard.
Peter Dutton voted in Dixon in Brisbane's north, a seat he holds with a margin of just 1.7%. But he's got more than that in his sights. He wants to defeat a first-term government, and that hasn't happened in nearly 100 years.
The ABC's election computer is up and running, ready to crunch the numbers as soon as the votes come in. And the one and only Antony Green is here, ready to guide us through it all.
And this is the starting position for tonight. Post-redistribution, post-by-elections, Labor 78, Coalition 57, 15 on the crossbench. Labor has a narrow majority. Can they hang on to it tonight?
We're all over the country tonight with reporters in all the key seats. Our team is monitoring 90 live feeds. We'll bring you all the celebrations and commiserations as they happen. And Jane Norman and Olivia Casey are with the leaders.
For both parties, it's a race to 76 seats. That's the number you need for majority. Tracking their progress, Jeremy Fernandez is here at the big board.
We've plugged the ABC's election computer straight into this. 150 seats in total. Labor on the left, the Coalition on the right, and the pivotal crossbench right here in the middle. To get to 76, Peter Dutton needs to find 19 gains from somewhere over here, win 19 seats from this side of the board, and he wins majority government. It's a big ask. Can he do it, or will Anthony Albanese defend this red wall and retain power? We're about to find out.
If no one makes it to majority, Australia could be looking at its first hung parliament in more than a decade. If that happens, who'll be the kingmakers? Could the already large crossbench get even bigger and more influential after tonight? For their analysis, we've got some of the ABC's best at the desk, Laura Tingle and Annabelle Crabb, and bringing you all the reactions from the winners and losers, Bridget Brennan.
This could be a complicated night. Pollsters Cos Samaras and Tony Barry are here, along with Patricia Karvelas, to help you make sense of it.
The final votes are being cast.
It won't be long until we start seeing the results roll in.
Welcome to Australia Votes.
Hello and welcome. We're live across the country on ABC TV, the ABC News channel, and streaming live on ABC iView. I'm David Speers.
And I'm Sarah Ferguson. In less than half an hour, the first polls will close on the East Coast and counting will get underway.
And when that counting does get started, our Chief Elections Analyst, Antony Green, will bring you his unrivalled analysis of the numbers as soon as they come to hand. Antony, we know elections are always a big night for you and all of us at the ABC, but this one is extra special. You're last as our Chief Elections Analyst. How are you feeling?
Anticipation. The last one was tough. We'll see if this one's as tough.
Well, Antony, let's start. Set the scene for us. Where do the parties begin ahead of the polls tonight?
Well, look at the chamber. Now, since the last election, there's been redistributions in 3 states. Slight change in the numbers, down from 151 to 150. And we had the Aston by-election where Labor gained the seat. So in the 150-seat parliament, we go into the election with the Labor Party holding 78 seats, the Coalition 57, others 11, and Greens 4. So that's the starting point. If Labor loses 3 seats, which is a swing of about 1%, they're in minority position. If the swing is about 3.5 and is uniform, the coalition can end up with more seats than Labor, but the coalition need a swing beyond 5% to get into majority government in their own right. But with that size crossbench and with like 27 of the 151 electorates at the last election finishes and is not as Labor versus coalition contests, it's rather difficult to talk about uniform swings. If either party gains or loses seats to the crossbench, it changes the mathematics of what they need to achieve majority.
That's one element that will keep you on your toes tonight, Antony. The other is the big early vote. So I think the latest count was, what, more than 6.5 million Australians voted early. I want to ask how that's going to influence the count tonight, what we need to keep in mind, and I guess your ability to make projections too.
Well, the issue is... what happens is, traditionally, the pre-poll vote is more conservative than the on-the-day vote. On-the-day vote comes in quickly on election night. We'll probably have nearly all polling places reported by 9 o'clock, but we may have no pre-polls by that stage. Now, the last election, with all on-the-day votes counted, the Labor Party polled 53.7 two-party preferred. At the end of the election, when everything was counted, it was only 52.1. The addition of all those pre-polls and postal votes brought Labor's vote down, two-party vote down by 1.6%. Now, if that gap is bigger this time, then Labor's vote, whatever, when we get to that point where we've got all the polling day votes, their vote may fall 2, maybe even more than 2%. So we are predicting, based on projecting it will fall 1.6. But so all of our numbers that we show as a nationwide figure are projections, assuming it will fall, the real number will fall. And what's going to happen is, will those numbers change once the pre-polls come in? So if we're a bit cautious in our early predictions, that's why, is that the polling day votes may be telling us one story, but the story may change when the pre-polls are...
It's a really important point. So we should expect early numbers to be better for Labor than the later numbers tonight.
Yep. Well, in terms of the projections you read, and if you're looking at the raw numbers behind it, the Conservatives are doing very well at the start because they're mainly country votes that come in. But we correct for that problem of where the votes come from. So we have that projection, but what we can't do is correct for pre-polls behaving differently. So that's why we'll be cautious early on.
You heard the word, cautious early on. With us on the panel is ABC News Breakfast Bridget Brennan, 7:30's Laura Tingle, ABC political editor, and ABC TV's Annabelle Crabb.
And Bridget, just starting with you, you've been on the road, travelling around the country with News Breakfast through this campaign. It's been terrific to get out into those communities. What are some of the big issues that you've heard from around Australia in the campaign?
Well, it was billed as a cost of living campaign, but actually one of the most striking things to me was the sheer volume of issues that so many Australians are affected by in their everyday lives. So if we think of cost of living as the big umbrella, there are so many threads attached to that. Housing was something that came up again and again. Just a sense from everyday people that housing is becoming a luxury. Renting, so expensive. We heard of people sleeping in their cars or concerned about their children being able to get a rental or buy a house into the future. So there was also a sense that the nation's not necessarily in an austere mood, that in fact there are a lot of suburbs that need additional investment in healthcare and infrastructure.
Laura, one of the most extraordinary things has been the reversal of fortunes for both parties. It's the phrase I'm sure we're going to be using all night long. Shifted the contest, the campaign itself has shifted the contest more than is customarily the case. Talk to us about that.
Well, indeed, it's. I can't remember a campaign that has been so dynamic and so consequential for the result. I mean, you see the sorts of swings that have come back to the government. We're looking at, since the budget, in two-party preferred terms, about 3 percentage points coming back to Labor, the coalition losing that, and the coalition losing votes to the right, to One Nation and to other parties as well. I think in general, I think most people would have to say the coalition's had a pretty catastrophic campaign on a range of fronts, whether it's been policies or missteps. And Labor has run an exceptionally tight campaign. Now, the question, of course, is we all watch this with great interest and say, well, that's great or that's terrible. So many voters are disengaged these days. Despite those polling figures, how many people out there haven't been paying any attention whatsoever and have just gone for the most basic message, which is, 25 cents off my petrol price, or, Labor's going to look after Medicare.
And that's what we'll find out tonight. This is the fun of election night. We get to see the answers to those questions. One thing that has been also clear, Annabelle, in the polling is people aren't terribly thrilled with the major parties. Once again, we're going to see a big minor party or independent or Greens vote. There was a question mark after the last election when we saw all those independents take seats. Is this just a one-off or is it a permanent realignment? I guess we get an answer to that question tonight too.
Yeah, if third parties and independents are a protest, and maybe last time were they a protest against the Morrison government, what happens this time with this incumbent? I think there is an escalating trend for people not to return to the major parties. I think when Antony Green covered his first election, it was a much more predictable affair. And now those primary votes for the major parties are at a low that we wouldn't have thought sustainable 20 years ago. And it's the preferences of those independents and third parties, and whether people lower down the form go back to those major parties is going to make a huge difference and create just massive amounts of headaches over the course of this evening. Of course, on one level, it will make for
that makes it good. Well, let me tell you about what else is coming. After 6 p.m, we'll be joined by the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, and LNP Senator for Queensland, James McGrath. And
Jeremy Fernandez is with us at the big board. Jeremy, take us through how this is going to help explain tonight's results.
The big board is one of the best features of an ABC election count, and we've brought it back again tonight. Now, this is all 150 seats that will be represented in the 48th Parliament of Australia. At any point during the night, we'll be able to look to this board and gauge the state of the race based on which colours are most dominant and where they're placed. So here's how we've sorted things. We've got the Coalition in blue, we've got Labor in the red, and right down the middle, we've got the crossbench, the largest crossbench in Australian modern political history. We've got grey representing the independents, we've got green for the Greens and brown for Bob Katter. Now, the safest seats here are on the far ends, the most marginal towards the middle. Now, Peter Dutton's task tonight is to hold 57 seats, any combination of 57 seats, but hold 57 and gain an additional 19 in order to reach that 76. Now, one way to do that would be to reach for the crossbench. The Coalition lost a number of seats to the Greens and the Independents at the last election, so we're talking about seats like Curtin in Perth, Kooyong and Goldstein in Melbourne, Ryan and Brisbane and Metropolitan Brisbane, plus McKellar and Wentworth in Sydney. Now, even if they did manage to do that, they would still need to reach into Labor territory to make up their numbers. And this is the lowest hanging fruit, the most marginal Labor seats, starting with Gilmore and Menzies, which sit on margins of less than 0.5%. Now, if early in the night we start to see these seats being coloured in red, it means that Labor will have hung on to these seats, and that will have made the climb much steeper for the Coalition to dig deeper into Labor territory, going after some of these seats in the second, third, maybe even fourth columns. But bear in mind that seats like Boothby, South Australia, Tangney, Pearce, Hasluck and Western Australia were Liberal seats until the last election when they flipped to red. Now, Labor's task tonight is to hang on to its side of the board, keep these 78 seats, and it keeps majority government. However, it doesn't hold that majority by very much, only 3 seats, which is why you've seen Anthony Albanese campaigning aggressively at seats on this side of the board, trying to win back Griffith from the Greens, Fowler from the Independent, going after Leichhardt, where the very popular local member Warren Entsch is retiring, and adding a bit of spiciness to Dixon. This is the most marginal seat in Queensland, held by one Peter Dutton. Now, if neither major party can make it to that 76-4 majority government, that is where they look to this crossbench, and we'll be keeping an eye on this too. Will they shrink? Will they grow? We'll find out soon, but that is the state of the contest tonight.
With us too tonight is Q&A and afternoon briefing host Patricia Karvelas and former Labor strategist Cos Samaras and his former foe, now colleague at Redbridge, Tony Barry. Now, PK, you've been writing a lot about the young vote, the big young vote in this election. Why is it going to be so significant?
Well, it's the first time that Gen Z and millennials will actually be the biggest, Sarah, voting bloc in the Australian election. And that's obviously consequential for lots of reasons. Baby boomers for a long time been that dominant group, and now their power as voters is waning. Gen Z and millennials, 3 points I want to make. The first one being they're not rusted onto the political parties like older voters have been. They are digital natives, and so they're getting their information in non-traditional ways, although I know many of you are watching tonight. And they're also really cranky with the major parties, particularly on issues like housing. How they vote will be really, really interesting. And I think the major parties have been trying to target them because they're very worried about where their votes will go.
Tony Barry, you call it as it is on election nights, and we love you for it. And 3 years ago, you said on our election coverage, the Liberal hamster was dead, but the wheel was still turning. Will we see the Liberal hamster come back to life tonight?
I think it's a very big ask. Perhaps the only caveat is in our last track poll, 33% self-reported as soft voters. That is somewhat likely or very likely to change their minds between now and casting their vote. So that's a massive and atypical number at this point of the electoral cycle. And so where that 33% falls will obviously be critical, whether it be primary vote or preferences. But on the soft voter profile, when you dig into the crosstabs, they were showing all the indications of landing on the Labor column, either through primary or preferences. So I'd expect them to break that way tonight.
Because Victoria, we know leading up to and during this campaign has been the big focus. Labor really worried about losing its heartland seats in the outer suburbs and outskirts of Melbourne in particular. How are they feeling, do you think, tonight? Have things come back for them during the campaign there?
Well, it's definitely come back. I mean, if we go back 8 weeks, the Labor camp was looking at losing up to 6 federal seats. It's now probably only seriously worrying about 3 of them tonight. But that said, there will be some level of pain in the outer western suburbs of Melbourne, and hence why the coalition's quite excited about finding themselves campaigning in seats like Hawke and Gorton. But although what I think will happen there is the vote's going to spray, just like it has in Western Australia during their state election and the Werribee by-election, where, again, young millennial Gen Z voters in the outer suburbs don't swap over to a major party when they're angry at a particular, let's say the Labor Party in this case. They actually jump into minor parties, and particularly the Greens.
We'll see where they go. Cos, Tony, PK, thanks. Look forward to your analysis through the night.
Now, Annabelle, you've been spending some time, you've had some very special access to the Electoral Commission, doing a deep dive into Australia's very special, and I think we can all say much-loved voting system. Tell us about that.
Yes, a big shout out to the 100,000 or so Australians who are spending today working for the Australian Electoral Commission. Their night is by no means over. In fact,
no
the tricky
pressure.
bit is just starting. But we're going to be talking a lot tonight about preferences and where they go. They're going to be very, very important. So I thought it might be a good idea at this early stage in the evening to have a look at exactly what our unique preferential voting system, unique in the world, is and how it works.
While we're all waiting to find out exactly what decision the nation's made today, it's worth taking a moment to consider our electoral system.
We take it for granted, but it really is an extraordinary piece of design and unique in the world, even if...
No matter who you vote for, a politician always wins.
We're one of just a handful of countries around the world that enforces compulsory voting.
And we invented a lot of stuff, like the secret ballot and the idea of having women vote and run for office. We were the first democracy in the world to install a permanent, independent electoral authority, which today is called the Australian Electoral Commission.
We're also the only country in the world to use our very particular model of preferential voting. You know when you're voting in the House of Representatives and there's, say, 6 candidates, and you've got to number them 1 to 6, and the helpful campaigners outside the door have a number of suggestions as to how you can do that, which you're free to ignore. When you fill out those boxes, you are allocating your preferences.
If your number 1 pick gets hardly any votes and gets eliminated, then your vote at full value passes to your number 2 pick, and your ballot keeps going back into the mix until one candidate gets more than 50%. This is how Monique Ryan won the seat of Kooyong in 2022.
If we had a first-past-the-post system like the United Kingdom still does,
the 22 election wouldn't have seen a single new independent win a seat.
Scott Morrison might still be Prime Minister. Ironically, it was Conservative Prime Minister Billy Hughes who introduced preferential voting in 1918 to protect his government, which was losing by-elections to Labor.
Is the preferential system of voting the best system?
It worked in the Conservatives' favour for a long time.
We in the Liberal Party say that is the fairest method of voting.
But following the emergence of the Greens on the federal stage in the early 90s, the preferential voting system has worked better for Labor. And as more and more voters go for third parties and independents, more and more lower house seats go to preferences. Way back in 1949, only 22 seats went to preferences. By 1969, that number had increased to 40. In the Kevin 07 election of 2007, 75 electorates went to preferences. And in 2016, that number rose again to 102. And the last time we all got together and voted, in 2022, a record 136 of the then 151 federal electorates went to preferences. These trends are changing the shape of our parliament. They make it incredibly difficult for experts to pick who's going to prevail in any given seat, which may be the real reason why Antony Green's retiring.
Indeed. Well, tonight we're going to cross to some of our reporters that are right across the country covering the key contests. And joining us now, Richard Willingham is in the Melbourne electorate of Wills. Isabella Tolhurst is in the Darwin-based seat of Solomon. And Casey Ho is in Western Australia's newest seat, Bullwinkle.
First to Richard Willingham. Richard, Wills is Labor held, but the Greens are throwing a lot of resources into winning the seat. What are both camps telling you tonight about their chances?
The Greens are really talking up their chances, Sarah. They think this is one they can pick up. Labor Party are fighting tooth and nail to keep this, but they do concede that it's going to be quite tight. The Greens were favoured by a redistribution that took in parts of Melbourne, and also the issue of Gaza has been quite prominent here, and 10% of this electorate is Muslim, and the Muslim Votes Matter campaign have been urging people to put the Greens first. Elsewhere, Labor, this is just one of many fronts the Labor Party is fighting. There's 24 seats they hold in Victoria. They're sweating, as Cos mentioned, on seats in Melbourne's north and west, places like Gordon and Hawke, but they're also talking up their chances in Melbourne's more affluent middle-class suburbs like Deakin and Menzies, looking for some wins.
Yeah, it's all happening in Melbourne. Thanks, Rich. And to the Northern Territory now, Isabella Tolhurst is there for us. Isabella, we saw the Country Liberal Party win the Territory election back in August last year, and they had crime as a big focus and a big issue that resonated with voters. Is crime still going to be a factor in this election in Solomon?
Crime has been a major factor during this election, especially during the past 2 weeks when a local shop worker was allegedly murdered at work. It dominated headlines during the campaign. And while crime is, of course, a state and territory issue rather than a federal issue, local voters have previously punished Labor, seeing the crime as a result or a consequence of years of Labor inaction. They punished them during the territory election. Labor lost all of their local seats within the federal seat of Solomon to the CLP, and they may very well do it again. Of course, though, Labor, Luke Gosling, who holds the seat, has been in the seat for 9 years. He's going for a record 4th term, and he holds it by a margin of 8%. So on paper, he holds it safely.
And to the new electorate now of Bullwinkle in Perth, reporter Casey Ho is there. Casey, there's a few hours of voting left there. What are the big issues for voters in this brand new seat?
Well, Sarah, Bullwinkle is a huge electorate spanning from Perth's metropolitan fringe all the way to the wheat belt. So there really is a mishmash of suburban voters on one end and rural voters on the other. And what that means is there are a huge range of issues at play. Labor's plan to phase out live sheep exports by sea, of course, has been a contentious issue, especially amongst farming communities. And that's really culminated in that Keep the Sheep campaign that we've been seeing. But of course, cost of living is also an issue here. But how that has affected individual communities really differs as you travel from one side of the electorate to the other, from those farming communities out to those families living in urban corridors.
And Casey, the WA state election was held in March. Can we read anything into the results in the state seats that cross over with Bullwinkle?
Yeah, there was a huge swing away from Labor at the state election if you look at the results of the seats encompassed by Bullwinkle, and it really is it's part of what makes this seat such an interesting contest. It's shaping up to be a very tight contest, a three-way contest between Labor, the Liberals and the Nationals.
Jason, thank you, and to Rich and Isabella as well. So you can see the voting is still underway there in WA, as it is for a few more minutes at least
yes.
on the East Coast, but they've still got a couple of hours left in WA, and so we'll see polls progressively close across the continent through the night. WA is going to be fascinating tonight, Laura. That new seat of Bullwinkle, the seats that Labor won 3 years ago, can they hold them? And Curtin, Kate Chaney, one of the independent Teal MPs, does seem to be under a fair bit of pressure there.
The Liberal Party has put massive resources into getting her seat of Kate Chaney's seat of Curtin back, and have put a very respectable-looking young man into to challenge her. So she is under a lot of pressure. The thing that's extraordinary to me when I was just refreshing my memory on all of these seats again before we were doing this today was, we used to talk about 4 or 5 seats in Western Australia, which maybe might just go to the Labor Party this time round. It's such an extraordinary turnaround now to see that we're just thinking about what can the coalition possibly win back.
And the Labor campaign has relied heavily on the popularity of state Labor. We've seen that in South Australia in a very big way as well. Not so much in Victoria, where there's an unpopular state government. But boy, with Premier Malinowskis in South Australia, you can, Annabelle, understand why the Prime Minister, every time he visits, has been arm in arm. Very
close friends, yeah. There's lots of photographs of Peter Malinowskis going around. Look, South Australia is one of those states where nothing has shifted that much over the last few years. Tonight, we're going to be looking pretty closely at the seat of Sturt. Used to be held by Christopher Pyne, who used to have a nervous breakdown every 3 years thinking he was going to lose the seat and never did. It's now held by James Stephens, and I know that there are Liberals in South Australia super worried about that seat this evening, so keep an eye on that.
Just coming back to WA, how many times did the PM get to WA?
11 million.
Yes, and plenty of Malinowskis, but also plenty of state leader, arms draped around.
And WA has become kind of the graven idol of bipartisan politics, because nobody wants to do anything to upset WA, because Scott Morrison did, and look what happened to him. And that's why you've got the two major parties handing over bipartisanly billions of GST dollars to
Bridget,
WA.
just quickly on this, as I mentioned, it's a different tale in Victoria, isn't it? I mean, you're living there. Tell us about why the state government's a problem for them.
Not a great deal of Jacinta Allen on this campaign. There was one stop in the western suburbs with Anthony Albanese and Jacinta Allen. Look, this has become quite an unpopular state government. There are a lot of issues in Victoria that voters are angry about. There's just been a really big post-COVID slump as well in Victoria. I think that the sort of mood in the state is a little bit down. There's concerns around debt, there's concerns around crime as well. So those issues might play in federally.
Yeah, indeed.
It's going to be a very interesting night.
And we haven't even got to New South Wales.
So the wait is nearly over. The first polls are about to close.
Anthony Albanese kicked off this campaign back in late March, and since then he's been very busy. So is the opposition leader, Peter Dutton. They've been crisscrossing the nation. They've been seeking as many votes as they can.
They're about to hear your verdict.
Ready to go? Are you? Born ready. On the 3rd of May, you choose the way forward.
Is anyone feeling that you're better off today than you were 3 years ago? Australians cannot afford 3 more years of an Albanese government.
Your vote has never been more important.
We can turn this country around. We can. 25 cents per litre off every time you fill up your tank. Count it up.
We are asking for the opportunity to keep building, to reward your hard work. This card is green and gold for a reason. That is the promise of Medicare. We build it.
Great to meet you, mate. How are you? This is what it's all about, building homes.
Absolutely. That's the plan.
1 in 3 people around the country at the moment are not voting for the major parties.
We are free education.
People want these ideas, like dental into Medicare.
People appreciate being able to see me. Unreal.
Make Australia great again.
Let's make sure that we can get this great country that we love back on track.
Every one of us building Australia's future together.
More than 18 million Australians will have their say tonight.
Has Anthony Albanese convinced the nation that Labor deserves a second term?
Or have Peter Dutton and the Coalition done enough to unseat a first-term government? And will we see an even bigger crossbench in the next parliament?
Whoever prevails tonight will guide the country through an increasingly uncertain world.
The time for opinion polls and pundits is over. So let's get into it. This is Australia Votes.
Welcome back to the ABC Election Centre in Sydney. I'm Sarah Ferguson.
And I'm David Speers. The polls down the East Coast have just closed.
Ballots are about to be sorted and counted.
And we've got cameras in every state and the Northern Territory as it all unfolds.
Tonight, we'll be dissecting the campaign, the results and what's next. And joining us now, the Federal Treasurer, Labor's Jim Chalmers.
And the Queensland LNP Senator and former Assistant Minister James McGrath. Jim Chalmers, first to you. Great to have you both with us. Welcome.
Thanks, David.
I'm keen just to get your sense of what you're expecting, what your confidence levels are, what your levels of concern are as well at this point.
Well, I think it's almost universally accepted that the worst time to be a politician is between 6 p.m. and about 7:30 p.m. On election night, there's nothing left to be done. You're in the hands of the people, as it should be. Look, for us, I think the key will be we're playing defence in a lot of places, but whether we can limit our losses in Victoria in particular, and if there are losses of seats, whether we can make up for them, primarily in Queensland, where we're from, but in Sturt, for example, in South Australia, maybe northern Tasmania. And so I think whether we can limit those losses, I think there will be seats changing hands in both directions tonight, in all directions tonight, the Teals as well. So whether we can limit our losses, particularly in Victoria, and make up for them elsewhere, particularly Queensland.
James McGrath, you're also very welcome. Can you see a path to victory? And if so, how would you describe it?
I don't think we're going to know who the next Prime Minister of the country is tonight. I think
Big call.
I think when everybody goes to bed, too many seats will be too close to call. There is a high soft vote out there still, and there are just a number of really unique and different contests across the country. We're proud to be actually competitive in this election. You know, it's rare for governments to lose after one term. It's only happened, I think, 90 years ago was the last time in 1931. So we will be not just beating Anthony Albanese, we'll be beating history if we get there tonight. But there is a very narrow pathway. It's a goat track. There's lots of billy goats on it and lots of rock slides. But we're not going to know tonight, I don't think.
It's a goat track. But for you, what are the trend seats that you'll be looking out for early in the evening?
Well, I'd like to see what's... I spent today in Brisbane and Ryan, so hello to the campaign teams there. I was setting up St Finbarrs last night in the electorate of Brisbane. Let's see what happens in those seats and the Greens vote. In Queensland, I'm also interested in Leichhardt, which will be a knife fight. A number of seats are actually going to be a knife fight on a knife seat.
It's great. We've got a knife fight and a goat track. Are we keeping track
already,
of this?
and we're not up in the first 7 minutes. Yes, let's look at Solomon. Let's look at seats like Pierce and Curtin in WA. I'm really interested. There's some interesting intel out of the Teal seats in Victoria and Kooyong and Goldstein. So there's going to be, it's not 150 by-elections, it's going to be almost like this, a collection of general by-elections happening on one night, of Labor versus LNP contest, Labor versus Green, us versus Green, three-corner contest, five-quarter contest.
I think it's a really good point that there's the big story of who's going to form government, but there are so many other stories going on in all those myriad contests you talk about. And guiding us through it all, of course, Antony Green, our Chief Election Analyst. Antony, how does it look at the start of the night?
Well, let's look at the chamber. The starting point includes the Aston by-election, accounts for the redistributions which have lost
a seat in New South Wales and a seat in Victoria and a new seat in Western Australia. So there's only 150 seats in this parliament, not the 151 in the previous one. If we look at the current chamber, Labor won 77 seats at the last election. It's now got 78, courtesy of the Aston by-election. Coalition's down one from 58 to 57 because of the Aston by-election. The others, which is Catter's Australia, Centre Alliance and 10 independents, there were and 9 independents. There were 10, but North Sydney, the independent seat of North Sydney, was abolished, and there are 4 Greens. So that's the current position. Labor loses its majority. If it loses 3 seats, a swing of maybe 1%. The Coalition need a swing of about 3.5% to finish with more seats than Labor, but still in minority, and they need a swing of something like 5.5% to get into majority. What I would say is that it's a bit hard to talk about uniform swing these days when, you know, one in 6 seats is not a two-party contest. If either side loses or gains seats to the crossbench, then how many seats they need to win to get to potentially being government or to lose government, that's affected by how many seats go to the crossbenches. So we're not just looking at the key marginals of this election, you're often looking at other seats which aren't in the traditional two-party contest.
Thank you very much, and we'll head back to Antony as we start to see figures reported. Reported with us at the big board now is Jeremy Fernandez. Jeremy, what are some of the key seats that we'll be watching tonight?
The most interesting seats tonight to watch will be down the middle of the board. Here's how we've divided up the board. Just a reminder, if you've just joined us, we've got the Coalition in blue, Labor in the red, and the crossbench down the middle here in grey, green and brown. Now, the most interesting seats, I think, will be to watch this middle section here. The most marginal seats on the Labor side, the most marginal seats for the Coalition, and the crossbench. As we said, the biggest crossbench in modern Australian political history. But it's time to say goodbye to the 47th Parliament of Australia. This is how it was. It's time to wipe the board. And as we go through the night, we'll see these squares individually being filled in. It'll be interesting to see which seats go first and how they're spread across the board.
Jeremy, thank you, and we'll see that board light up over the coming hours. Now, our reporters are at party headquarters this evening. Jane Norman is in Sydney's Inner West, and Olivia Casey is in Brisbane's CBD at the LNP venue, and Pablo Vinales is in Melbourne at the Greens as well. Jane, let's start with you. The PM has chosen the same venue as last election 3 years ago. He must have some good memories of that room, I guess.
Yeah, maybe as sort of a good juju here in this room. The door's going to be opening in about half an hour, so not many people behind me at the moment, but this is, of course, where Anthony Albanese hosted his event last time and is doing the same tonight. Right now, though, he's at Kirribilli House and he's there with his fiancée Jodie and his son Nathan, also joined by Penny Wong, his close friend, and some staff members. And really, he's waiting for that key moment tonight. You know, will he receive the call from Peter Dutton, or will he be forced to make that call first? Spearsy, I've been on the campaign trail with him for the past week. It has been a frenetic, chaotic, high-energy campaign. And the Prime Minister seems like he's been enjoying himself, and he'll tell you as much. He had a plan going into this election, and he thinks he's executed it, just as well as he could have. But today, interestingly, there was a bit of a change. When he walked out of the polling booth in Marrickville, he seemed almost a bit emotional, like the weight of the moment really struck him. He could be on the cusp of history tonight, becoming the first PM in 21 years to win consecutive elections. But beyond the Prime Minister, the Labor team has been incredibly disciplined for the past 5 weeks. No, internal leaks, no public jostling for frontbench positions. And I'm told that it's because they are totally scarred by the 2019 election. The polls might be pointing to a Labor victory tonight, but no one will believe it until they see it.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Jane. To Olivia now. Liv, all the polls have Peter Dutton behind. What are Coalition insiders telling you about their pathway to power tonight?
Well, I guess the first thing is that when those results start rolling in, I've been warned against a so-called pre-poll mirage. They say that those early votes will definitely flatter Labor. However, they are expecting a bit of a course correction later on in the evening. Ultimately, they'll be paying particular attention to those outer metropolitan seats in Sydney and Melbourne, which they do consider to be their pathway to victory. victory. Ultimately, they've downgraded their expectations substantially since, say, February of this year. What they want to do is really drag Labor into minority, and they are looking to pick up about 10 seats. They're also hoping for a couple of Labor upsets too. Particularly, they want to win the heartland or Labor heartland seat of Werriwa in New South Wales, which was the former seat of Gough Whitlam, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, indeed. And Mark Latham, to Liv, thank you. And this is more than just the two major parties, as we've been saying. Let's go to Pablo Vinales now. Pablo, you're at the Greens function. We saw the Greens pick up 3 Queensland seats in 2022, right in the middle of Brisbane. Are they confident they can hold those 3 and then make inroads in other parts of the country?
Yeah, David, well, the pressure is certainly on to try and retain those seats. It was an extraordinary election result for them in 2022. We've just had the Greens leader arrive here at this event. He has had dinner with his family tonight as he watches these results come through. Interestingly, as we've seen for the Coalition and for Labor, their goal obviously is to win a majority government. But for the Greens, they've actively been campaigning for minority. Adam Bandt making the case to disaffected voters, arguing that a bigger crossbench, that the Greens in the balance of power can push for change. We have seen things like Adam Bandt really give Anthony Albanese a run for his money with the use of props, with the use of novelty toothbrush and Medicare card, saying that it would be a priority if there was a minority government to push for dental into Medicare. So that has been the strategy from the Greens leader. And obviously Adam Bandt, the pressure is on him to retain those seats that the Greens were able to win in Brisbane. They will be a 3-cornered contest as well. Obviously, he holds the seat of Melbourne here, and he's hoping to also make grounds in some of those inner city seats in Melbourne as well, David.
Yeah, Pablo, thank you. That big toothbrush has been an iconic image. That's not a prop. This is a prop in this campaign. It's been quite something. Thanks, Pablo.
Let's head back to the big board now with Jeremy.
There is nothing at this point to fill in on the big board, but I want to take you through the split in the previous House of Representatives and what will be represented in the 48th Parliament. Now, you can see the Coalition holding 57 seats there, 78 on this side for Labor. What is really interesting is the size of this crossbench. As we've said, it is enormous, and there's only so big it can get before it makes it impossible for the major parties to govern outright. So this is one of the races we're watching very, very closely tonight. And what it also speaks to is the appeal of third-party candidates in so many of these seats. This is a good time to bring in Casey Briggs, our elections analyst, to speak about how people are feeling, Casey, about the major parties.
Yeah, Jeremy, there's obviously an arm wrestle for government happening tonight, but this is a chart that I'm watching pretty closely. I've become a bit obsessed with this chart in the last few weeks. We made a whole television show about it, Swingers, catch it on ABC iView. But it's charting how the major party vote and the minor and independent party vote has changed over not just the last few elections, but decades. Look back to the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. The major parties, the Labor Party and the Coalition, would reliably get 40 or 50% of the vote. Look at 1990, that's when Ted Mack, the independent, was first elected in the seat of North Sydney, and since then, we've started to see that really decline. Now, at the last election, the major parties were getting 30 to 40%. And this line, for everyone else, minor parties and independents, 31.7%. We had nearly a 3-way split, an even split between the Coalition, Labor and everyone else on the primary vote last election. So one of the things we're watching for tonight is, what does that look like in 2025? Will that independent and minor party vote continue to grow?
I want to ask you what took place here. Just give us a reminder of what's happened at the start of this slope.
Yeah, so this is a trend, this is a long-baked trend that has seen minor party and independent vote go up. This, I think that's the 2007 election, right before the 2010 election, when, of course, what did we have? The second hung parliament in the modern era in Australian politics. We had 6 crossbenchers then that were pivotal to determining that government, the then Julia Gillard-led government, with 6 crossbenchers. But as we've seen since, that is continuing to go up. The crossbench gotten to nearly triple the size. We may well see it grow again tonight. Whether one party or the other wins majority or minority government tonight, the more that crossbench gets bigger, as you say, the harder it is going forward for majority governments to occur. and the more likely we see minority governments ahead.
Well, let's bring the...
Quite a graph, isn't it?
It's quite the graph.
It tells the story.
We're going to be talking about that a lot during this evening, but let's bring Jim Chalmers back in. Now, during last year, Peter Dutton did a reasonable job of prosecuting the cost of living crisis. He started the year with some decent numbers. You were facing quite a challenge from him, as James pointed out. It's a very long time since it's happened, but the possibility of him pulling off that miraculous historical win. Have you done enough, particularly in the outer suburban seats that we've been very focused on? Have you done enough?
Oh, look, first of all, I think I'd say, we take no outcome for granted tonight. Obviously, we've taken no vote for granted throughout this campaign. But I think, to be frank with all of the viewers, we were in all sorts at the end of last year. We were in all sorts of trouble. And I think the way that we got back into the contest, such that there are a range of possibilities tonight as the count evolves, I think is really about three things. First of all, and probably most importantly, I don't think I've seen a Prime Minister campaign as well as Prime Minister Albanese has, not just the last 5 weeks, but really since we rolled into Gympie at the beginning of January.
What do you actually put that down to? He's a confidence player like many, many politicians. What do you put down that?
His experience, his performance under pressure, and the fact that he's been, I think as others have talked about before, he's been underestimated his whole political career. That was a mistake to underestimate him. So I think first and foremost, the Prime Minister's performance. I think secondly, the way that we got back in the game on the cost of living. I think by most measures, public and private polling, we were at sort of parity on the cost of living or better in some polls. In some of the research that I've seen, the question of under which side of politics would you be better off in 3 years, we ended up ahead on that measure in research that I've seen. So the economy became a positive rather than negative. I think the
Reserve Bank probably helped a bit too with the rate cut.
The interest rate cut, I think, was part of the story because...
So I'm just intrigued what you're saying at the end of last year. You said you got back in the game. You must have felt like, you were headed for defeat.
Oh, we knew that there was still a long way to go, but we were, I think everyone acknowledges that we were under a lot of political pressure as we finished 2024.
Had it been acknowledged internally, were you talking about it with your colleagues, the fact that it was a possibility?
Well, only to the extent that we knew that we had to win an argument on the economy and particularly cost of living, and I feel like we have. We knew that we'd be relying heavily on the team, but especially the Prime Minister. And again, I defy anyone to point to a better prime ministerial campaign, certainly in my political lifetime, than Antony's on this occasion.
Howard. I don't want to interrupt you. Sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
You'll get your turn.
To be fair, it also involved a fair bit of spending, though, too, right? Whether it's on the Medicare measures, whether it's on a tax cut, this was all part of trying to deal with that problem you're identifying.
Well, I think we established a series of very clear choices, deliberately. Whether it's Medicare, despite the Coalition's best efforts on Medicare, I think most Australians will acknowledge that if you care about Medicare, you're probably going to support the government. But also on the cost of living, I think the budget and particularly the battle over the tax cuts, I think that was an important part of it as well.
Well, let's bring in James.
Before I go to James, can I just mention my third one? Because I hate saying there are three things that I'm telling you about too. Very briefly.
Kevin Rudd would have done 5, though, to be fair.
He may have. The third one, I think, was really the way that the sense of the influence of American politics, I think that was important too, and no doubt we'll come back to that.
There's no doubt we'll come back to that. But James McGrath, you've just had to listen to 3 points there. Now, cost of living crisis, they proved to be potent political forces around the world. It looks like you may fall short of having done enough to create a coherent narrative that what you have on offer is going to make people better off than this government.
Well, I would disagree with that. I would say that our plan, whether the local plans that are in each electorate across the country and also our plan for cost of living relief is a better plan than Labor's plan, and our research showed that to be the case.
What do you mean?
Well, in terms of when people are given a choice between looking at Labor's plan in terms of a tax cut in 15 months' time or immediate relief in terms of how much they pay for fuel at the Bowser and things like that, people did prefer
That's not what the polls showed, though. Did you have some different sort of research showing that?
No, when people in focus groups are given an example of, this is plan A and plan B, people clearly preferred our plan. The challenge for us is that my view has always been that the Prime Minister was going to call an election in May. And I was on the record for that, because the Labor Party needed to do two things. To Jim's point, they did need to try and rebuild their economic narrative, and they needed another budget to do that, because the cost of living has been the #1 issue in Australia.
But were you on your own in the coalition thinking it would be May, with the rest of your colleagues thinking it'd be earlier, and then you were
James
sort of caught off guard?
thinking here in terms of, but in terms of what did Labor need to do? They needed a later election, because they needed to try and do something about cost of living, because they were behind in relation to that. But they also needed to run a God Almighty scare campaign against Peter Dutton and frame him, and that's what we've seen.
We'll come back to that, but just to cut to the chase here, will you acknowledge that the campaign the coalition ran was not a good campaign?
No, I actually won't acknowledge that. I'm someone who's spent the last 3 decades of my life working on campaigns, winning ones and losing ones. And what I've learnt is to never judge a campaign until results come in to begin with.
That's fair.
But also, secondly, there are many aspects of
But this is the sort of campaign you would say is a James McGrath tick good campaign.
So I think what the state directors, I think what Andrew Hurst and Lincoln Fowler have done, I think what Peter Dutton and his office have done, considering the avalanche of people against us, whether it is the Labor Party and the unions on one side, whether it is Climate 200 and the Teals on the other side. The fact that we have been competitive in this campaign is a minor miracle in a way, and the fact that people talking about us having the ability to beat Labor, whether 6 months ago or 3 months ago, considering Australians don't like throwing out a government after 3 years.
We'll see if they do. We've got some votes being counted right now. You can see the process in action. It's in the home state of both of our guests tonight. They're in Hendra in Queensland. Some of the vote counting that's already begun. There it is.
Yeah.
And a shout out from Annabelle earlier for those wonderful AEC workers who are doing their thing right now. It's a busy evening.
It does bring up the wonderful comparison with everything that we saw in the United States. Of course, if this was in the United States, you swing the camera to the right and you'll have a lot of very angry people with placards and shouting and probably security. So once again, let's just celebrate that beautiful Australian thing.
That's true. And, Australia invented the idea of having a permanent independent election authority. It was the idea of a guy called William Boothby, after whom a federal electorate is now named in South Australia. And that is why we have such a calm and orderly approach, unlike in the US, where state governors are responsible for the running of elections.
And no gerrymandering, right?
Electoral boundaries, all of that. And we've got the lovely beige AEC making all of these decisions in a transparent way and counting these votes quietly and not getting to watch this broadcast because they're too busy doing this.
I'm sure they're all recording it. I can catch it up later.
Some hardcore
all right,
words
we're going to get
there.
some first figures. The result of all of that counting we're starting to see, and let's test if the system is working. Antony Green, what can you tell us?
Well, we've got some figures. A little bit of a surprise where they're from. They're from... No, not from there. No. I don't know why it brought up McEwen for me. I must have touched the map by mistake. Let me go to the seat run. Why am I getting McEwen in my seat run?
All right.
Hey, we've got 111
we'll come back
votes.
to you, Andy. Look, everybody loves to watch for when the screen doesn't do what it's meant to be doing. So we've got it out of the way early.
We just did a paeon to democracy and it's got no votes.
I can tell you what it is, though. We got 111 votes. They're from the Haymarket Pre-Poll Centre for the electorate of Fowler, and they're showing a estimated 5% swing to the Labor Party. But I wouldn't judge this election on the basis of the Haymarket Pre-Polls.
No, but Fowler will be a seat that we watch tonight. This is, of course, the seat that Di Lee won. Labor at the last election pre-selected Christina Keneally instead of Tuli, and that worked out, well, fairly disastrously.
How much do you guys regret that decision? Because you've given Di Lee a term to build her incumbency, build her appeal.
Well, I mean, it's no disrespect to Christina Keneally to say that we made a mistake there. I think that's been acknowledged in one way or another. The good news is that we get an opportunity to put Tuli in the Parliament tonight if the result goes our way. Tuli is an extraordinary Australian.
Once independents are in, they can be really hard to shift, right? Once independents get a seat.
Absolutely, and Greens too. Often hard to shift. They get the resources, the local infrastructure. They get a 3-year run-up. And so it will be hard to dislodge Daly, but it would be a wonderful outcome to see two leaders in the Parliament.
Is there a particular benefit for first-term incumbents? It does wear off a bit, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it starts off being a protest vote, and in Fowler in 2022 it was a protest vote against the ALP, which had always held that seat, for dropping in somebody who wasn't that familiar to them. And now, for the last 3 years, that seat has had a local representing it. But I mean, the broader story of Fowler is actually a failure of both major political parties, because Daly had been a very successful Liberal candidate at the state level on a number of occasions. I think she got a 25% swing to the Libs when she ran one time in the New South Wales Parliament, and she's been expelled from the Liberal Party, and she's now operating as an independent, as a small business. So I don't know if she's going to go back. I don't know if they've been invited.
Would you have won under the Liberal banner, though? I mean, being an independent obviously really helped 3 years ago.
She wasn't pre-selected.
That's what I mean.
She didn't get I mean, she was pre-selected a couple of times, then went no further. So she went out on her own. And I think, look, the broader story is there is a declining stock of electorates in this country that either party can take for granted and think they can just shove someone into. And that's what we are learning, and we might see some more of it.
And just too quickly, on the point of how difficult it is to shift independence, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if an independent, once they've won a seat, sure, plenty have pulled out and not recontested, but as an independent who's won a seat, been beaten by a major party?
Not for a very long time.
No, I don't think so.
I think it's...
I'm not sure if it's...
70, 80 years sort of business.
Okay. Anyway. I think, Anthony... Oh, they're here a minute, gone a minute. just while we wait for you to find your feet, I think we've...
People say, oh, your screen does work. The screen does work. What happened?
He's here.
Sat there for 2 hours with nothing coming to it in the room. And what happened, it sort of slowly just stopped talking to all the other computers. And so we came to do something and it wasn't there.
Give it a kick.
Right.
Give it a kick.
Turn it off and on again.
It's always the network problems, that is. Once upon a time, everything was plugged into each other. Now everything is on the sort of communications network. All right, let's have a look at...
full of confidence.
This is Fowler. These are these first figures for Fowler. They're from the Haymarket pre-poll, as I said. 2 Lee ahead. Daly is the independent sitting member. Labor's the new Labor candidate, and the Greens and the Liberals. But this is not a very representative. I mean, Haymarket is in the middle of the Chinatown of Sydney. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily representative of Fowler. The other seat I've got, and this one definitely isn't representative, this is Norfolk Island in the electorate of Bean. Norfolk Island for the last 2 or 3 elections has been part of an Australian electorate for the first time. And at this stage, David Smith is ahead. Now, interestingly, we'll see how it goes on the mainland, but Jesse Smith is an independent on 29.3, the Greens on 16, and the Liberal Party on 15. Now, as I said, this is several thousand miles away from the ACT. It just happens to be, for electoral reasons, it's part of Bean, but that's Norfolk Island's result.
Anthony, thank you. I want to go to Richard Marles, the Deputy Prime Minister, is joining us now, and the Minister for Defence. He's in his Victorian seat of Corio there in beautiful Geelong. Richard Marles, a very good evening to you. What can we expect in that neck of the woods and in Victoria more broadly, do you think, tonight?
Well, David, nice to talk to you. We always fondly remember that your media career started here at K-Rock, and that's a newsroom which very much remembers you.
Big shout out to the K-Rock.
Well, actually, I met one of the new journalists there, and I said to that person that David Speers began his career in this room, and so great things can happen to you.
Enough about me.
But look, okay. Well, we can do more about you, but look, we feel in terms of Geelong that it's gone well. We approach this evening with a sense of optimism about Corio, obviously, but about Corangamite. I'm mindful that with all of these things, you never know what is going to happen really at the end of the day. But the campaign that we've executed here, and I'm thinking particularly in terms of Corangamite, has gone really well. Libby has been very much out there knocking on doors, making calls. Her field campaign has been really strong. I think across Victoria more generally, we've had our challenges during the course focus of the campaign. But again, I don't think we could have done more in terms of executing what we need to do. And the field campaign right across the state has been really significant, more than we've ever done before in terms of the number of volunteers, number of doors knocked on, number of conversations had, and that puts us in good stead.
Richard Miles, hi, it's Bridget Brennan here. Look, a good atmosphere there behind you in Geelong tonight, but you must be pretty nervous about some of those other Victorian seats. How much damage do you think the state Labor brand has done to you, and could you potentially lose a string of seats in Victoria tonight?
Well, I don't take anything for granted, so again, I won't venture any predictions. I mean, it's probably more a reflection of my personality than anything else, but once we get to 6 o'clock, I sort of hit a wall of pessimism, but that's happened in every election I've ever been part of. So that is actually what's overwhelming me right now, if I'm being completely honest. I think, look, I think people at the end of the day know which election they're voting in is the truth. I mean, there have been state issues, and we saw the Werribee by-election earlier in the year, and obviously there was a significant swing against state Labor in that. But as we've gone through the campaign, people have understandably focused in on what this election's about, and this was a choice between Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton. I think that was a choice which was very clear to Victorians, and as we have put our message out there around, for example, putting more into Medicare, taking 20% off student debts and the like, that is a message that has been well received. So I think at the end of the day, I don't think state issues anywhere around the country have a massive impact. This is fundamentally a federal election, and history tells us that by and large, when Australians go to elections, they know which tier of government they're voting for.
Richard Miles, thank you very much. Polls have just closed in South Australia and the Northern Territory.
Yes, and
Counting,
polls
yes.
will close in another hour and a half over in WA as well. Now, let's go straight to the panel and talk about...
I wanted to bring Laura in, actually. Can I just bring Laura in quickly? So I wanted to get Laura to respond to James McGrath. Laura's all the way over there, but James McGrath was just talking up the campaign. You've had a lot to say about the way the campaign was conducted by the Coalition. I thought you should respond to James McGrath.
Well, look, I was very interested to hear James's take on it, because certainly a lot of people within the Coalition don't think it was a really top flight show, shall we say. There was clear divisions between the campaign operation, which is run by some very good operators, people like Andrew Hurst, but it seemed like the opposition leader's office continued to run his own show. A lot of confusion about campaign launches and things being cancelled. I think all of those things left a lot of bad taste for a lot of shadow ministers, because they were finding out that their policies were being announced, policies in their portfolios were being announced that they were seeing for the first time effectively, or only a few days beforehand. And I think some policies also which people really absolutely dyed-in-the-wool Coalition operatives, supporters, were sort of looking at these announcements and say, do we really actually believe in this? Is this what we stand for? So I think it's left a real question mark about how all of those parts of the campaign have operated in toto, and the fact that we've seen those policy backflips and sort of changes of direction. I think all of that points to the fact that the campaign is certainly not the greatest that the Coalition has ever run, certainly not of the John Howard scale, James.
Well, I don't know, do you want to defend that campaigning once more? Or?
Yeah, of course I'm going to defend it. And as James Patterson said on 7:30 last night, particularly in relation to the work from home policy, that when a mistake is made, and that policy was a mistake, we admitted it as such, and it was dumped. And I think we should be praising politicians who admit when they make mistakes, rather than those politicians like the Prime Minister who keep going on and telling lies, which is what the Prime Minister has done throughout this campaign. So I think it's a good thing that politicians admit when they make mistakes.
I think it took a month there's going to be a lot to say about working from home, so let's pause that for the moment, because it's going to be a big topic tonight.
And just to throw in, a good source has pointed out, Phil Cleary in the 90s won and lost as an independent. The seat of Wills.
And what, I was just going to say Wentworth, Karen Phelps.
That was a shorter. Was that was a shorter term?
Very brief.
She wanted
she won the by-election.
She wanted the by-election, not a general.
But she wasn't returned.
But yes, very good point. Anyway,
good first fact. Good first fact, David Speers.
All right, let's go to Adelaide's inner east and the seat of Sturt, where reporter Rory McLaren joins us. Rory, you're in that Liberal seat. It's been in Liberal Party hands for around half a century, and we've seen Anthony Albanese there trying to lean on the popularity of the Premier, as we mentioned, Malinauskas, to try and grab that seat for Labor.
Well, Richard Miles might say state issues might not necessarily play in a federal election, but the Labor Party here has very much been leaning on Peter Malinauskas to try and boost its chances of securing Sturt, as you say, David, for the first time in more than 50 years. I spoke with James Stephens, the current Liberal MP here earlier in the week, and he conceded he is very much in the fight of his political life to try and secure a third term here in Sturt. It's because he's on such a razor-thin margin of just 0.5% after the last election, and he's also faced a far more concerted campaign this time around, both from Labor and also the Greens. For some context here, Labor pre-selected its candidate, Claire Clutterham, almost a year ago. There's another factor at play here in Sturt, the presence of a Climate 200-backed Teal independent. And that thing that is laying across the entire campaign in South Australia, the continued popularity of the state government led by Peter Malinauskas. He has been front and centre at many opportunities through this campaign as they do try to win Sturt for the first time in more than 50 years, and also hold on to the marginal seat of Boothby in Adelaide South, that perennial marginal that Labor managed to flip for the first time at the 2022 election in more than 70 years. Now, it's a different contest, though, here in 2025, with Louise Miller-Frost, the Labor MP, being challenged by Nicole Flint. Why does that name ring a bell? Well, she was the former Liberal member for Boothby who did not contest the 2022 election.
So I think we're going to see some pictures soon, I think, of counting in the Northern Territory, and I think our team is monitoring 90 counting centres across the country, so we're going to have tremendous coverage through the night, and yes, there they are. There's some pictures from...
just closed 5 minutes ago there in the Northern Territory, so... That counting underway. The two seats there, of course, Lingiari and Solomon, are going to be really interesting to see how both of those play out. But speaking of independence again, Annabelle, and perhaps some surprise or wild card seats that we might need to keep an eye on tonight. What do you think?
Yeah, so there's some three-way contests, which is especially headache-inducing in the AEC department. So you've got seats like Richmond, Macnamara, Monash, Brisbane, where it's a combination of factors. Sometimes it's...
Labor Liberal Independent or Labor Liberal Green.
Two independents and a Liberal. But one thing I'm hearing a little bit about tonight that I was not expecting, and this is a Climate 200 situation, is the seat of Bean in Canberra.
So you told me this just before the broadcast.
Yeah.
What? This is, Canberra is, as everyone would know, pretty solid Labor territory. What's happening in Bean?
There's an independent candidate there who is a former midwife.
This is Jessie Price,
her name is Jessie Price, And look, I don't think it's a seat that's been on the radar very much.
I would add in McPherson as well, which is in up on the in Queensland there. Karen Andrews is going, and this is the northern part of the Gold Coast, isn't it?
Southern
part of the
border territory. Yeah.
And again, you've got a Climate 200 backed ultra marathon runner.
Why are they all so fit?
Why are they all so fit?
I don't know. Anyway,
Jim Chalmers.
But just back to that, the seat in the ACT. Is this Pocock effect? What is this in the ACT?
Well, it could be. I mean, there's not really all that much more for the Liberal Party to lose in the ACT, which may explain the vehemence of the anti-public servant message in the campaign. There's not
another thing we'll be coming back to.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
I'll write it down.
You'd be too terrified to go out for dinner anywhere in Canberra. But this could be an interesting one.
Yes.
And I don't know... I can't explain this beyond the fact that Canberra is... elevated in mood at the present time.
I think the David Pocock effect in it, living there in Canberra, you do pick up the vibe. He's a very popular politician. He's in the Senate, but anyone who's aligned with him. We saw him do very well, or his allies do very well at the Territory, the ACT election. So that will be interesting to see. I think the others too, Wannon, where Dan Tehan is under a great deal of pressure. Cowper as well on the mid-north coast of New South Wales is going to be fascinating as well. These are areas where we might see, whether you want to call them teals, they sometimes don't like to be called
sometimes they are other
teals.
shades, David. They are
community-backed independents.
The seat of Richmond,
I'm going to be that
James
person, so I'm going to fact-check the fact-checker. Tim Wilson has messaged to say...
Because he doesn't have anything better to do.
So, that, like a candidate, he's waiting for the results to come in.
Okay, what's he got?
He's saying 1913 because the two seats you mentioned before were by-elections.
Yes.
So if you're comparing like for like...
That's what I had in my head.
Yes, so
okay.
it's 1913 for the Conservative side.
Can I say something that isn't this big game of political trivial pursuit for a moment?
And he's from more recently than 1913, if you could. Thank you.
Yes, I want to pick up on something I agree with that James said at the start and David just touched on. The reason I think that the headline national opinion polls are almost completely useless this time around is because there are sort of half a dozen different kinds of contests. You've got, as you just said, David, you know, Nationals versus Independents in places like Cowper and Wannon. You've got Liberal Teal, you've got Labor Liberal, you've got Labor Green, you've got a Liberal Green contest, three-way contest in places like Ryan, and so that's why I think it's going to be especially predictable, because it's not, I won't use the cliche about 150 by-elections. I think there's about half a dozen different kinds of contests that will determine the election.
And this makes it really difficult for the major parties to run campaigns that are very different in those sort of seats to other traditional Liberal Labor contests. Anyway, we'll see how that plays out. Let's go back to Antony Green, who has some more figures for us.
I've got the first figure for Lindsay, which for a long time there was one of the key indicated polling electorates, but seemed to have settled very strongly in Melissa McIntosh's hands recently. Now, on those numbers, she looks in trouble. Holly McLean on 43.6. This is the Mount Druitt pre-poll voting centre, which is outside of the electorate. It's come in very early. So those figures look like the Labor Party's well ahead. But what we do in our system is we compare the figures booth by booth. So we know that this is a traditional Labor voting area. And so when we factor it into two-party preferred, we correct for that. And while there is a 3.7% swing to Labor, the Liberal Party are ahead. So while the Liberal Party look well behind on those numbers, on that one polling place as a comparison, there is a trend to the Labor Party in that election. It is only one polling place. It is a pre-poll and it's outside of the district. But I just thought I'd show that to demonstrate to people that what we're doing is correcting for those early figures. Sometimes when we get to this graphic, we're always showing you a corrected figure, so it's got the best available estimate of what's going on. Now, the other election, I just wanted to see this. We may have absolutely no idea what's going on in this electorate. Now, just to explain there, I'll come to the setup page. Actually, that's the best way to do it. Andrew Gee has been since several terms as the National MP. Sam Farraway's the new national candidate. Andrew Gee resigned from the National Party caucus, National Party over
The Voice,
the party's position on The Voice. So he's been an independent since. Now, if I look at these votes again, Sam Farraway's ahead, but he's only got 28%. It's only 3 polling places, so it's very early. Andrew Gee's got 26. Kate Hawke is an independent who finished second time to Andrew Gee. Now, that count, I think the Commission is doing national versus independent tonight. Later in the evening, we get a preference count. But there's a number of these seats where its sitting members resigned. In Monash, where Russell Broadbent is running as an independent against his former party, the Liberals, and in Moore in Western Australia, where Ian Goodenough is running. It may well be that with a sitting member having a significant personal vote, that we may not have a handle on those 3 seats. So if there's a lot of complexity in this election, there are 3 little extras that'll add to that complication. But at the moment, those first figures showing you that the Nationals are certainly not running away with Clare on these early figures.
Interesting.
Thank you, Antony. I think we're going to cross to James Paterson, who's done sterling work as the opposition's spokesman during the campaign on just about every day, all day. James Paterson, welcome. Can I just start by asking you whether you think you've done enough to present a case that the coalition could do a better job at handling Australia's cost of living crisis?
Well, my opinion on that is interesting, but more interesting will be the verdict of voters, which will have, only a few short hours, Sarah. I mean, this was always going to be a challenging campaign for the coalition. We were up against history, up against 100 years of history in terms of turfing out a first-term government. And throughout this term, we lost 1 seat in a by-election and 3 seats to defections to the crossbench. So our first task is to get those back into the coalition column and then see how many more beyond that we can add. As a point of history, I would say Tony Abbott won 7 seats in the 2010 election, and that was against a government that had rolled its own Prime Minister and had proposed a carbon tax. So there's been some high expectations of the coalition over the last few months. I think we should be anchored in history and measure ourselves against that.
James Patterson, it's Bridget Brennan. What's your sense of how many seats you could get to tonight?
Look, I really don't want to speculate on that, but what I can say is that I think Victoria will be very significant. Obviously, the Labor brand is damaged in Victoria. Victorians feel very financially stressed in many seats, particularly in the northwest of Melbourne and the southeast of Melbourne. They feel like there's a severe infrastructure deficit, that they've missed out on infrastructure investment. And, of course, there's the crime hotspots all around Melbourne. So I think that will be significant. Equally significant will be regional New South Wales, where we have some very good candidates running, and I think we've put in some good contests. And, of course, I think Labor's put a lot of focus in Queensland. I noted that the Prime Minister has had his most aggressive, offensive visit program in Queensland, where he's visited the most LNP seats as well as those Green seats he's targeting, whereas in the rest of the country he was more defensive. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Opinion
Polls have drifted Labor's way in recent weeks. Did your campaign lose its way?
Look, we'll have a proper post-election review process where we'll very carefully consider the data and dispassionately analyse that. And I don't want to get ahead of that process tonight before even West Australians are still voting, let alone meaningful votes are counted. But one factor I think we can all acknowledge and recognise is the Trump factor. It was devastating in Canada for the Conservatives, where the Canadian Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, lost 20 points over the course of a few months. And I think it has been a factor here. Just how big a factor we'll determine in a few hours' time, but I think it's been significant.
James, one of the things we've seen in the polls coming into today is the fall away of support for the coalition from women in particular. Did you fail to put a campaign together that would properly target women coming into this election?
Well, that was one of the consequences of the 2022 election as well. Professional women, particularly in urban settings, swung hard away from the coalition at the last election, and we had a task to win them back. Some of the things we did to achieve that under Peter Dutton's leadership was have a record number of women on our front bench. No Liberal leader has appointed more women to the front bench than Peter Dutton. We very quickly supported the passage of the NAC to restore the brand equity on integrity, which had been damaged. And we also locked in behind net zero and committed to it with a significant investment in nuclear, in recognition that not just female voters, but female voters, particularly in inner city seats, valued those things. How successful that's been, we'll see tonight.
And James Patterson, David Speers here. I understand, you've said there'll be a process after the election to look at the campaign, as you would expect. But as someone who's been front and centre fronting it as the campaign spokesman, we've seen you at times say things on the public service cuts that other front benches have then contradicted. We've seen, obviously, there was the work from home confusion, but things like the school curriculum. Do you accept that policies either were left too late or were still too muddled, that you ended up with this sort of confusion around what the detail involved?
Well, David, there's no perfect campaign. The Prime Minister didn't have a perfect campaign either. I think he had quite a few gaffes on the campaign. For example, when he said that the Australian Defence Force was monitoring the Chinese research vessel when in fact it was the Australian Border Force, and other issues like that. So no leader and no campaign had a perfect showing. But I can say from someone who was at Coalition Campaign Headquarters, who was a member of the Parliamentary Party, it was a highly professional campaign. I mean, people really diligently applied themselves. They worked very well together. And obviously there were a few missteps along the way. No one's going to pretend otherwise. But I was very proud of the effort that my colleagues put in the field, particularly our candidates who worked exceptionally hard, knocked on more doors than we've ever knocked on in any campaign before, made more phone calls than we've ever made before. They put in extraordinary efforts, and we'll see to what extent that's rewarded tonight.
We will indeed. Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's check in with the vote count this evening. Our reporter Nick Dole is at the Ingleburn Counting Centre in New South Wales. Nick, talk us through what's going on behind you.
Hi there, David. Well, yeah, this is one of the biggest vote counting centres in New South Wales here at Ingleburn. They're expecting to count about 150,000 votes just tonight. So once they're counted at the various ballot booths, they'll be taken to one of these centres amid tight security, and then they'll be exposed to what they call fresh scrutiny, which is basically just a recount. So, look, this is also where the postal votes, the pre-poll votes and also the declaration votes are already being counted, as you can see. And as we know, nearly 1 in 2 voters have already cast a ballot before polling day, making the work that they're doing here just all that more important. Now, this centre is basically taking care of southwest Sydney, so I can see the voting areas for Hughes and Hume over there. They're both held by the Liberals, the latter by Angus Taylor, and also the seats of Macarthur and Werriwa, both held by the Labor Party. Werriwa is going to be a key seat tonight, obviously. The Liberals, that's something they've really put a target on. They are hoping they might be able to snatch that back from Labor. Some of those House of Representatives votes for Werriwa are being counted just behind me, but we may not know for a little while whether or not the Liberal campaign has been successful or whether Labor has managed to keep hold of some of its heartland.
Nick Dole, thank you.
And we're going to go back to Antony. Tell us early figures. What have you got, my friend?
Just to show that we actually have early figures now. It's a bit hard it's actually a bit hard to work out what they mean. But at the moment, this is a nationwide on 0.3% counted. And as I said, we've corrected from where this data is from. It's got the Labor Party on 33.9, the LNP on 32. Now, these are from a disparate collection of electorates, and you get... you just get odd trends, early figures. But that's just to show you that we have got numbers, and it's why we're not putting a great store in individual seats at the moment. The One Nation are doing well. The Greens are on 12%. The Trumpeter Patriots on 3.2. Others are 11. Just to look at the change in vote, and I have to say, people shouldn't take this too literally at this stage. This is just to show that the figures are there, and we're showing a 1.8% swing. But again, this is 0.3%. I'm just showing these to demonstrate that the numbers are coming in. You need to get to about 5% before some of these figures settle down.
Thank you very much. I just want to bring in Tony Barry for a minute here. Tony, hello over there. We've had two views here. We've had James McGrath, we've had James Patterson talking about some of the qualities of the campaign. You've been polling marginal seats during the campaign. What did that tell you about the way the campaign was going for the coalition, first of all?
What we did observe over the 6 tracks of the campaign in 20 key seats, they were all Labor-Liberal contests, 14 Labor seats and 6 Liberal seats. What we did see was a consistent and steady decline in the Liberal primary vote. About a third of it went to Labor, 2/3 of it went to minor right-wing parties, but they did not all flow back from the minor right-wing parties into the Liberal column. And it sort of sprayed, as Cos talks about. And so that then had a consequence on the 2PP vote. So I think what we're going to see tonight is an increase in the other party vote. It was 31%, 31.7% the last election. I suspect we're going to see a higher non-major party vote again.
All right, I just want to bring in James McGrath there because there's been a lot of discussion. We'll come back to some of the bigger issues in a minute, but there's been a lot of talk in the last couple of weeks about the minor parties on the right and the flow back of their preferences. What do you anticipate? Do you think the flow of preferences back from the right parties will be higher than it was at the last election or higher than usual?
We think it'll be higher than it was last time. Traditionally, the One Nation flow to us is about 65%, depending on the election. We think it will be higher this time.
Why is that? Is this the preference, sorry, not a deal, we're told, but the reality is there are a lot of preferences, preferences recommended between One Nation and the coalition, far more than in previous elections.
One Nation get their support from, when we say from the right, it's, I suppose, the traditional conservative right, but also the working class right. And so that's when you look at their preferences, that sometimes they will go back to the Labor Party because that's where they've come from. Because of the cost of living issue and because of a segment of Australia feeling they have been left behind, which One Nation successfully caters to or caters for, that group of voters are less likely to support the Labor candidate and more likely to support the LNP candidate.
Where do you think that might be particularly relevant, in which seats tonight?
A number of seats.
Which ones?
Name them,
sir.
There's a pendulum there. We'll just go through a number of seats.
Right.
That will come into play.
Jim Chalmers, would you concede that we're likely to see something like that, a stronger flow of One Nation votes back to the coalition than normal?
Yeah, I expect two things to happen. I think the One Nation vote will be up. I think that's the point that Tony was making. And I do think the preference flow to the coalition will be especially strong. But if you look at some of the assessments of the Liberal primary, ordinarily you'd want, if you're a Liberal National Party person, you'd want the Liberal primary to be in the high 30s. We've seen it in the mid-30s, sometimes lower than that, and that's because they are being cannibalised a little bit to their right. And I think what we're seeing, and this is where the American influence, I think, comes in, is the further and further, or the more enthusiastically Peter Dutton has courted those right-wing voters, the less mainstream the party becomes, and that's been an opportunity for us.
Nobody likes to be in a political wedgie situation, and Jim, you were in it in 2019 where you had...
Thanks for bringing that up, Annabelle. Yeah.
I think that enough time has passed. You know, you had one message on Adani, for instance, for the rest of the country, and then got awkward when you actually were in Queensland, as of course you were, ended badly for Bill Shorten. James, I want to ask you, is Peter Dutton in a difficult position having to try and hold on to the primary and stop it leaking to One Nation on the right, and then hold on to these inner-city Teal-type seats on the other hand?
I think I touched upon it in my opening comments. The party, we have Labor to the left, and in terms of the Greens also, you know, pilfering away at some of our votes. And you look at the seat of Ryan at the last federal election, 10% of the LNP column shifted straight to the Greens. 10%. That was a shocking figure. So we've got Labor and the Greens on the left. We also do have the populist parties on the right, and then we have the Teals who are shameless at being whatever you want them to be, and they're pecking away also. So it's not a traditional Labor versus LNP contest. For us, and we're the opposition, we've got sort of everybody sort of circling us at the moment, rather than that typical pendulum.
Multiple knife fights, I think you called
yes.
it.
It is a knife fight.
I think he just said a shameless teal. Didn't he say the shameless teals?
Well,
and lo and behold...
Let's go to Zali.
Speaking of...
Here's one we prepared earlier.
Zali is in Seaforth in her seat of Warringah. Look, thank you for joining us tonight. We haven't seen any results at least come through here for your seat, but I guess you'd be feeling pretty confident about holding on again this evening.
Absolutely, and I can tell you I don't feel shameless. I actually feel like I represent my community. It's been a phenomenal day. I got to 27 booths today, and the team has been amazing, and the feedback from the community was really strong.
Zali, hi, it's Bridget Brennan here. Can you tell us how will you approach working with an incoming government? Is it that you're going to be likely negotiating on bill by bill, issue by issue? What's that going to look like, do you think?
Well, look, I don't think it will look too differently than what it has already for my first 2 terms in the Parliament. I've worked with a coalition government and I've worked with a Labor government. I've passed over 20 amendments to legislations and I've been able to deliver for my community. So I hope there will be... Oh, I don't know what's happening now. But I hope I will be able to continue in that vein. I genuinely, as a barrister, I know how important it is for our laws to be well drafted, to meet the purpose they need to make sure they take on board, I guess, the recommendations and the submissions of experts. So that's what I will continue to do, be a voice for my community and try and improve all of our legislation to make sure we pass good law for Australia.
And do you still have influence if it's a majority government tonight?
Well, I would say yes. I've already been in Parliament for 2 terms and each time it has been a majority government. And what we've been able to do is build the social licence for the areas of policy where change is needed, in particular around climate risk and legislating net zero by 2050, for example. We know Australians want to see these big issues addressed. Traditionally, the major parties are less politically courageous. They feel more hamstrung. But we, I think on the crossbench, myself and others, create the space and give a voice to communities around change. So banning gambling advertising, for example, the HECS changes in the last Parliament. These are all issues that are very much pushed from the crossbench to the point where the major parties, if they are in government with majority, still have to address them.
And Zali Steggall, do you have a sense of which party might form government tonight? What's the sense in your electorate?
Look, from my electorate, it's a bit harder to say. I think the community was overwhelmingly positive, and my electorate has changed a lot. Since North Sydney was abolished, 1 in 3 voters are new for Warringah. It's about 36,000 new voters. So I think that will change things, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the result. It's really hard to get a sense of the whole country because communities are different, and I think all the polling and all the commentary changes depending on the area. So I hope there is more localised results where if an MP is doing a good job on the ground, they are likely to be able to resist a national swing. But the lazy MPs, I hope, are the ones to go.
Hi, Zali Stegel, this is Sarah Ferguson. Just a question. What conversations have you had with other independents about how you will manage together the prospect of minority government? Who have you spoken to?
Look, I have often frequent conversations with some of my current colleagues that are up for re-election, but I've also been providing any advice I can to new candidates, just helping them from a experience point of view of the campaigning, handling the rigour, sometimes the high scrutiny that you can be under, and passing on any learnings or experience that I've had in making a successful campaign. I think we will all be very focused on stability and making sure we deliver for the Australian people. Anyone elected takes that responsibility very seriously, and I'm confident that any independent elected will be very much focused on that responsibility for all of Australia and their community.
Zali Stegel, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
I just have, Tingle.
Yaninamapali, Warranta Lumi Lions, Lutruwita T, Taputi Wulawali, Wulinam Tikala Tu, Manta Larapuna Tu, Miladina Takaralia Palawa. Wapara Palawangini, Narakupa, Miladina Paiwuta Proni. Palawa Takamona Rala Lumi.
You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm Sarah Ferguson.
And I'm David Speers.
It's 7 o'clock in the east and the numbers of votes counted is about to pick up from here.
Yes, at the moment we have only a small tally in. It's in the thousands. Very normal for this time of the evening. It stands at about 1% of the vote counted, or just over 100,000 or so of the 18 million people enrolled.
There are 150 seats up for grabs. The magic number for majority government is 76. Because of the small number of votes counted, it's too early for us to fill out any seats in the parliament.
Again, noting the small numbers, Labor's two-party preferred vote, as you can see, sitting at 54% to the Coalition's 46%. This does represent a swing to the government of just under 2% nationally on those early figures.
Although there's a broad national trend there, some individual seats are already standing out. The Liberal-held seat of Lindsay in Western Sydney suggests an early drift away from sitting member Melissa McIntosh.
And Leichhardt in far north Queensland, it's looking positive for Labor too. A giant of a candidate in the former basketballer Matt Smith is running up some early points on the board in the seat formerly held by Warren Ench.
And in central west New South Wales, currently held on the crossbench by Andrew G. He's faring well in early counting. So in town and country, a swing is on. It might be happening everywhere, but it's broadly in a direction that'll please the Albanese government this early in the night.
Let's get some of those further numbers now with Antony Green.
Well, I'm going to start with the national trend, and then I'm going to talk about Tasmania. Currently, the national figure, which again, it's only 1% counted. Labor's projected at 34, the Coalition at 32, Greens 12, One Nation 7. Now, I want to go and have a look at Tasmania, because that's a very different picture. Currently, the projection's 37 for Labor, 22 for the LNP, 11.7 for the Greens, there's 16%. That's, I must say, that's Andrew Wilkie, because there's only 5 electorates and he holds one of them rock solid. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring there, is the Labor having a big swing to them, a big swing against the LNP. Now, that's flowing through to all of the electorates. All of the electorates is showing a significant swing. So it's not just 1 or 2 polling places. There is something else going on there. They are It's only 1.6% counted, 1.6. But I've done 2 elections, 1993 and 2004, when Tasmania were on daylight saving and the rest of the country wasn't. And the figures that came in Tasmania before the rest of the country started counting had a huge, really told you what the story was. So whether that will, only time will tell whether these figures are indicative. Now, what I do have, I actually have 2 seats I want to talk about. The first one is this one's, I think it was one on Brennan. Mal Hingston's on 36 and Urquhart 32 is a Labor candidate. Now, I'll look at this. Can I look at the percentage votes? Yeah, 10.5. We've got One Nation on 8. It's the change in vote here that matters. The Labor vote's well up, the Liberal vote's down. We're projecting the Liberal vote will be much lower than that percentage by the end. It's this disappearance. Jackie Lambie had a candidate last time,
that's it.
And there was Garland, the fisherman.
Is it Chris?
Craig Garland stood last time and got more than 10% of the vote. So that's complicating what's going on in Bradden. And I think we've got a 2-party preferred. 4 polling places showing a 9% swing. So the Tasmanian figures are showing some quite big swings at the moment.
Can I say
That's very...
I will go on to Wannon before. Just simply because this is a seat where Alex Dyson is having his 3rd tilt at the seat. The moment Dantine is nearly just under 50%, we're projecting him to be 44, 45. And that starts to get into danger territory because the Labor preferences will flow very strongly to the independent, and the Labor vote will go up later in the count. So we'll be coming back to Wannon later in the evening. But that first figure there looks good for him, but it's a big increase to the independent coming from the other parties. That's a complex count. It'll take a long time to do.
Just back on Tasmania, just some thoughts on that. I know these are early numbers, but there's a pretty evident move there in Labor's favour. Jim Chalmers?
I mean, first of all, it is really important to remind everyone that we expect the early voting to be weaker for us than the on-the-day voting, and so that's a caveat that applies right around the country, including in Tasmania.
So you'd expect that to come down later for Labor?
Yes, we do. But there are 3 seats there broadly in play, apart from Julie Collins in the south and Andrew Wilkie in the south. Rebecca White is a very popular figure in Tasmania. She's contesting Lyons.
Former state Labor leader for people out of the state.
We expect her to do very well in Lyons. Then you've got the 2 northern seats. In Bass, very small margin. And in Bradden, you've got a much-loved local figure in Senator Anne Urquhart. Now, the thing that's a little bit different about Tasmania is the difference between Scott Morrison's popularity and Peter Dutton's popularity is bigger and more pronounced in Tasmania than elsewhere. They are less keen, much less keen on Peter Dutton than they were on Scott Morrison. And so if you take Bass, which has a well-known local member, Bridget Archer, the maverick Liberal Member of Parliament, our campaign in Bass was been to say, you can like Bridget Archer, but if you vote for her, you get Peter Dutton. It's been a very, very effective campaign in Bass. And so if there is a world where we go backwards somewhere, Victoria perhaps, WA perhaps, maybe Lingari, then we would be looking to northern Tasmania in particular to try and pick something up.
James, can we just bring you in there? Do you accept that Peter Dutton represents that kind of a problem for the Liberal vote in Tasmania?
No, there are some local circumstances there. I agree with Jim about Bass, and that Bridget is a maverick, but she is a popular maverick. She held the seat at the last election for the first time ever, for a long time, that either Labor or Liberal held the seat for 2 elections. And in Bradden, with Gavin Pearce retiring, we have a very popular local member retiring, and there are additional candidates at the last election. The issue there was salmon. And that this is one of these seats I suspect we won't know the result tonight. We may not know it until the week after next. It's going to be a close seat. And this in Lyons shows the brutality of the Labor Party, which we could never get away with in the Liberal Party, is that the sitting member there was tapped on the shoulder and said, out of the way, because we've got a really good candidate there in Susie Bauer, and Rebecca White, who I agree is a popular member, was installed as the candidate.
Ultimately, though, could we see the Liberals with no representation in Tasmania?
No, we will hold Bass and Bradden.
You'll hold Bass and Bradden.
That's my and don't forget Bradden has a very big margin, I think 8% from memory, and so we're starting way back in Bradden. But we're giving ourselves every chance. Certainly in Lyons, we'd be confident. And if we can pick up one of those two, Bass or Braddon, then that would help elsewhere.
And can I do need to... Tim Wilson will kill me otherwise.
No, we don't want that.
We don't want that.
Not desired outcome.
He just wants to point out that in the Caulfield South booth...
I thought it was going to be another trivia one.
No.
I'm sorry.
The Liberal vote is up to 48%, so up 3.5%, and the Teal vote is down 1.5%. And remember, in this booth, it's a Jewish area, and a lot of people will actually also vote by postal vote. So that actually makes Goldstein start to look quite interesting if those figures continue.
On the question of Tasmania and salmon, Peter George is running in the seat of Franklin. He's actually got more primary votes at the moment than any other candidate, with about 37.3% of the total vote, with 5 out of... It's only about 10% in, but...
I think we've actually got our reporter, Raf Epstein, in Goldstein. So I don't know, Raf, whether you caught that line from James McGrath, which was a report from Tim Wilson about the Caulfield.
It was the Caulfield South.
Yeah. Have we still got you there, Raf? Yes, we do. So
you do have me. Hi there.
Yeah. So that was some information that our panellists had got directly from Tim Wilson about the Caulfield South booth in Goldstein. Have you heard anything about that? And otherwise, just tell us what you're hearing being there tonight, if you haven't heard anything as direct as that.
I'm not with Tim Wilson or Zoe Daniel. I've got their flyers. I'm in outside one of the busy pubs. I'll let you know too, they're watching the football. They're not watching the election, and my team's getting smashed. Tim will point out that those Caulfield South booths are important. Of course, that's where the Jewish population in this electorate would be. I'm sure Tim is hoping that their staunch stand on anti-Semitism makes a difference. It's really worth pointing out this campaign's been pretty nasty. I've spoken to one of Zoe Daniel's supporters who was derided as a self-hating Jew. Some of Tim Wilson's posters have had homophobic graffiti. We've even had, and I can't believe I'm saying this sentence in 2025, Nazis outside one of the pre-polls in Brighton. So it has been a pretty willing, pretty angry, pretty nasty campaign. On the plus side, I did go on Thursday to the pre-poll, one of the two pre-polls, and I met both Tim Wilson's mother, she's lovely, and I also met Zoe Daniel's dad, and he was a delight as well. But I am not too surprised that there's an increase in the Liberal vote in that part of the electorate that Tim is keen to point out. Going out on a limb, I would say that they're both sides in this contest, as in both camps in this contest, weirdly are both pretty confident. I'll be interested to see if either Monique Ryan or Zoe Daniel
I was going to ask you, Raf,
on the basis of those issues.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Kooyong. I know you were there in Goldstein, but the other, Melbourne independent seat that we're all keeping an eye on. It seems like, out of all the independent seats nationally, these are the two that are going to be most line ball tonight. Would you agree, Goldstein and Kooyong? What's the sense in Kooyong?
I think definitely Goldstein's the most line ball because the lack of demographic change and the issues that Tim Wilson's been camping on. Kooyong, my feel on Kooyong is that Monique Ryan is safer because the big redistribution that happened because of the abolition of Higgins, that gives Monique Ryan a whole lot more people who rent, who live in flats, who are younger. And I think also Amelia Hamer's campaign in Kooyong was derailed when she says she's a renter, but she actually owns property in Canberra and owns property in London. Whatever the merits of that damages her in the new parts of the electorate that Monique Ryan picks up.
But they are more liberal parts, aren't they, those new parts of the electorate that have come into the redistribution there, like Toorak and Armidale?
They are more liberal, but they're also picking up bits near that which are closer to Paran that have lots of flats and lots of apartments. So if you look at it, actually, the footprint of the houses in Toorak is a lot bigger, so big geographic area. In Paran, smaller geographic area, a whole lot more people who rent.
Raf Epstein, thanks very much indeed for joining us. We'll talk to you later in the evening, perhaps. Now we're going to go to some first figures, and we're going to start, Antony, in the ultra-marginal seat of Gilmore, where we have Fiona Phillips battling with Andrew Constance.
There's a lot happening here. We've got 18 polling places, 6% of the vote, which means there's a lot of pre-poll. It's actually over 50% of enrolled voters in Gilmore voted pre-poll. So that's probably 58 to 60% of all votes are pre-polls. So this is 18 polling places. Now, Andrew Constance is not polling well. This is a corrected swing from where the figures are from, and his primary vote is well down. There's an independent. They're just 67% of preferences, I'll come back here, 67% of preferences from everybody else is going to Labor. So if Labor's ahead on the primaries, they're getting a lot of preferences, so even if they're slightly behind. And just to look at the two-party preferred, an estimate, this is actually 4 actual preferences, and there's a 4.7% swing to Labor. But as I just said earlier on, maybe 58 to 60% of the votes in that electorate are pre-polls. They may behave differently and may turn around that swing. But they're encouraging figures for the Labor Party in Gilmore. Now, in Leichhardt, of course, Warren Entsch, let's do the setup here. Warren Entsch is retiring. Jeremy Neal is the new Liberal candidate, and Matt Smith, the former basketballer, Taipan's basketballer, is the candidate there. The votes that we're seeing there now, he's well ahead. We've got 9 polling places in. He's got twice the LNP vote, 12% there for the Greens. If you look at the change in votes occurring, that's a big increase in the Labor vote, the LNP vote down, and that's translating into a two-party preferred swing of 9.6%. So I think that's an estimate rather than actual, but there's another big swing there. Now, Leichhardt's another seat with a big pre-poll. So, you know, it may be we're going to be buckling in for a lot of swings early in the night, and then we'll have to wait for what the pre-poll does later. Now, Bean, this is not as encouraging for the Labor Party. We do only have 2.8% of the vote counted. But David Smith, the Labor member, is on 39%. Jessie Price is the... she's got Climate 200 backing from memory. She's an independent there. The Liberal Party have recommended preferences for the independent. So, and I think we've got an estimate of preferences. No, this is an estimate of preferences which has the independent ahead in Bean. So that would be the 4th seat in 35 years that Labor has lost to an independent. Independents are traditionally much more of a problem for the coalition than for Labor. Let's go on to Bradfield. Now, this one is interesting. You've got 3% counted, Giselle Kaptarian, the new Liberal candidate replacing Paul Fletcher. She would do the setup. Paul Fletcher is the retiring member. Giselle Kaptarian is a Liberal member. Nicolette Buller is running for the second time in that electorate. If we look at the first preference votes there, as you can see, the Liberal vote's only 39%, and that puts them in a great deal of danger. And in fact, continues, they're in a great deal of danger in that seat. The change in vote there that's occurring, this is corrected for where the figures are from. Big drop in the Liberal vote, translating to a 2-candidate preferred swing, which would deliver victory to Nicolette Buller. But at this stage, we're not calling that seat. It is only 3%. At the moment, that's what we're seeing. And now another seat which is not looking good for the Labor Party at the moment, is Franklin in southern Tasmania. Julie Collins, the Agriculture Minister, is the sitting member. Josh Garvin is the Liberal candidate. Peter George is the independent, former ABC foreign correspondent, many years in the Middle East. Well, he's dealing with salmon farming in southern Tasmania is his big issue in this electorate. And let's look at the votes here. As you can see, we've got 7 polling places in. He's got 32%, Julie Collins 31%, the Liberal 15%, Owen Fitzgerald 12.6%. Now, we don't have a preference count in this, and we will not know the result tonight if that's what the figures are, because the Commission is counting Labor versus Liberal in that electorate. And if Peter George is polling over 30% of the vote, we won't get any preference counts tonight. So at the moment, that's going to be, I suspect, unless the later figures change it, that's going to be one we won't know the result in tonight. So there's a couple of seats there where Labor didn't do particularly well, but there's some seats where it's looking very encouraging for them, admittedly with no pre-polls yet.
So we hang on to that word caution for the time being. We're just going to go over to Jeremy because I think he's got a change there on the big board.
Yes, a momentous part of the night where we can colour in the first rectangle on the big board. This one goes to Maranoa, the safest on the coalition side of the ledger. That's been retained by David Littleproud, the leader of the Nationals, Minister for Agriculture. Perhaps no surprise that the safest seat is the one that's being coloured in first. I just want to explain why we haven't coloured in any other part of the board yet. We are still waiting for the count to basically get up. So we're only going to start colouring in seats when we're in a position to make a projection if the count is above 10%. So that's why the board is largely empty at this time. It starts with a trickle, but the flood will come as the night progresses.
Jeremy, thank you. I want to go back to some of the seats Antony was just updating us on. I think what we're seeing here, all the caveats around this is still early days, the pre-poll might be different, but I think it's pretty hard to see how you would... I mean, look at Leichhardt. You've got a 9.6% swing to Labor up there at the moment. Pre-poll might be different, but it's hard to see it being that different, right, James and McGrath? We'll see more of the on-the-day vote coming through still, and that might bring it down too.
These are early figures, and I've spent a bit of time up there. And remember, it's quite a unique seat, you know, taking it in the Cape and in terms of some of the community, the Indigenous communities up there.
But are you worried at all about things like that swing in Leichhardt, Gilmore as well, swing to Labor? Andrew Constance is trying to win a seat, and it's not looking good at this point of the night for him. What else did we see? Bradfield, the swing to Nicolette Buller there, the independent. It's so far all pretty hefty swings away from you guys.
And these are on the day figures.
No worries, no concerns?
I'm very concerned, and I've said from the beginning that in relation to Leichhardt, in relation to Brisbane and Ryan, they will be knife fight seats.
How fleet of foot is your goat?
Sorry, yes.
How fleet of foot is your goat?
On a goat track, a knife fight on a goat track.
So you are worried about these numbers?
These numbers are close, and I prefer to be sitting here with big swings to us, and that's not happening at the moment, is it? So my opening comments tonight were, I don't think we'll know who the next Prime Minister of this country is definitively tonight, and there'll be a number of seats who will not know the results this coming week or even next week. It's going to be that close.
If we just look at the seat of Bradfield there, what does that mean for the Liberal Party if its last heartland seat on the North Shore of Sydney goes to an independent tonight?
It shows the challenge that the party is facing when Climate 200 spend money against us. You know, in the seat of Bradfield, we've had someone who has been funded by Climate 200 as the shadow MP for the last 3 years. You look at the seat.
Sorry to jump in there, but it does sound like you're blaming them.
No, I'm pointing out.
Is there any introspection?
You asked the question in relation to my concerns about Bradfield, and I'm pointing out what's happening electorally in a number of our seats across the country. We've got the traditional fight with these guys, and now we've got, on this other flank, fight with the Teals. You know, the Teals in the seat of Wannon have 6 fully funded offices that are staffed
but is there
by paid
anything
people.
You're getting wrong in reaching these voters, or is it completely out of your control?
No,
it's just because everyone else is being
more organised and better funded.
Let's see what my party will need to do after this election, should it not go the way that I want it to go, in terms of what are the lessons from this election, what are the lessons from the last election,
But shouldn't you be at the lessons from the last election by now? I think that was the point of my question. There was a phenomenon in the last election attacking Liberal heartland seats, particularly in that northern part of Sydney. You had one left. It's under threat tonight. Did you learn the wrong lessons from the last election?
We've got a brilliant candidate there in Giselle, someone who's part of that community, who was pre-selected for the seat of North Sydney, but unfortunately that seat was abolished. We've got someone who reflects the broader, the North Shore community.
But what would it mean if that seat were to go, if that last piece of the Teal puzzle in Northern Sydney were to go? What would that tell you about the Liberal Party?
Let's just see what's going to happen first in relation to that seat. Let's see what happens with the pre-polls that are coming in.
Yep.
Let's see what happens with the
We're all waiting to
flows.
see. Jim Chalmers, can I ask you?
I've learned, after doing this for many, many years, to not jump in shadows.
You're right to be cautious. These are still early numbers, but similarly, Jim Chalmers, the early numbers out of Franklin, at the bottom of Tasmania, and in Bean, in Canberra, of all places, show that Labor is losing significant ground to independents. The big question tonight is, what the polls have suggested is you probably win, but minority or majority is the question. That's what the polls are pointing to. But at the moment, if you're losing seats like Franklin and Bean to independents, and again, this is early days, I'm not saying this is what will happen, that's got to be a concern for you.
Of course, when you see numbers like in the south of Tassie, but I mean, it is very early. The usual caveat about we think that the early voters will behave very differently to the on-the-day voters, and we're seeing on-the-day voters so far. But even in a world where, if we did well, we still wouldn't anticipate that it would be one-way traffic. Because of all these different kinds of contests, there's a much greater element of volatility and unpredictability. You know, I didn't have Julie's seat bookmarked on my ABC site to keep an eye on. So there'll be a lot of
either in Canberra.
There'll be a lot of unpredictability. It won't all be one-way traffic. Even if we do well, even if James's party does well, there'll be seats changing hands in both directions.
It's going to be an interesting night based on these very early numbers. We've got no doubt about that. And seats moving in different directions. Let's go to Chinchilla now in Queensland. The local RSL, where the Nationals are holding an election night evening, and our reporter Steph Dalzell is there. Steph, what's at stake there tonight?
Yes, David Littleproud will be here in his electorate of Maranoa, but of course, as evidenced by the fact it's already been called, it's a very safe seat, and his focus will be elsewhere tonight. There's a key contest in the New South Wales seat of Calare, the Nationals versus the defector, former MP Andrew Gee, who quit the party over its opposition to The Voice and is now recontesting that seat in what's been a very bitter battle. There's also the New South Wales seat of Cowper. The Nationals are holding it, but it's under threat from an independent. In Victoria, we've seen an unusual situation in the seat of Bendigo, where the Nationals are really talking up their chances of getting that seat, even though it's a safe Labor seat, and Labor thinks it will retain it. And also in WA, there's a three-cornered contest in the seat of Bullwinkle. Now, David Littleproud has claimed credit for leading the coalition's agenda on a number of fronts, and if the Nationals have a bad result tonight, it could mean trouble for his leadership.
Yeah, well, we'll see. The Nats pretty confident, though. Steph Dalzell, thank you. And I think that is, in fact, the safest seat in the country, David Littleproud's.
On our side, yes.
Yeah. Well, certainly on the coalition side. Let's get to Antony Green now with some more numbers for us. Antony, what have you
Yes, we're having there's a lot happening. It's we're struggling to actually illustrate it in some sense, because there's a lot happening, a lot of seats, but some of them we're just doubtful about. The Labor Party is currently projected between 34 and 35% nationally, with 4% counted. The Coalition on 31, Greens on 12.4, others 12. Now, the change in vote since the last election at the moment is Labor's up 2, the Coalition's down 4, and the two-party preferred swing is 3.1% with 4.6% counted. So we're seeing a lot going on. I just want to... I'll do Queensland as the state figures first. We need to go to this one first. The Labor Party's projected to 31, the Coalition at 35, the LNP in Queensland 12.8 for the Greens. If we look at the change in vote, the Labor vote's up, the LNP vote is down, the others 2.5. And Queensland is turning into a swing of 3.2%. Now, we're going to look at a couple of seats at the moment. To do that, I go to the map, and then I go to the seat run. The first one is Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon. Now, it is only 5% counted. It's a very low primary vote. Labor's primary vote is low. Ellie Smith, who's one of the Climate 200 backed independents, on 14%. It's 9 polling places. Look at the change in vote in those polling places. A big drop in the LNP vote and a rise in the independents. And I think, this is an estimate of preferences on those numbers. We estimate a 5% swing now. It is 5.2%. But this is the sort of swing we're seeing in every seat at the moment. Here's Petrie, 8.2% counted. Emma Corner, who I must admit was one of the last announced Labor candidates, and to see her ahead of a long-serving Luke Howarth is quite a surprise. The change in vote there again, it's that rise in the Labor vote, the LNP vote down, and the two-party preferred swing of 6.8. The reason I'm not saying... what I will say at the moment is I've always said that when there's an election where nothing's happening, it's the hardest to call. When there's an election when you're not expecting a big swing to Labor, you're of course rather... You're surprised to see it actually occur. But that's what we're seeing at the moment. There's nothing which is looking good, particularly good for the Coalition at this stage. I'm not prepared to call it with, what's the national figure? With only 4.9% counted. But admittedly, with all those pre-polls, with all those postals, these are looking good for the Labor Party without being anywhere near calling this election.
No, OK, and that's important that we're still early, just under 5% of the vote counted, but none of it so far, none of it is looking good for the Coalition. That primary vote that Labor's sitting on there is, if anything, I think above what the polls were suggesting. It'll come down, you would assume. Once
if Labor finishes ahead on the primary vote, they will have a significant victory.
Yep. And I just want to go to the seat that really jumped out there, I think, for everybody on this panel, and that's Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon. James McGrath, does that concern you, those early numbers there?
Let's see. Let's wait for pre-poll. You're going to hear me say that for a while. But remember with that seat, that Peter's had it since 2001. Every single election, it has been a very close election. I think in 2007 he won it by 100 votes. It is a classic fight there. The fact that the Teal Independent has behind Labor, I think will help us. I can't recall what a how to vote card said in relation to, or whether it was just an open how to vote card.
Yep. Jim Chalmers, what do you think about the seat of Dixon?
My phone's blowing up about Dixon, but again, we think that the early voting, which will come in huge chunks later in the night,
we'll bring it back,
will be better for him than on the day. But there's a lot of interest, as you can imagine, because of that big early number.
Well, there certainly will keep coming back to Dixon, you can be sure of that. Right now, though, we want to go to Adam Bant, the Greens leader who's standing by at the Greens function there in Melbourne. Thank you for joining us. How are the Greens feeling about your prospects tonight?
Look, good. Woke up this morning to find that we were up in all the polls. I spent some time on booths in Wills and Melbourne and Macnamara today, and we're sort of getting really positive feedback. People have heard our messages throughout the campaign. Obviously, the polls are closed there now. It's still going over in Western Australia, where Sophie Greer in the seat of Perth is running hard there. But look, we were certainly getting the sense that, must have been something good go up, bit of noise in the background here, but we were certainly getting the sense that people had heard our message that we want to keep Peter Dutton out, but the government just wasn't doing enough on the housing, cost of living and climate crisis.
Good evening to the Greens Army tonight, Adam Bant. It's Bridget Brennan here. You might tell them to have a bit of shush while we get on with this interview, just for a few more questions. Hey, I'm really curious, what are you predicting for Wills tonight? You've put a lot of resources into this seat in Melbourne's inner north.
Yeah, look, the booths that I was on felt really good. There was a lot of people who had voted early, and of course I think there was one pre-poll booth in Wills, and that's going to come through in one big chunk. But the feeling from the booths that we were on was really good. And of course, in that electorate, in the council elections that we recently had, like in big parts of the north of the electorate, they turn into two-party Greens areas where we saw big swings to the Greens in those seats in the council elections. So feeling so far is good, but as I understand it, there haven't yet been numbers coming in. So I think in that seat, like many others, we're probably going to have to wait a little while.
And what about those all-important seats in Brisbane, Adam Bant? Are you at risk of losing a couple of those tonight? Those are tight contests. I know you've put a lot of resources up there as well.
Look, we're always clear. I know this from experience. At the first time around, everyone throws everything at you, and I think the three MPs up there have done terrifically and run amazing campaigns. And it seems on early indications from what I'm told, our vote is holding up there and holding up quite well. So again, we're just going to have to wait and see. The votes that will come through will probably be quite lumpy. If there is any risk there, the risk is potentially that we see a drop in the LNP vote and Labor people elected on Liberal preferences, but it did take a while for those seats to be counted last time. And the feeling so far, I spent a bit of time on the booths up there as well, I don't think people really understood that Peter Dutton's really only potential pathway to power ran through those seats in Brisbane, and we ran really strongly that to keep Peter Dutton out, we need to keep Brisbane green.
Just if we can go back to Melbourne for a sec, Labor's pretty cranky about its view that you decided to put out open preference how to vote cards today. Did you do that, and why?
I think the Victorian Party's put out a statement very clearly about that. If you go to the Greens website, even now, you'll find that the Greens are saying vote one Greens and preference Labor above Liberals in every seat across the country, and we've run really strongly the message that vote one Greens, preference Labor above the Liberals as a way of keeping Peter Dutton out. And I think the Victorian Party has said that there's a bit of a scare campaign going on there, but that's certainly my message. And if you go to our website and look at our how to votes, that's what you'll see, including in those seats.
Adam Bant, Sarah Ferguson here. Just on that question of what happens if we do see the LNP dropping to third for those Brisbane seats, are you underestimating the danger to the Greens for those 3 Brisbane seats if that's what happens?
Oh, look, that's always possible. I think there is a chance that you're going to see some across the country, depending on how things go. You may well see some Labor members elected on Liberal preferences. That's the way the Liberals have decided to preference, and it may make a difference in a number of seats. We don't know, but look, in those 3 seats, like, our campaign has been really strongly to lift our primary vote, and all indications are that we've held our primary vote, and really we can't do much more than that. And if Labor and Liberal work together on preferences, that's a bit out of our control, but we're really proud of the campaigns that we've run there.
Adam Bant, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Something beautiful has started to reverberate through our nation's public spaces. Australians of all ages and walks of life are taking to the keys. We've searched the nation for passionate, everyday pianists. Listening On are 2 of the world's greatest pianists.
That was nuts. Give me more. Give me more of that.
Their job is to select 1 pianist from each location to perform in a spectacular concert.
I am really, really excited.
What an adventure this is going to be.
Wannon in Western Victoria is the state's 2nd biggest electorate. It's named after a local river. Encompassing Victoria's famous surf coast and Great Ocean Road, it also takes in the regional centres of Colac and Hamilton. It's been a safe Liberal seat since former Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser won it from Labor back in 1955. You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm David Speers.
And I'm Sarah Ferguson. It's 7:33 on the eastern coast. 5% of the votes have been counted. Over to Antony Green.
Let's look at the primary vote. 4.9% counted still. The Labor Party projected to be 34.6, Coalition 31.3, Greens 12.4, One Nation 6.3, others 12.4. The change in vote that's going on at the moment is 2.1 up for Labor, 4.4 down for the Coalition, and smaller swings to the other parties. And all at the moment, that's translating into a 3.2% swing to Labor. Now, Labor is everywhere outperforming what the opinion polls are saying. Now, this projection here is based on the fact that by the time all the votes are counted with the pre-polls, we've factored in that 1.6% drop in the Labor vote. So for that swing of 3.2 to come down to 1%, then there'll have to be a huge swing, a massively better result for the Coalition with the pre-poll votes. Now, it is only 5%, but we're seeing this all across the country at the moment. Now, before the election, there was a lot of talk about Victoria would be the Labor Party's worst state, and at this stage, it is the Labor Party's worst state because there's only a 0.6% swing to Labor in Victoria. If you look at New South Wales, there's a 3.8% swing to Labor. So let's take Victoria off and look at Queensland. In Queensland, there's a 3.3% swing at this stage. And I'll add Tasmania. Tasmania, this is a very odd figure for Tasmania. It's affected by the fact there's 2 seats where independents are well ahead, but there's still swings to Labor in both Lyons and Brennan at this stage. Now, again, let's put all that caveat there about pre-poll votes, but this is a significant swing that's going on, and it's going to have to be the pre-polls to turn around what we're seeing at the moment. But it's quite remarkable. Either all the Labor people voted on the day, and all the Coalition members have turned up at pre-polls, so we won't know till later in the evening.
Antony, can I just get you to recap for anybody who's joined us who wasn't here at the beginning to explain why the pre-polls favour the Liberals?
There's a traditional, postals favour the Coalition, that has been the way for a century. Pre-polls, they've grown in recent years, have also favoured the Coalition. It seems to be something about why people pre-poll, which presupposes people who are Conservative votes to go and vote pre-poll. I mean, there's numerous reasons for that. But for that reason, you get this gap between the two. And at the last election, on the polling day votes, Labor got 53.7%. At the end of the count, that had reduced to 52.1%. At the recent Queensland election, the Labor Party won the on-the-day vote, but they then went on to lose the election. If anyone's watching tonight who remembers us watching on the Queensland election, when we only had the polling day votes, it wasn't a lot going on, and then the pre-polls arrived. But at the moment, there is a lot going on here.
And that's the thing, Antony, I'm not going to push you to make a call. You'll call when it's right to call.
They can only sack me.
Brilliant. But the fact that there is a movement, I know this is the on-the-day vote, but a movement to Labor in Victoria, and as you rather ironically said, their worst state is Victoria because the swing to them is smaller than other states. You've got to say, it's pretty hard to see how the coalition wins government from here, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's hard to see them winning government. I must say that. Whether this is going to translate to Labor having a win or a big win, it's going to take a lot more to go. But while we're just talking to the Greens, and I thought it was worth bringing up these figures for the 3 inner-city seats. This is Griffith, and at this stage, the Labor Party is ahead, Greens are second, and the LNP's third. If those numbers continue, and we're projecting that they will finish in that order, then if that continues, then Renee Coffey will win that seat for the Labor Party, defeating the Green.
Goodbye,
the next seat is Brisbane. Same situation. Madonna Jarrett is ahead. Greens are second. The LNP third. There will be a lot of pre-polls in this seat, and they may affect things. But that's the order at the moment. And on our current projection, looking at where the figures are from, it's projecting that order as well. Not calling those seats, but that's what the position looks like there. And in Ryan, I mean, if that continues, I'd be surprised personally if Labor leads in Ryan. But at this stage, Labor is ahead, Maggie Forrest second, the Greens third. So all 3 of those seats at the moment held by the Greens. If that trend continues, they will be probably won by Labor.
Amazing. An hour and a half into the count, and the movement is all towards Labor across the board, and none of the news is good for the coalition. I want to bring in Patricia Karvelas, Tony Barry and Col Samaras for some thoughts on where we're at. PK, we need to keep those caveats there about the pre-poll could look different in an hour or two from now. But what we're seeing so far, what do you make of it?
Well, I think it's pretty extraordinary, but does actually speak to the campaign we've already had. It was really obvious to anybody, including everybody in the coalition, and I respect James immensely, but I've spoken to many people in the coalition and they all concede they had one of the most terrible campaigns on record. And so clearly the campaign has had an influence. The Prime Minister had 4 debates. Don't forget this, 4 debates with Peter Dutton. His strategy was always to allow people to see Peter Dutton more, thinking that they would see more of Peter Dutton and they would make a judgment. It seems that his assessment is right. And if you look at some of the swings, I just spoke to somebody in the, senior person in the Labor Party who said if you look at Reid, Bennelong and Chisholm, very, very, very positive swings to the Labor Party there, all places where there are high levels of Chinese Australians. So the demography is still in the same place we were at the last election, particularly when it comes to some of these multicultural communities.
Coles, I want to bring you in there. You heard what Antony said before. He thinks it's hard to see an alternative to the outcome that we're starting to discuss.
There are 2 states that determine election results now. It's New South Wales and Victoria, and the coalition is getting absolutely hammered in both of them. And pre-polls will need to be absolutely extraordinary, another wonder weapon that the coalition seems to have relied upon in this election campaign, including false polling and all that. So at the moment, it's pretty clear that they are struggling with diverse communities, they're struggling with young voters in the outer suburbs, and they're struggling with even older Australians who they lost in our polling, who primarily are renting and have a mortgage. They've gone to minor parties and not coming back to them via One Nation like they predicted.
Tony Barry, even Peter Dutton's own seat of Dixon is in trouble at this point of the evening. How worried are you about what's happening to the coalition right now?
Well, I think my biggest concern, and we saw this in our research, was the Liberal base is now basically boomers. And I don't say that in a pejorative way. I'm spiritually a boomer. But it's too narrow a base to win an election on. And we've failed to expand the base. And if you can't expand the base, you can't expand the electoral map. So I think notwithstanding all the caveats that I'm sure viewers were getting tired of now about the pre-polls having a differential to today's vote. But Victoria should be the exception to the rule. In Victoria, the coalition should have raced away to an early lead on ordinary votes, today's votes. And the fact that they're not, notwithstanding it's a very small sample size at the moment, would indicate this is going to be a thumping.
You think we're in for a thumping of the coalition?
I think, Labor will, on projections, sail past 76, but then start coming back as the pre-polls and postals come in. Whether it remains above 76 or not remains to be seen, but it's going to be very close to that number.
Thanks very much indeed, Tony. We're going to bring in, we're going to speak to Tony Burke in just a moment in his seat of Watson, Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Tony Burke is standing by for us. He's held the seat of Watson in Sydney for quite some time, 21 years, since 2004. He's standing by to speak to us, but let's first take a look at the figures. Look, this is a really early count, just a couple of polling booths. There's been a bit of interest in the independent Ziad Bassiouni, whether Muslim voters would get behind him and there'd be some backlash against Labor over the government's handling of the war in Gaza. At this stage, Tony Burke's primary vote is down, but he will be easily re-elected to the seat on those figures. But again, it's an early count.
Time now to talk to Tony Burke. So as we just heard there, Tony Burke, an early count, some early numbers. How are you feeling tonight about retaining your seat?
Look, at the moment the polling... I'm trying to not hold up your show here. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm going to try to keep talking. No, please.
Oh, it's a good vibe, Tony. It's a good vibe.
If the support in this room was as good as that, the whole electorate, then you wouldn't be wanting to talk to me at all. What I'll say is the mood on the booths today was better than what the mood had been on pre-poll. So as those pre-poll results come in, exactly what you've been talking about on the panel is what I think I'll be seeing. I also noticed today we've just had a significant redistribution, and there was a lot more support in the areas that I've represented for 21 years than in the areas that are new. So they're sort of the changes that I saw. But, you know, it's early in the night. You never take anything like this for granted. The chance to represent the community I've lived in all my life is the honour of my life. So, yeah, I'm very hopeful. But, you know, way too early for me to be as positive as the rest of the room is.
I mean, polls always come with a significant caveat, but certainly coming into the year, the government's fortunes look to be down somewhat. There looks to be, if the figures we're seeing tonight are a trend, certainly a turnaround since the start of the year. What do you put that down to, Tony Burke?
Look, I think the reality for people is their lives will be better if Antony Albanese is Prime Minister than if the Liberal Party takes over. And, you know, whether it be we had people on the booths, like the main conversation across the booths would have been Medicare, but we also had students coming up letting volunteers know what their student debt was and calculating what 20% of that would mean as a reduction. The cheaper medicines policies of the government have been huge. So I think very much the shift has been, as the course of the year's gone on, it's been less a referendum on the government and more a choice between who would you be better off under. And that's been part of the positive shift back to the government, and hopefully it continues during the night.
All right, Tony Burke, thanks for your time.
James McGrath, I think we're going to have to bring you in here. That was a round the table of bad news, and I can see you're looking at messages on your phone, and some of those are coming from Victoria, aren't they?
Yes, and everybody is saying, James, remind the panel and remind everybody in the room that it's early figures, and let's wait till pre-poll comes in. Everybody should just calm down a little bit and just wait for the pre-poll figures to come in.
What's the chances that you'll end up losing both your leader and a prospective leader in Keith Wallahan on these sorts of numbers? I mean, the Menzies is not looking good either.
Well, as I keep saying, let's wait for the pre-poll figures to come in, and let's wait till we get a good vote in rather than 5%. I think everybody should just, whether at home, around this table, over there, just wait for those figures to come
Can I ask then, can you just explain why you think the pre-poll record number is going to be substantially different to the people voting on the day, just so people can get an understanding of why you think there's a great difference?
My experience from the Queensland election when I was on, one of your competitors on Sky, we're at a similar situation where on the day figures strongly favoured the Labor Party, and it was the pre-poll figures and the postals that then strongly favoured the LNP. Now, I don't know what extent that's going to be, but we know that the figures that everyone's seeing now will be ameliorated somewhat, in some instances by quite a lot, by the actual figures that do come in.
And do you anticipate that will include Peter Dutton's own seat?
We're comfortable about Dixon, we're comfortable about Menzies, we're comfortable about a number of seats. Let's just wait for those figures to come in.
Jim, you were going to say something?
Can I just briefly support what James is saying? Yeah, that's our expectation too. The reason we think that early voting will be stronger for the coalition than on the day voting was we think that overrepresented in that group is older people, people who already own their own home, and people who've had a history of voting for the LNP. And so I agree with what James is saying. I mean, we're very encouraged, obviously, by these numbers that are coming in, but we have the same caution that we had at 6 p.m. We have at whatever time it is now, 7:47 p.m, and that is we do expect that these good numbers that we have been getting so far will moderate.
But Jim Chalmers, do you really think it's possible the coalition could find a goat track to victory tonight?
I think it is looking increasingly difficult for them, but you know, as we go through you flick through the various contests where Labor is currently ahead with only 5% of the national vote counted, I just think caution is the order of the day.
All right, a lot of caution down this end of the table, in case you missed that.
Sure. No.
Laura, what do you make of the numbers we're seeing?
Well, I think overall, you know, the grand strategy was to pick up a lot of seats in Victoria. That's not happening. The sort of assessments I was getting about Queensland through the week were that, you know, essentially, you know, having sort of thought that they might pick up a couple of seats, that it was probably going to be neutral. Now it's possible that they might be losing a couple of seats. And then New South Wales isn't delivering either. So, you know, we all await Antony's call, and I note the two gentlemen know a lot about pre-polling, but, you know, none of, as you have said, like there is nothing to suggest that the swing is on to the coalition in any sort of way.
And pre-poll might be a little different, but is it going to be that different, I guess, is what...
I mean, I mean, 1.1% is it for Labor to lose its majority? We're looking at, as Antony said, at 3.7. And that it does require quite a shove in the other direction in the pre-polls.
Yeah, and I think even if you look at that Queensland state election difference between the on the day and the pre-poll, I mean, it was significant, but I couldn't really see it obviating what we're seeing early on. Now, anyway, I'm happy to be corrected.
But remember, more people have voted in pre-poll too. I think it's over 50% of Australians have voted. And I'm going to do a policy lob here. I think pre-poll should be, used to be 3 weeks. We agreed to reduce it to 2 weeks. The Parliament made the decision. I actually think it should be 1 week.
So why do you think that? Just
like
explain.
Because I think people should have as much information as possible in order to make an informed decision in relation to how they vote. This is me being a public policy nerd, and I think instead of having Australia shifted from having a voting day to having a voting period, I think we should try and, as much as possible, return to having a voting period.
But you could put your policies out nice and early.
Yes.
Well, we had
you knew when pre-polling
we had lots of policies.
You knew when pre-polling was going to be in this campaign, and yet you left some of your biggest policies after pre-polling.
Someone who was responsible for our local election policies across the country, they were all out by basically nearly all were out by early April, and most of our major policies were out by the time.
Your defence policy, your biggest spending policy was after early voting had begun.
By the time that people were making the decision with 2 weeks to go, most of our policies are out, and I think it would be nice for Australia to return to having a voting day rather than a voting period.
Had you made a decision on defence that it wasn't going to be a vote winner, so just park it up
I
the
don't
end?
think that's the issue.
Then why have it so late?
I think with Peter Dutton being a former Defence Minister and Andrew Hastie being a former officer in the SAS, you've got two people who understand the importance of the defence.
So why not put that earlier in the campaign?
We've consistently talked about defence issues throughout this term of Parliament.
Nice try, James, but the policy itself, with its thin announcement, couple of pages and a little bit of costings...
That's because a lot of our policies were already out
came out
there.
very late
and a lot of
in the
people
day.
understand that when it comes to the issue of defence, they will trust us over the Labor Party and over any other political
hang on a minute.
party.
Is there a buzzer for a talking point? Hang on.
Let's argue about defence policy a bit later, probably, I think. Maybe.
Should we add it to the list of things? I've got a list of things too I'd like to raise later.
Can I say a couple of things unrelated to that?
Yeah, sure.
Just very quickly, we feel better about Franklin in the south of Tasmania.
Okay.
There are good reasons to think that we're in a better nick in Julie Collins' seat than what the early numbers were showing.
What is that? Because what we were seeing was Peter George obviously had picked up some votes early there. What makes you think it's...
He's a much tougher proposition in the rural booths than he is closer to town, and so some people I trust on these issues say that we obviously we're watching it very closely, but we feel better about it than I indicated half an hour or so ago.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers, that has come back in.
And the other really important thing is about Victoria, is about Melbourne. So if you look at Deakin and Menzies, where we're making a run at those two ultra-marginal seats, the really key consideration there is I think the Greens ran an open ticket in both of those places, and so we shouldn't anticipate that we get the same disciplined preference flow from the Greens if we might have if they were directing in both places.
Just on that, the Greens, we did ask them about this because I know Labor was concerned about it. They've said some material we handed out was an open ticket, but other material... and Labor's done this as well.
I think, I'm not having a shot at them. I'm saying that it introduces another layer of complexity and unpredictability.
But you would still anticipate a very, above 90% flow from the Greens, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure about that. No, I don't think so. Others would be more au fait with Green preference
it's
flows
usually about
than
an 80% flow.
Okay, so too much.
But I guess my point is we are making a run in both of those places. I think PK made a good point about the Chinese community in particular. But we need to be careful not to assume that we'll get the exact same discipline there that we're getting elsewhere.
And just on the 1 week of pre-poll idea from James McGrath, Jim Chalmers, what do you think?
Honestly, I don't care. Just tell us well enough in advance so that we can get the people there to talk to the people we are begging to vote for us. If it's 2 weeks, I'll be there 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 week. I'm not.
Speak
it's
to
not
Don.
really my focus.
Speak to Don.
Yeah, that's right.
Speak to Don.
All right.
That's a Don Farrell. That goes on the Don Farrell
I'm pretty sure after every election, though, the Joint Standing Committee does a review, looks at these things, and they'll cast their wisdom on that decision.
Yeah, and I wait for my instructions from that rather than...
Good approach. All right, let's go to Senator Jackie Lambie, who's joining us from northern Tasmania tonight. Senator, thank you for joining us. What are you making of the results there in Tasmania so far?
Sorry, mate, I missed that. What did you say?
I'm just asking you generally what your thoughts are on the results so far in Tasmania.
Yeah, very interesting. I was expecting Ann Urquhart. You could see her. She was doing some really hard work down here the last 6 months. There's no doubt about she's thrown it all out there. So I think she was nearly doubling over my time at one stage. So she's done really well down here, and she's also well known. I do think that it may be a problem for Bridget because she obviously didn't have Scott Morrison in, so she wasn't crossing the floor. So probably haven't heard as much, even though she's doing the work on the ground, just haven't heard her out there as much being on the media and that sort of thing. So for Bridge, so I was a bit worried about her seat down there, but it's good to see Julie Collins finally getting challenged because, quite frankly, she needs to be challenged. So we'll just see how Peter George goes down there. But other than that, I think I see the upset. I imagine that Labor's going to take Braddon, Lyons and Bass.
Wow.
And obviously probably still keep it down there in Franklin. So, so that's a bit of a problem for them. Yeah.
Jackie Lambie, it's Bridget Brennan here. Can you just talk to us about how crucial salmon farming and that debate has been in Tasmania during the campaign?
Yeah, so it's been a little bit like the football stadium down here. You know, you've got 65% of Tasmanians don't want salmon. It's not that we don't want salmon. We're just asking you make all those profits, get it out into the sea, get it out of that bloody harbour. That's what we're asking. We think that's a fair ask. You know, and then, of course, we've got this stadium at $1.2 billion, you know, and that's on a good day. So there are other things that we could be doing with it. Certainly, we just cannot afford that stadium in Hobart. We know York Park's the centre of Tasmania. That's where the AFL's always been. It's always been northern Tasmania, and it's in the middle of everywhere. So it's fair for those kids that are with the AFL Academy and the travel. People down here don't have a lot of money, so you know, so that cost of going to Hobart, spending the night there, a lot of people will drive home, and that's dangerous in itself. And you know what? They just never did it properly. They just decided over some frothies they were going to have this goddamn stadium. So, you know, this is where the problem is. So hopefully that fight will continue, hopefully on Monday morning. Hopefully I'm still standing.
Jackie Lambie, what about the swing to Labor that we're seeing tonight? What do you put that down to? It's early figures, albeit.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I think Peter Dutton, I think them not coming out with their policies, they're not explaining them not costing them, has been a real problem in the last few weeks. I think it's really cost them, to be honest with you. They just didn't look like a team that was hungry. Labor's been out there. They just seem to have red shirts everywhere down here. It's been quite amazing. So I'm assuming that's all over Australia like that. But it just looks like in the last few weeks the Liberals just haven't wanted it. It's been quite amazing. So, you know, you can see that turnaround. I think Labor's just been out there and hit it harder and done better. Let's be honest.
Just further to that, Jackie Lambie, I mean, you always tell it as it is. What have you made watching both Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese through this campaign? How would you rate their performance?
Yeah, so I think it's pretty lacklustre, as I like to say down here. You know, it's a bit... it hasn't been like the normal elections in the past. People just haven't been excited. It's been quite weird. You know, so that's been very interesting. They just like, let's just get this over and done with so we can get on with it. So that's the sort of attitude I've seen on the ground.
But has one been any better than the other? When you line
fashion.
up Albanese and Dutton, how would you...
Yeah, I think Labor's just been the bigger and smarter outfit. They've just done it a lot better. They look like they want to run. They look like they want to rule. You know, Liberals do not. That's the problem. They've just been slipping the last few weeks and not coming out with your policy and your costings still towards the end. I mean, that's just ridiculous. What were they expecting? You want to govern, but you actually don't want to tell us how you're going to do that. That's just ridiculous. I reckon they've lost a lot of, you know, those people that thought they may have voted for them, I reckon the last week they've lost quite a lot.
Jackie Lambie, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much for having me on.
The Jackie Lambie network supporters there.
Can I just say, we need more balloons in the ABC studio. We need more.
What about the were they little antenna as well? I'm one of the supporters there.
James, you've been very resistant to this through the evening, but that's Jackie Lambie adding to the voices saying a lacklustre campaign. Are you not seeing what other people are saying?
No, what I'm saying is, can we wait until we get some more voting figures in?
Now, this is a reflection on the campaign.
But that's yes, exactly.
Well, Jackie is, with all due respect to Jackie, is a political opponent of ours. She's not going to say nice things about the Liberal Party. She never says nice things about any Liberals down in Tasmania. So I'm not surprised by her comments. What we will do as the Liberal Party, we will always look into any election campaign that we've run. I've done reviews myself in the past. I'm sure the great, I don't know if Jim's done them, but the great and the good will do it. Win or lose tonight, that's what will happen.
So what would be your word, single word, to describe Peter Dutton's campaign?
Solid.
Solid, OK.
All right.
That's where we're up to. OK,
well, we are approaching 8 o'clock Eastern time, and that means the polls are about to close in the West, and we'll start to see some of those early numbers come through. Will Labor hold the seats it won at the last election? What about the new seat of Bullwinkle and Kate Cheney's seat of Curtin? Stay with us. You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm David Speers.
And I'm Sarah Ferguson. Let's get the latest on the count with Antony Green.
Yes, well, at the moment, can't bring up any graphics. We're currently got a sort of an Amazon server problem, so we actually haven't had any updates for a while. But the current, just looking elsewhere, currently there's about 13.7% of the vote counted. The swing is a bit lower than the one I was showing earlier. It's about, it's currently projecting to the Labor Party on about 54.8, which is about 0.7 lower than the projection I had earlier. That's because that count I'm using is much more progressed. But at the moment, we're chasing down Jeff Bezos or somebody at Amazon to try and find out what's going on. But yeah, there's nothing that I'm seeing on other sources of figures that are suggesting anything other than the picture we were painting earlier, though it is still patchy.
All right. Yes, OK. Other servers are available, and perhaps we wish we had one tonight right now. But anyway,
can I just check?
Those numbers come back.
We did see Franklin come back a bit for Labor, so that's...
Yes, yeah, and look, you know, it's that's looking a little better for Labor. I don't know if the seat of Bean in the ACT's come back at all for Labor based on those early numbers.
No, it was... it got to a higher count and was still looking like a really significant swing towards the independent there. On more than 5% counted, significantly more. I mean, I think there's a possibility here, allowing for the buffering that's going on around us, for there to be a significant new entrance of independents.
Yeah, sure. Andy.
The Labor Party's on 30. I don't know the percentage counted because the Electoral Commission no longer publishes percentage counted on their website for reasons to do with, it's a long story. The Labor Party's on 37%, Peter George is on 24%, and the Liberal Party's on 17%, and that's with 27,000 votes counted, which would be about a third of the vote.
All right, we're back in Tasmania now.
Yeah. Yes.
So at this stage, on those numbers, if that trend continues, Labor would hold Franklin. The Electoral Commission stopped counting preferences in that electorate because they believe that Peter George will be one of the final pairing. But on the numbers, primary votes I'm looking here at the moment, he's not good enough to win because the Liberal Party did issue a how-to-vote card indicating preferences to the Labor Party.
Anthony, can I just ask you about that seat in Brisbane, the seat of Ryan that we were asking Adam Bant about earlier, but does it look like the Libs have pushed themselves into second position there?
You'll have to give me a moment because I have to sort of navigate the Electoral Commission's website for the moment. At the moment, in that seat, the Greens are on 31, Labor's on 30, and the LNP's on 29. It's a three-way tie between those candidates at the moment. So it would come down to who finishes third.
Yeah, OK. Well, and that's been the interesting thing in Brisbane based on the earlier numbers that we had. It's that LNP dropping into third, which is going to knock the Greens out of contention.
Yeah, I thought they'd bounced up to second, but let's wait and see.
That will be a devastating result for the Greens. They've put a lot of resources into those seats, and it's been part of their longer-term strategy to try and get more lower house seats. So
this is one of the vagaries of these preferential three-way situations. Sometimes the position to be in is to be number two when the party that's being eliminated is going to support you more than the number one, right? That's the come from behind
Can you
situation.
set that onto music?
I could give it a naughty calypso rhythm for you if you like. So, I mean, it's kind of a bitter pill, I imagine, for the Greens to find themselves in a situation where the LNP candidate is third and then pushes Labor over the line because they're preferencing away from the Greens.
That's how they won last time, though. The Labor candidate elected the Greens MPs in Griffith, Ryan and Brisbane.
I'm not claiming a moral failure here. I'm just explaining how it works because we talk about these preferences a lot.
In relation to Ryan, we expect to come first. On primaries. So we think the magical word for those who are playing pre-poll bingo at home in terms of having a sip each time, they're under the table now. Pre-poll figures will put the LNP first.
I'm glad we're not playing that game right now on this table. What do you make as a campaigner, James McGrath, of the Greens and the campaign they've run this time?
The Greens are horrible. The Greens are a nasty, horrible, racist, anti-Semitic party, and when you deal with them on pre-poll, they are just horrible people. I would happily take the Labor Party and, with all due respect, union thugs any day of the week compared to the Greens. They are horrible people.
Tell us what
they are nasty.
Yep.
The things they were saying to Maggie Forrest in Ryan are just appalling. Things they were saying to Trevor Evans in Brisbane were just appalling. Because they don't believe that we have a right to express our views as Conservatives. They try to deplatform us and don't accept that we do have that different view. And I think how the Greens campaign, it is the ugly side of politics in Australia. They steal signs all the time, they deface signs, they are a horrible political movement.
I think the core flute war, I mean, there's been some very bodgy tactics across the board in all sorts of different electorates we've seen. I mean, there's too many of them to list now. I think the patterns that we're looking for here is, you know, are the Greens going to be in a position to add to their stock of lower house seats, which of course, of which they had hardly any until recently in this country's history. So
the Greens
how they're going to go in Richmond, that's another seat that they've been looking at.
Wills.
And Wills. Don't know yet.
No, we don't. We'll see the data on that. We can see the votes being counted, though, at Bibra Lake there in WA. The polls having closed there just in the last 5 or 6 minutes. So that count is happening, and we'll bring you those results as soon as we can from Western Australia as well.
But let me just ask you, Jim Chalmers, about that. And I'm interested to note that someone just rang Jim Chalmers, so I want to know who that is. Because
one of my booth captains, actually, who's so focused on getting the booth results, he's rung me on the panel.
That's allowed. That's okay. Anything to report?
Look, in my own electorate, I'm happy to do that at some future point. In the context of the Greens thing, we feel pretty good about Brisbane. Really quite confident about Brisbane now winning that off the Greens, and we are
Griffith?
a very good show in Griffith. Very good show in Griffith. Most of the traffic I'm getting at the moment is from people in southeast Queensland, particularly at the Paddo Tavern, where the gathering is, saying that those two places, especially Brisbane, look really good.
So those early numbers for Max Chandler Mather, you think they may be borne out?
I'm being told that certainly in terms of the primary, in Brisbane, very, very strong showing for Madonna Jarrett, coming first in a lot of booths. And in Griffith, the Liberals are well clear on third. And in Griffith, obviously, the key for us, the point that Annabelle was making earlier, if we come top two, we are a good show. And we are comfortably in the top two right now.
What would you put that down to in Griffith? Obviously, a candidate with a high profile.
Yeah.
Made a big name for himself.
Yeah, he's a polarising figure. And I think the CFMEU stuff that he did was a big mistake in some of those more well-to-do parts of Griffith. Also, probably, you know, one of the best first-time candidates I've ever seen in Renee Coffey. Unbelievable amount of door knocking, very long run-up. And so all of those factors, I think, are playing out there. I'm not calling either of those places, but my friends in both of those electorates
Can I just ask
confident.
what you think, and perhaps what you guys think as well, if Teal independent candidates had run in some of these seats in Brisbane, Griffith, Ryan, would they have done better?
You're looking for a four-way?
Well, yeah, would they have done better than the Greens?
Well, I think if you think back to what was happening in 2022 for those Greens, I mean, it was a surprise to see three city seats going to the Greens in Brisbane. There were local factors, aircraft noise, wasn't just about Scott Morrison and the coalition, so significant protest vote. But obviously those seats are mobile now in the way that a lot of seats are across the federal landscape. I'm actually, now that we're back to just phoning people on the ground and working out what's going on, I'd be interested to hear from both of you, moving away from the three-corner seats. What are you hearing about the seats like Leichhardt and Bonner? Because I think our early voting is showing a much stronger Labor presence there than I was anticipating, and also we'd all like to hear a bit more about Dixon and what you're gathering about that.
Before we get to that, I was going to say in Solomon, the figures there in the Northern Territory is that there's a 10% swing to the CLP and a 6% swing away from Labor. So Labor on 30% and we're on 38%. So
that's that in the seat of Darwin.
Darwin, so it's Darwin and Palmerston. And crime is a big issue up there. Leah Finocchiara is a really popular chief minister up there, and I've been door knocking up there with Lisa Bayliss, our candidate.
That explains it.
And no, it's just, senators should never door knock. So I was like, but it's just you could tell that there is a mood there.
James, I'm a trained observer. I just asked you about Queensland, and you've gone straight to the Northern Territory. That tells me you don't have anything good to say about Queensland.
All right, let's go straight to Antony Green instead. Antony, what can you tell us?
That the Labor Party is still going very strongly at the moment. Just trawling through the Election Commission's website, they've got more than 50 seats, but it's very unclear that the coalition's got more than 25 of them. There's 15 coalition-held seats where the Labor Party is currently leading. Now, without all my fabulous technology, I can't see how close they all are at the moment, but everything that we were talking about earlier looks like it's still occurring with the later numbers. But at this stage, it's a bit hard. We haven't got any ability to turn that into a graphic for you. But at this stage, the figures are still looking good for Labor.
OK, so that's holding up. Do we know what national percentage of vote has been counted? Because I think earlier it was about 5%. The
Election Commission, I think, is about 16. The Election Commission doesn't publish a percentage on their website anymore.
But that's getting up a little higher.
So 15 coalition seats where Labor's ahead.
Where Labor's ahead at the moment. And we'll see if that holds up. Perhaps we can go to Tony Barry, Cos, Samaras and PK for any info they're hearing at the moment as well. Tony, to you first. You were obviously quite concerned about which way the coalition was going half an hour ago or so. Has your level of concern eased at all?
No, and Victoria continues to look very bad for the coalition. I can see a scenario where Jason Wood is the only Liberal MP in Melbourne.
The only Liberal MP in Melbourne?
Yep. And I think Wannon will be probably OK, but it's early days yet.
But you're therefore saying people like Keith Wallahan and Michael Sukkar are going to lose their seats in Melbourne?
I think it's going to be very hard unless there is a extraordinary flow of preferences, well beyond, heroic assumptions even. So big questions need to be asked of the Victorian Liberal Party once again. They continue to find new ways to fail. And I think with just 8 seats out of 38 to start with, and they could fall even further, there is simply no pathway to victory in the near future, in the next couple of elections, unless the Liberal Party can be semi-competitive in Victoria. And I'm talking 15 out of 38 seats. I'm not talking about, a majority of seats. So there's some soul-searching to be done. We don't want to have an autopsy just yet while the body is still alive, but it's pretty clear that Victoria, where the great hope was for the coalition, and there were potentially up to 10 seats on the table in early polling, all the way down the pendulum to, potentially Isaacs even, Gorton and Hawke were all in the frame. And the Labor Party have run, look, all credit to Paul Erickson. They've run a fantastic campaign. They leveraged off the nuclear campaign message there with the $60 billion cost that will come out of Medicare. On our polling, that was net 43% agreement, which is massive. Now, there's some dubious claims about the $60 billion.
I think it's $600 billion. That was a Labor figure.
It was obviously fairly dubious, but, the thing with good campaign directors is they're tough but unfair, and Paul Erickson is a very good campaign director.
We'll come back to Cos and PK, get some thoughts from you, but just on the Liberals, don't want to do the autopsy while the body's alive, says Tony Barry. Let's go to Olivia Casely, who's at the Liberal Party headquarters tonight in Brisbane. Liv, tell us, what's the feeling there at the moment about the way this is going tonight?
Well, I'd love to be able to bring you some of the reaction among the Liberal Party faithful to these early swings we're seeing towards Labor, but the truth is I can't. Up until the past 10 minutes or so, there were very few Liberal supporters in this room. Indeed, this room was just filled with journalists and Liberal staffers that have worked on the campaign. I had been told that there'd be people arriving around 7:30, and so I actually went outside to investigate and see what was going on here. And indeed, VIP supporters and guests, friends and family, I should say, of Peter Dutton are actually sequestered away in a separate room. I did try and get in behind that velvet rope, but they didn't let me in there. They say that there was just those close supporters there. But I did see former Attorney General Christian Porter making his way into that special area. I'm also told that former Prime Minister Tony Abbott will be arriving here at some point this evening. But when we look at Dixon more more generally, it is the most marginal seat in Queensland, held on 1.7%. And indeed, that is the location that Anthony Albanese chose to go. It was his first stop on the campaign trail almost 35 days ago now. He was joined by Treasurer Jim Chalmers, who joins you there on the panel. At the time, it was considered a bit of a mind game, if you like, but perhaps it is certainly, though, I should say, in Labor's sights. I've spoken to lots of sources, both on the coalition side and Labor. While the government would like to pick up Peter Dutton's seat, I am sort of told that it is unlikely. It's an outside chance. And I would also add that caveat as well, that ultimately we haven't seen those pre-poll results coming through just yet, but Labor would certainly be happy about some of the figures we're seeing so far.
Liv, thank you very much indeed for that update. We're now going to cross to Jane Norman, who's at ALP H-Quarters in Sydney. How's the contrast? Liv just described a very quiet room at Liberal Party headquarters. How is it in Sydney?
A very loud room here, Sarah. I think the mood is buoyant. There's one of excitement and expectation building. You might not be able to see because of where our camera's positioned, but there are hundreds of people in this room, all wearing their red T-shirts. They're kind of gathered to my left around the ABC broadcast, because that's the audio that has been playing. But when we first arrived tonight, people were just pure anxiety. They were terribly anxious about the result, and they've certainly become more and more optimistic as the night has unfolded. And I just actually had a text from a Labor insider who said that if the Labor lead is maintained when the pre-polls are counted, then we're bound for glory. So certainly a contrast with the Liberal HQ. And I think it's worth reflecting that at the very start of this campaign, Spearsy, when you and I were on the panel together as the day the election was called, we said that this election would be decided during the 5-week campaign because there were just so many soft, undecided voters. Well, Labor has pointed out that unusually for an opposition leader, Peter Dutton's standing has actually gone backwards during this campaign, largely due to his missteps and mistakes, but also a pretty big character assassination sort of launched by the Labor Party. The last time they said that happened was largely Bill Shorten in 2019, Mark Latham in 2004, but certainly the campaign hasn't helped Peter Dutton. And so, you know, we'll see what obviously happens tonight. But as, you know, the panel was remarking, Labor has run really a textbook campaign for the past 35 days.
Yeah, no, the campaign has not been kind and not been a helpful period for Peter Dutton. That's very clear in what we're seeing so far. Jane, thank you. Let's go back to Antony Green for the latest numbers.
I've just been trawling through the Election Commission. The Labor Party is currently ahead in Hughes, Banks and Bradfield in New South Wales. Labor's ahead in Aston, Deakin, Menzies, Casey and Flinders in Victoria. Labor's ahead in Bonner, Leichhardt, Dixon, Petrie, Longman, Ford. There's a Mick now. I'm not sure which yet, and Bowman.
Not McPherson.
I haven't looked.
Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat, yes. Anthony. What can you tell us any more about that? Labor's ahead there still?
Both major parties' primary vote is well down, but the Labor Party is currently ahead on that primary vote. If Labor's ahead on primary votes, there's preferences from the Teal Independent. I'd have to go and have a look at it.
OK, do either of you have any...
You've got some intel on that? The AEC page for Dixon up, currently showing projected two-candidate preferred at 57% to Labor.
57%. Based on how many voted?
It doesn't say, but it's looking at this stage a 9.57% swing in that seat,
of the vote
which makes us Canada, if that's what's happening.
Sorry, Laura, did you say there was
43%? About 43% of the vote counted in Dixon.
So, James McGrath, are you still confident your leader, Peter Dutton, will be in Parliament?
Yes. Let's wait for...
What gives you that confidence right now?
Getting all the pre-poll figures in. Let's wait for them all to come in. And as I've said, I think several times tonight, Dixon is always a tight seat. Peter has held it by less than 100 votes after the 2007 election. Peter will be there. A number of seats, whether ours or Labor's or the Teals, we will not know the results of tonight.
You think the pre-polls will be good enough to reverse a 9% swing?
Yes.
Wow.
OK.
I think so.
Has that happened before, ever?
We noticed that pre-poll was particularly good in Queensland for us.
Jim Chalmers, just on that seat of Dixon, you were cautious earlier. What do you think now?
Oh, look, I'm still cautious, but that's a hell of a swing, and it's a big chunk of votes that have been counted. And so Ali France and her amazing campaign team would be feeling encouraged, but I don't think anyone thinks we're home and hosed yet. If you look at another Queensland seat, which I've been following very closely, it's my neighbour, the seat of Bonner. We have built a very substantial lead there as well, about 36% of the vote counted there, and it's looking like broadly a 60-40 contest. That will close up because of early voting. But Cara Cook is in a very, very strong position in Bonner, and I feel relatively confident.
Do you feel relatively confident Labor's going to retain government and you will still be Treasurer?
Look, it's looking harder and harder for the coalition. I think that's been acknowledged in different ways. I am from the Richard Marles school. As he explained to us earlier on, I'm extremely cautious about this. I do genuinely think, as James does, that this will tighten up considerably. But I am surprised that we are holding on to some of these big leads as we get into the kind of the 30%, 40% of counting.
You're all about the pre-poll, James McGrath, but are there conversations happening in other parts of the party now about Peter Dutton's leadership, with or without, leave Dixon aside for the moment?
No.
Too early? That conversation isn't happening?
No. Peter has one of the characteristics of the opposition since our loss in 2022 has been the unified team. If you recall what happened after 2007, there was a lot of, it was shambolic, that's probably a polite way of putting it. He's been able to keep the team united. Peter will stay leader as long as he wants to be leader.
There's been quite a lot of discussion about that unity, obviously. Some congratulations for the way he kept the party together, but at the same time there were accusations that it led to a squashing of proper policy debate within the opposition, and that's how you ended up with a less than well-developed policy slate going into the campaign. Is there any truth in that?
I don't think there's any truth in that. That's not my experience with policy development within the coalition.
Just on something you just said, James McGrath, Peter Dutton will remain leader as long as he wants to remain leader. Doesn't the party room after an election, doesn't the party room get a chance to say, hang on, if it's gone disastrously, we should have a say on who our leader should be?
Traditionally, from experience, I think that does happen, but the party room would strongly support Peter Dutton.
Even if it's a bad night?
Party room would strongly support Peter Dutton.
So that's your message to the party room? They should stick with Peter Dutton no matter how bad this gets?
Well, my reading is the party room, and I can sometimes read things like numbers, is the party room would strongly support Peter Dutton. Peter has done a good job keeping us together.
Is that based on conversations with your colleagues about that? Have you actually talked about that?
Well, no, because no one's actually talking about it because we've been focusing on Labor.
So how do you know?
I've been in politics a long time. You don't get to look like this by not being
But explain to us this reading of people without talking
because
about
we've been focused on the Labor Party and focused on the Greens and focused on the Teals.
Sorry, I'm just keen to answer a question on this. You're reading people and you're confident that no matter what, they'll stick with Dutton.
Totally.
But you've never had a conversation with them, and you don't think you should have a conversation.
There's no need to have conversations because the party room for 3 years has been so strongly behind Peter and will continue to be behind Peter. He's kept us together. And having these types of conversations, I don't think is helpful while the votes are still coming in.
Sorry, Jim Chalmers, hold that. Anthony Green's got something important for us.
I'm not sure it's important. I can't see how the coalition wins from here.
That sounds important.
Well, that does sound important.
Is bad for them.
Don't let me interrupt you, Anthony.
Is that they've just gone backwards everywhere. I can't see... It is bad news everywhere for them. There's seats all over the country, all over the eastern states they're losing and they're behind in. No, they need to get 19 seats for majority government. They need to gain 10 seats for Labor. They're currently in the process of losing 12 to 15. The trend is all the wrong way. And I am a bit limited in the amount of data I can see at the moment, but it is impossible to see how this turns around. This isn't necessary. I mean, at the moment, it's a bit hard to work this out. Let's just say that. I can't see how the coalition wins from here. Now, does that mean the Albanese government is won? Well, yes, it's a binary contest. Have they got majority or minority? On these figures, they are going to have a substantially increased majority.
So you are categorically ruling out anything other than a minority or majority government for Anthony Albanese tonight?
Probably. I mean, I'm a bit hindered. Look, I can't see how the coalition gets into government from the numbers we're seeing at the moment. Therefore, the coalition can't form government. Therefore, Labor will form government in the next parliament. So you're helping me form my words by asking
You
great
heard
questions.
what James McGrath said.
Yeah,
he thinks the pre-poll is going to perform a
So hang
miracle.
on, just to be clear, you're saying Labor has won either in a minority or a majority government?
For pre-poll to turn around from here, they'd have to have a lot of loaves and fishes, I think. I think it's a big swing that's on at the moment. I can't see how it turns around. Now, I'll put the caveat on, I'm a bit limited by the numbers, but it's just, this could be a big win for Labor, but it's certainly a win.
It's certainly a win for Labor. I think we can take that as Antony calling it as a win of some sort for Labor tonight. And look, this will be the final call that Antony makes, and he might firm up that call as to whether it's a minority or a majority. This is his last night with us as our chief elections analyst. But that would make... yeah, but that would also make it, for Anthony Albanese, the first Prime Minister to win back-to-back elections in more than 20 years. He has taken Labor from being behind in the polls before the campaign began to now being in this position where he has won either in a minority or a majority government. And that's despite the frustrations of voters over cost of living and all these issues that we've seen over the last 3 years. And we can see someone with the Antony Green T-shirt there celebrating that call from Antony Green just now. That would be at the Labor headquarters tonight, and they'd be celebrating that moment from Antony Green there. Jim Chalmers, congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you. Can I pay tribute to the Prime Minister again? The way that he has led our team in these circumstances has been nothing short of phenomenal. And the fact that we are at 8:30 on election night, and Antony is pointing out that Peter Dutton will not be the next Prime Minister, where there's still an element of uncertainty around seats and majority and minority. The fact that we're in this position at 8:30 on election night is a tribute to Anthony Albanese. And I think his campaign has been extraordinary. It has been phenomenal. He has dragged us back from a difficult position to what looks like it will be a winning position, and he deserves the credit for that, and I congratulate him.
And we're looking at some pictures here from Labor HQ with the breaking news. Anthony Albanese returned as Prime Minister. Labor wins government. Looks like they're waiting for someone to appear, possibly from the back of the room.
I think they're listening to you right now, Sarah, and a shout out to those in the Labor crowd, because this news has just broken. And look, first-term governments, we know, for nearly 100 years have been returned, but we have seen a lot of difficulty for this government over the last 3 years, as I mentioned, through the inflation problems that they've faced. The polling did show them behind. Things started to turn before the campaign began. The campaign has been, as many have noted, a textbook one for Labor. It is pretty clear now that they have won the campaign and they have won this election. We don't yet know whether this will be a minority or a majority government. All the numbers so far are in Labor's favour. This will begin a lot of soul searching for the coalition. James McGrath, I assume you're still going to stick to the line of waiting for the pre-poll numbers?
A number of seats, we won't know the results tonight or next week, or we'll have to wait till week 2. But if it continues in this trend, then it's very difficult for us to form government. And the party will need to take a good hard look at itself. We will do that in the normal fashion. I'm not going to do it live on the ABC.
That's right.
A lot of my people across the country, I should say my people, a lot of party supporters and members will be hurting at this. They've done a lot of work for their candidates, and we will need to take the coming days and weeks and months to look at what we need to do to make sure we do return to power.
Well, indeed, whether you're going to have Peter Dutton in the mix, I've just heard a senior Labor source tell me that their reports are from Dixon. The pre-poll vote in Dixon are moving to leaning Labor. That's the pre-poll. So Peter Dutton on the day votes have broken Labor's way, and now the pre-poll votes, I'm told, are also leaning Labor. So Peter Dutton's future in the Parliament is right now in real trouble.
So the argument that we were having earlier about the party room's opinion may be completely
made up for them by the voters, the electorate.
So, let me remind everybody that in the Canadian election that we just saw,
yes,
you saw a Conservative leader riding high in the polls, struck amidships by Donald Trump, and an amazing turnaround that involved the leader, Pierre Poilievre, losing his seat.
Yeah. And a few days later, here we are with a similar result. It looks like, Laura, let me get your thoughts on this. I'm not saying he's lost the seat of Dixon, but all the signs are pointing to him right now, losing that seat of Dixon.
They are all pointing to him losing that seat. And I think more significantly, David, this is an opposition that was essentially an LNP opposition more than anything else. I mean, Queensland was the heartland of the opposition.
And they've never had a leader from Queensland.
They haven't, and it was, you know, it was very much an LNP operation, if you like. And their losses in Queensland, I think, are, you know, their likely potential losses in Queensland at the moment are staggering. Labor is leading in a lot of seats that weren't really sort of
Petrie.
Which we just haven't been talking about. So to lose, and particularly, I suppose, you know, Queensland is a resources state. This should be a state that the coalition is really sort of bolstered in for that reason. Now, I'll be very interested to see what happens in Western Australia, but I'm quite shocked by the extent of the likely.
Well, whatever happens in WA, if Labor Jim Chalmers is gaining those seats in Queensland like Leichhardt, Bonner and maybe Dixon, the Tasmanian seats we were talking about earlier as well, you may not be sweating on those WA seats as much.
Yeah, well, the one that's really leapt out at me, as I sort of rudely interjected on Laura a moment ago, is Petrie. Is a huge surprise for us.
That's Lieutenant's seat.
55% of the vote is counted. We've got a 5.5 point lead in Petrie. And Emma Comer's an amazing person, but I don't think a lot of us had Petrie bookmarked tonight. And so I think that gives you a bit of a sense of the broader range of possibilities for us. I just wanted to say something about the Liberal leadership. I don't pretend, obviously, to be an expert on that, and I don't intend to dance on Peter Dutton's grave. I think the big missing part of this story we're talking about tonight is Angus Taylor. And so many of the issues that the Liberal Party campaign had can be traced back to Angus. And so I think we need to be careful as we go through this result, cautiously and conservatively as we continue to do. Obviously, Peter Dutton did not have a good campaign, but the main alternative, Angus Taylor, arguably had a campaign which was at least as bad, if not worse.
I just want to bring James McGrath in there. It's a big call to say that Angus Taylor has to carry a large part of this loss, isn't it?
I think we're all getting ahead of ourselves, you know, looking at the figures in relation to Petrie and a number of the seats in Queensland. The pre-poll figures are still coming in. The seat of Dixon is obviously very tight, but a number of these other seats, those pre-poll figures are still coming in. So I think we just need to still be calm in relation to where these seats are going to end up.
Right. Well, so we can talk about the campaign that Anthony Albanese's run, and I think we should spend a little bit more of a moment on what's just happened, because it happened in a quiet, almost in a quiet way in that moment. So I just want to stay with the campaign and the achievement of the Prime Minister at the moment. OK, I think Anthony's going to have... Actually, hold that thought. He's back. He's got some figures. He's a very happy man.
He's back.
Oh, we have figures. We kicked off the backup system we normally use as a test system, and we're now using it as the main one. We've got just under 21% of the vote count. We're still projecting Labor 35, the Coalition 31, the Greens 12.9, others are 11.8. The change in primary vote that's occurring, 2.7, 4.6 down for the Coalition. And the two-party preferred swing is 3.9%. Now, remember this. I was saying that that's a projection. The current figure is 57.6. We're projecting it will come down to 56.
Still huge.
Now, if the Coalition do better on pre-poll, it might come down to 55, it may get down to 54, but it's not going to get down to 53 or 52 on those numbers. So this is has all the potential to be a substantial victory for the Labor Party. And what I'll do is I'll draw the champ. Look, it is 20%, so I won't go too far into this. But we're pretty confident that Labor is definitely one. We've got the 176. That was the first time I've looked at it, I must admit, for a while.
That's a majority for those running at home.
So, look, just because we haven't looked at these figures for a while, that's a pretty I mean, as I said a few minutes ago, when I didn't have the figures right in front of me, the coalition is not winning from there. They're not winning from 34 seats at this stage when the Labor's ahead in 76. Say you turned around 15 seats, that still gets the coalition to 50, 50, maybe 60, but you know that's a long way behind at this stage. Again, we'll say 22.8. Let's look at that primary vote again at the moment. It's been pretty stable like that for a while. Those numbers will start to shift. If you remember the Queensland election, they were pretty sort of level pegging or Labor slightly behind before they moved. At this stage, Labor's substantially ahead before that shift occurs.
That would be the lowest coalition primary vote ever.
Yes.
It may come up a little once the pre-poll comes in.
Do this as well? This is changing. I've just had I haven't been through every one of these seats to double check, but we've got Banks where the Labor Party's ahead, Bass, Independents gaining, I haven't looked at the numbers there, but Labor's holding Bennelong, winning Bennelong, gaining Bonner, Braddon, Brisbane. There's a whole page there. It's all red.
So you're knocking out David Coleman, the Shadow Foreign Minister, gone, Bridget Archer in Bass as well.
Michael Sukkar.
That's because you haven't looked.
No.
They are struggling to hold on. And if they're struggling to hold the seats they hold, they're not winning the election.
Yeah, and they're losing both front benches but also emerging talent as well as perhaps their leader as well.
Yes.
But Jim Chalmers, just back to you for a moment, because you started talking about the tribute that you wanted to pay to the Prime Minister a month before the campaign. He put healthcare at the centre of the campaign to come. He put women at the centre of the campaign to come. How important a decision was that in this result?
Yeah, and the cost of living. You know, we decided that to win the election we would go through that rather than around that, the cost of living. I think the biggest reason for our what looks like a very good result tonight is Antony's leadership. I think second is that we won the argument over the economy, particularly the cost of living. And I think those two things together are responsible for this outcome tonight. Again, not wanting to dance on anybody's political grave, but clearly the leadership contest, the one-on-one leadership contest in what is a relatively presidential system was decisive. And if you look at all of those polls, the opposition leaders' numbers tracked down substantially over the life of the campaign. The more that they saw of him, the less that they wanted to support him. And that's a relative judgment that people are making.
Can I just tease out what you're saying there about the importance of Anthony Albanese's leadership in this win? And he is the first leader, as I mentioned, in more than 20 years to do this, win back-to-back elections. Does this bestow him with greater authority as a leader now in the party? And how does that change the dynamics of a second-term Albanese government?
Well, I think he had extraordinary authority before. And I think one of the defining characteristics of our government is Anthony sets a tone of being an inclusive leader, and we all enjoy working in that context. We like working in that system. There's probably never been a better time to be a senior minister in a cabinet than with a leader like Anthony. But he has led from the front. And when things were looking dicey towards the end of last year, you know, the way that he came out of the blocks, you know, into Gympie, making the big announcement on the Bruce Highway, that rolling kind of campaigning really from the first week of January, I think in 10 or 20 years' time they will be writing about this Albanese effort.
So for those who wonder whether he should serve a full second term and contest a third election, or whether someone like you should take over at some point during this term, what would you say tonight?
Well, my expectation is that if we get the result that Anthony's expecting tonight, that he'll serve a full term and run again. That's my expectation. That's my hope.
That?
I would back that absolutely, 100%. And I think we make an effective team, and not just Anthony and I, but the cabinet, the whole party room. I would defy you to find a more unified government that enjoys more working with each other than our government, particularly our cabinet. Whether it's Katie Gallagher and myself, the way that the senior leaders cohere, really right through the cabinet. This is a very effective cabinet government. That's a deliberate choice made by Anthony Albanese. I expect him to go the whole way and run again, and that'd be a good thing.
Right. I think we're going to go to Antony Green for some breaking news right now.
Well, the story at the moment is the opposition leader seated of Dixon. At this stage, Peter Dutton is on track to lose his seat. Now, I think I can... let me see. I think they've got the seat ready for me. Dixon, 32% of the vote counted. Now, this is basically nearly all of the on-the-day votes. Labor's ahead on 34, Peter Dutton's on 30. The independent Ellie Smith is on 13. The Greens are on 8.6. Now, we haven't got as many preference counts in, and I'll just show that. It's a 9.2% swing. I took the preferences that we've got from those 23 polling places, applied it to the larger number that we got primaries for, and it turns out that the swing is about 10% still. There is about 70% of preferences flowing to the Labor Party. I think that independent, every time you get an independent on the seat, you get this strong flow of preferences. But at this stage, we're saying that that Ali France at her third attempt should go on to win that seat, and Peter Dutton is I'm naturally cautious, almost certain to lose. But we've called it. We believe that Ali France will win Dixon.
All right, there you go. Antony Green's called it.
James McGrath, a massive repudiation of the leader. Your response?
I think let's wait for the figures to come in. With all respect, Antony Green. The seat of Dixon is a tough seat. It's always been a tough seat. As Antony Green said, this is on the day figures. We need to get the pre-poll figures.
It's a repudiation nonetheless.
But this seat's always been a very tough seat for Peter Dutton and for the Liberal National Party and the former Liberal Party.
But
remember that he did hold it by less than 100 votes before the 2007 election.
You know politics. This is your life. This is your career. You're a master of reading numbers. You look at those numbers and you honestly think Peter Dutton can still win?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. But what I've learned in politics is wait till the numbers come in. And Jim has pointed this out and other people have pointed it out. We've got to wait till the numbers come in. It will be tough for him to hold it. It'll be tough for us to hold a number of seats and win a number of seats. There are seats like Bradfield, for example, that before everyone was saying is basically gone to the Teal. I'm pretty sure it's coming back to us. So let's just wait for the figures to come in for this week and next week, and before we get a final count of where the numbers are at. But it's not a great night for the party. So I admit that.
James, you're in Queensland, your house is on fire. You're defending Longman, Leichhardt, Ford, Dixon, Petrie, Bowman.
And what I'm saying is wait for the sorry to interrupt. I'm waiting for the pre-poll figures to come in for these seats, and then we can have a frank discussion about where we ended up in Queensland. But it's not.
I respect you, but this is starting to sound a bit chemical army.
It's not a great night for the party. But what I've learnt in politics, having worked on many losing and the odd winning campaign, is wait for the figures to come in.
I mean, you have a job to do tonight, but we know that if I were to lean over and grab your phone, it would not say, we've got to wait for the numbers to come in.
Well, at the moment, it's my mum saying that...
don't forget the milk.
Yes,
have you thought about going to...
And I'm going back to the farm tomorrow and I've got to collect chicken feed, apparently.
Okay.
So
well, that's important.
life goes on.
Look, what you're seeing is this was when Antony called it, and the mood and the scene at Liberal headquarters. It's a little different to what we witnessed earlier from the Labor headquarters when that moment happened. As you can see there. So that was just seeing Antony Green's call.
Can I make a couple of quick calls?
Yes.
I think I respect you too, James, but I think that position on Dixon's harder and harder to hold, obviously. We think we've won Bonner and we think we've won Bass. And those were really two very, very key targets for us. We thought if we were to get to a majority, we needed those two. We've been very, very... focused on both of those seats for some time now, and we're really confident that we have both of those.
Did you think you'd sit here tonight and watch Peter Dutton lose his seat?
No. No, I thought we were a chance, and I thought Ali France in particular gave us a red-hot chance. but I thought it was 50-50 at best.
What do you put it down to?
There's a bunch of things playing out there. The nuclear stuff was bad for Peter Dutton there. I think he made an egregious error on the Sunday night of the final week, saying he'd be comfortable having a nuclear reactor in his suburb when Mark Riley asked him.
And Labor was quick to point that out.
Big mistake.
Dixon.
It was a big mistake.
Was it,
but that's not the only thing.
Okay.
There are foundational issues here. I think that they lost the argument on Medicare. They lost the argument on the cost of living. And Peter Dutton trailed away as the campaign wore on, and we shouldn't expect that that will be somehow different in his own community, despite the fact that, as James rightly points out, he has clung on when we've been confident before. But Ailey France has had 3 cracks at this now. There is a special place in the Labor pantheon for people who keep going again and again and again with persistence and perseverance. And Ailey France, if she's won Dixon, is genuinely a Labor hero tonight.
This is a pretty seismic event. First-term government extending its majority is what we're looking at the moment, but also an opposition leader losing his seat. I mean, John Howard obviously did in 2007. And I might get some thoughts from Tony Barry and Cos Samaras and PK on this as well, just the significance of this. Tony, Peter Dutton losing his seat, was that on your bingo card?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Peter had to get a very high primary vote because he had everyone preferencing against him, so he needed something in the high 40s. He had 42% last time. But I think the real issue here is obviously Trump had a massive effect in changing people's perceptions about risk assessments. And when you're voting for an opposition, there's a risk involved. And at a time of global instability, where it's 9/11 or COVID, people want to go with the incumbent. So incumbency worked against governments up until very recently, the last couple of years.
Thanks to Donald Trump, that's flipped.
That's flipped.
What about things like nuclear?
Yeah, nuclear was... So I'm not suggesting that the coalition were having a great campaign until Trump came along with tariffs and sent this sort of shockwave through the community about their superannuation balances, which have all taken a hit. But certainly the coalition were having a very poor campaign and that turbocharged it. But the stick that they gave to Paul Erickson to beat them to death with was nuclear energy. And it's a $600 billion claim, which, was tenuous at best. But that scare campaign was incredibly effective. On our polling, when we put that proposition to voters, 56% agreed with the proposition that nuclear energy, the $600 billion plan, would come at the cost of Medicare and education.
So those adverts, he cuts, you pay, they were devastating.
Devastating.
Yeah, I think it's a bit deeper as well. I don't think the Trump factor is as simple as Trump got elected and instability meant everyone thought, the coalition is frightening. If you look at the last week we had alone, Sarah, we have had the coalition spend days off message talking about welcome to countries, talking about the voice again. When everyone's pretty much finished with that, the country spoke, the Prime Minister settled it. I spoke to some very senior Labor, campaigners today who were saying to me, at this key time where voters were making their minds up, and there were a lot of undecided voters, they heard Peter Dutton talking about welcome to countries and culture wars. And I think it's been diabolical for their campaign. They have barely been able to stay on message. Every single day they have struggled to talk about the economy and cost of living when all of your research for many months, as you've told me, Tony, has been it is the only thing that matters. Labor made the case for the future. It wasn't just a referendum on the last 3 years. It was how you were going to be better off in the future. They recast the question. That question, are you better off? People answered it. Not really, but I think I might be better off in the next 3 years. It's been diabolical for Peter Dutton, and I'm not surprised he's lost his own very marginal seat because of those issues.
You're right, PK, because that is the remarkable turnaround. It was so potent everywhere else. The fall in disposable income was still a figure they used here, but they managed to turn it round.
Well, they changed the conversation, Sarah. I mean, Labor successfully, and Jim's next to you, I mean, he's been part of that story. They recast it, they made the case. We had the coalition going to the election telling us they were going to increase taxes, which has been their historical strength. It has confounded me that they would do that. the genius of it was, well, the petrol cut will mean that, you know, people will come to us for that. All of these petrol stops, people got the message, and Labor actually articulated and landed the message that it would run out in 12 months and it wasn't permanent. They didn't land the cost of living message. It was grievance, but they didn't provide the answer.
Right now, I can't see whether the coalition's won a seat from Labor.
Anywhere.
James McGrath?
Solomon?
I'll check on that. And we'll get some latest from Antony shortly on that as well. But is there any seat you've won?
I don't think so. And at the risk of turning everyone at home into alcoholics, let's wait for the pre-poll figures to come in for some of the seats. But it isn't a good night for us. So, you know, there'll be a lot of soul-searching in the party as to how we take the party forward and what we need to do to make sure we are an election-winning force, remembering that, and the people in the Liberal National Party in Queensland know I say this all the time, but the Liberal National Party exists to fight and win elections in order to implement our policies and our values. That's what we do. And when we don't do that, we let down ourselves, but more importantly, we let down the Australian people.
And James, could I just ask you, how should we regard what your policies and values are as a result of tonight's outcome? I mean, PK was just talking about, you know, going back to the culture wars and all those sorts of issues. Do you think that those things ended up hurting you in the final days of the campaign? I mean, what are your policies in terms of tax? I mean, you know, as we've discussed, you were basically putting a proposition that taxes would go up.
No, well, that's not correct. The proposition that we were putting is that overall people would be paying lower taxes. No. That people would be paying lower taxes. In terms of why do people vote for the Liberal National Party? They vote for us primarily because they know we are good with the economy, and primarily because we are good with issues of national security. And what we've got to do is make sure that those primary issues are at the forefront of our policy development. But what we also do is, I'm not going to do a post-mortem tonight on the campaign and on the last 3 years. It's very important for any political party to take stock of the election results and what worked and what didn't work. And that needs to be done not in the hot air of an ABC studio in Sydney, but in terms of a serious, considered look at the party and how we need to grow. And you can look at Adrian Schrinner in Brisbane as Lord Mayor in terms of how a low tax, a pro-service administration there. I think it's the longest serving administration in the country. You look at what David Crucifulli's victory in Queensland on October 24, where Labor have run Labor.
These are all reasonable points, James McGrath, but may I suggest it's a little early for you to be celebrating the successful governments around the country. We're just going to go in, we'll come back to that, but just for now, I was
pointing the pathway for what my party needs to look at doing in terms of framing any election.
We want a little reflection on tonight before we allow you the pathway, but we'll come back to that in a moment. For now, we're just going to go and look at some seats that are flipping in New South Wales, starting with the ultra-marginal seat of Bennelong. Antony,
Jerome Laxale, his seat has become marginal Liberal in the redistribution, up against Scott Young. There's been a lot of noise about this campaign. Let's look at the first preference votes here. And you'll see there's a big increase in the Labor vote, 46.7. Now, some of that is because a large part of this seat had an independent last time. So probably about 10% of that is the disappearance of the independent. But still, their vote is up. And if you look at the change in, I think we've got the two-party preferred swing, there is a 10% swing there. The Liberal primary vote is down and there's a 10% swing. And in a seat with a margin of 0.02%, I think it was, that is a Labor gain.
Let's have a look at the seat of Banks in Sydney's southwest, held by the Shadow Foreign Minister David Coleman. Jisoon is the Labor candidate who migrated from Malaysia. He worked for DFAT, was posted in Afghanistan, worked in Kevin Rudd's office too.
Yes, and look at the first preference votes here. Liberal and Labor are basically neck and neck there. We've got 12% with the Greens, a small vote with One Nation and the trumpet of Patriots. You look at I think we're going against the two-party preferred swing here. What we're seeing is a swing there of 6.3%, the Labor Party on 53.7. Now, the counts a bit slower in that one. There may be some swing back, but that's a pretty substantial swing, 6.3. And Jisun's, we're projecting, will be 53.7. He's actually currently on 53.5. We're projecting his vote will go up from here.
Antony, in the Sydney southern suburbs, the seat of Hughes that was held by Liberal Jenny Ware, what's happening?
Well, this is a seat I always had a rough eye on because it's been heavily affected by the redistribution. It had a series of areas around Campbelltown and Ingleburn added to the electorate, which halved the margin. Jenny Ware was elected last time. It was a very late pre-selection for all those reasons everyone's gone into the 2022 election. It was a former seat of Craig Kelly. Now, she was elected last time, but this time her primary vote, we're projecting she'll be behind on the primary vote in this contest, and that translates into a two-party preferred swing of 8.9%. Labor hasn't held this seat since they lost it in 1996. Right. This is the classic tradies seat, which Labor hasn't been able to win since they lost it in 96. But at the moment, at this stage, it looks like David Moncrief, who I must say was not one of the higher profile Labor candidates. This is not a seat that I don't think Labor... it was a seat I had my eye on just because the redistribution made major changes. But at this stage, for Labor to win back Hughes for the first time in, that's nearly 30 years, that's a big change.
It is. Let's go to Richmond. The Greens are going to be celebrating this, Antony. This is Justine Elliott's seat, the Labor local member there in northern New South Wales. The Greens candidate, Mandy Nolan, is a comedian, author, writer, artist and teacher.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be celebrating this. I thought I tried to override this result. It's actually still coming up at the moment. If you look at the first preferences here, and we won't go on to the swing on this one. At this stage, the Greens are ahead on 33.9, Labor's on 27, and the Nationals are on 18.7. Now, at the moment, I am projecting on those first preferences that the Greens will slip to second on 27.5. Right. The Labor Party will lead on 29.9 and the Nationals will finish third on 24. Now, at this stage, I would say if the Nationals are third, Labor wins that seat, not the Greens.
So you think Labor holds Richmond?
Given the way those figures bounce around. One interesting thing here, last time, the thing that got Labor over the line was the Libertarian Party, who was known as the Liberal Democrats, ran last time, and they got about 7% of the vote, probably because of name confusion. There was no Liberal on the ballot paper, people voted for them. Right. This time, under the new name Libertarian, they're under 2%. Okay. So those strong flows of preferences that went to the Nationals and Labor last time probably won't be there. The Nationals finished third on the day and pulled ahead. There's a lot more counting in Richmond. I'll put that in doubt. It's not a green gain, I will stress that.
That Hughes result, we're going to come back to that because that's going to be a standout.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, let's go to the Liberal headquarters tonight in Brisbane. Olivia Casely's there, and Liv, well, Antony called it a little earlier. Peter Dutton's lost his seat of Dixon. So the question of leadership comes up. I can't imagine what the feeling must be in that room there. You're a well-plugged-in reporter as well. This now means it's a leadership question open for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, look, the Coalition were never the favourites, but for a while there, it did look like they could make history and turf out the first-term government for the first time since 1931 in the Great Depression. Tonight, though, that hill has proved a mountain. The mood in this room right now, I've got to say, is more reflective and less sombre than it had been in 2022. I was at Liberal HQ at that election then as well, and we're not seeing the kinds of tears that we saw at that point in time, but perhaps the sheer enormity of this walloping haven't quite sunk in yet. And when we look at this, I mean, the stark contrast to the end of last year when the Coalition was riding high in the polls, I don't think we can understate the impact of Donald Trump on this election. He has been toxic to centre-right governments across the world. And the Coalition, they tell me that their support has just tanked ever since his inauguration, and it continued to dive ever since, as well, that extraordinary meeting between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Speaking with Coalition sources this week, they had expectations of really blunting Labor's majority. That has not happened at all. There is deep frustration with the campaign as a whole, its lack of cohesiveness, a lack of a message, but also, more than that, the policy formulation. I mean, as we saw with the working from home backflip, essentially a lot of this, we did see the female vote tanking as well for the Liberals. Ultimately, it backfired in a lot of those outer metropolitan seats that they were actually trying to pick up. Also speaking with Liberal sources, albeit yesterday, essentially they were trying to say that what was the front bench doing over the past 3 years? They weren't happy with what came forward. Ultimately, they wanted the next front bench to be based on performance and not on loyalty, and clearly Peter Dutton hasn't done enough to retain his seat.
No, that is a huge blow indeed. Livia, thank you. And that question of the Liberal leadership will now be a very live one, and some of the names already being discussed would include people like Angus Taylor, Andrew Hastie, Dan Tehan, should he hold his seat?
He looks like he's on AEC data. He looks like he's
okay.
Holding on.
Yeah, and what about Susan Lee, by the way?
I wouldn't expect her to lose Farah, but this is a crazy night. So
it's a crazy night.
All right, well, let's check in with Jeremy Fernandez on the big board to look at the seats that are changing hands. Jeremy.
It has been a while since we took a look at the big board, and I did promise you when it came it would be a flood, and it has arrived in the most dramatic way. Now, let me just take you back to the start of the night. I told you the Coalition had 57 seats. They needed to gain 19. But look at the shape of this board, how the colours on this side have diminished and the colours on this side have gained. Let's just go through them. How Labor has shut the door to the Coalition being able to claim victory here. This is the column of Labor marginals. They have held to every single one of these we are projecting. Only a few blanks here. Bullwinkle and Tangney, these are in Western Australia. The count isn't quite high enough for us to be able to project a winner in those seats. Now, we go further this way. We've got Bean going to Jesse Price, but otherwise, Labor's largely hung on to this side of the board. Richmond, the count is still advancing there. We're not in a position to be able to give that away just yet, but certainly on the count as it is right now, we're looking at Richmond. The Greens are ahead in Richmond. Now let's take a look at the crossbench. The crossbench largely staying the same. However, the seat of Brisbane has gone from the LNP to the Greens and now looking like it's gone to Labor. One seat they worked very, very hard to gain off the Greens. It's the same for Griffith as well. Griffith, they had gone very hard on campaigning there. They have, Labor has gained Griffith, it looks like, as well. Now, let's talk about the incursion onto the Coalition side of the board. This is perhaps the story of the night. Dixon, which we entered the night on a margin of 1.7%. This is Peter Dutton's seat, and it appears that he has lost that seat. Now, if you heard from James McGrath, we're going to wait for the full numbers, the pre-polls to come in, but it looks very difficult for Peter Dutton to regain his seat there because the numbers are very much swinging against him. The Labor has also managed to claim the most marginal seats on the Coalition side. So we're talking about Deakin, Bennelong, Sturt, flipping those red. Bass, flipping it red. Banks, Leichhardt, where Warren Entsch is departing office, right into Petrie on a swing of nearly 9%. That is how far Labor has reached into the Coalition side of the board. And so when you think about how many seats the Coalition needed to gain from this side of the board, doors closing here, doors closing here, and doors closing on its own turf as well. So that is the state of play on the big board on the 150 seats. We're still waiting for numbers to come in, but this is looking like a very, very strong night for Labor.
Jeremy, thank you. There are so many interesting, detailed stories when you look at that board, and the one that jumped out to me there, we've been talking a lot about Peter Dutton losing his seat at Dixon, but Max Chandler-Mather losing Griffith by the looks of that as well. That's been a fascinating contest to watch brewing for some time, Annabelle.
Yeah, it really has been, and I think that over the course of the last couple of months, that was the seat that was tipped absolutely to be held on to by the Greens, even if the other two in Brisbane went the other way. So that's quite a shake-up tonight.
I think we've got Northern Territory Senator Jacinta Price. Jacinta, Peter Dutton tonight has lost his seat. With your embrace of Donald Trump, Make Australia Great Again, are you part of the reason for that loss?
Oh, that's a big call, don't you think? I mean, you sling enough mud in an election, it sticks. And we did see a Prime Minister who absolutely misled the Australian people all the way through and was rarely called out for his conduct. And I think that's absolutely deceitful.
But Jacinta, let's just talk about this. Let's just talk about this seriously. At a time when Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world.
I'm talking about it seriously.
It's not a smear campaign. I just want you to address it seriously, Jacinta. At the time that Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world, disturbing.
So if you don't think that I'm addressing this seriously, I am addressing this deadly seriously, in that if you sling enough mud, it will stick. And absolutely, Labor, certainly the media, slung enough mud in terms of this particular issue. You made it all about Donald Trump. We really couldn't care less about the way Donald Trump is governing for America. We were concerned with the way Australia's being governed under an Albanese government.
But Jacinta Price, we all saw you.
The situation's not going to get any better going forward. It's not going to get any better.
Let's just talk about this sensibly, Jacinta. We saw you wearing a Make Australia Great Again hat at a time when Donald Trump was poison to the world. We saw you give a speech in which you used a Donald Trump value statement to make Australia great again. So can I come back to the question? Are you partly responsible for what the Liberal Party has suffered tonight and Peter Dutton's loss of his seat?
Let me come back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just slung right there, can I just say, in terms of wanting this country to be great. Donald Trump doesn't own those 4 words, right? Because the media can go through your personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas time and then smear you with it. That is the problem. That is the issue. That is the smearing that goes on, certainly within the media, just as you're trying to say, take this seriously. I'm deadly serious about this issue. And what I'm deadly serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are going to continue to be marginalised. The gap is going to get wider because we take an ideological approach to all of these issues, and Labor will continue to do that. They'll invest money in organisations and not listen to the little people on the ground. But I'll continue to fight for those people who actually want to be heard, those forgotten people where Labor, and you know, if you want to take things seriously, perhaps send an investigative journalist out and watch what occurs in remote polling booths. The AEC has been alerted to this over and over and do very little to deal with that situation. I urge the ABC, as a taxpayer-funded organisation, to go out to remote communities and see for yourself exactly what occurs, because I'm deadly serious about the situation. And if you think things are bad right now in terms of the cost of living, it's only going to get worse going forward. But what I do know is that if you sling enough mud in a campaign, it sticks. And if you mislead the Australian people over again, that's what the Prime Minister has done. That's what sticks. I mean, it was a huge ask to try and unseat a first-term Prime Minister. It's only been done in 1931, was the last time, obviously. But believe me, this doesn't mean we give up or we back down. We'll just go harder, and we will learn from the mistakes we've made in terms of our campaign. Losing Peter Dutton is a huge loss, and the Liberal Party will determine what the leadership looks like for their party going forward. But we will absolutely learn from what's occurred during this campaign.
Senator Price, it's Bridget Brennan here. I mean, look, by all accounts, this has been a disastrous campaign for you. You're putting it down to the media, but what went wrong from your perspective?
Well, look, I would have to say that certainly we could have provided our policies sooner to the Australian people to have a better understanding of what we wanted to do to support Australians better than what the Albanese government has done. We could have called out his lies earlier on in the piece instead of, later on in the piece. Absolutely, we could have done that. But we will learn more as we go forward as to the mistakes we've made and own those mistakes and make sure that we we don't repeat them going forward, because ultimately it's how Australia is going to go going forward. That's our greatest concern, but it doesn't mean we stop doing what we're doing and fighting on behalf of Australians.
Tell us what you're seeing in Solomon tonight. This seems to be one seat that's bucking the trend, sliding towards the Country Liberal Party tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did see, obviously, in the northern suburbs of Darwin during the territory election, a huge swing. We wiped out Labor in the northern suburbs, and we did have our first Green ever in the Territory Parliament. But, you know, crime's a huge issue right throughout the Northern Territory, and that is one where there was obviously the stabbing death of the shop owner in Nightcliff, you know, just the other week. And those issues, a lot of Territorians are doing it bloody tough, and they're feeling the impacts of things like crime. So, you know, that is why we're getting that swing in terms of Solomon.
All right, Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
We are going to check in now with Dan Tehan in his seat of Wannon, as we mentioned, with Peter Dutton gone. Who will be the Liberal leader? Casey.
Yeah, David, this has been the seat of Wannon in regional Victoria, a massive seat that's drawn a lot of interest because of the run of an independent, Alex Dyson. Dan Tehan's standing by to speak with us. Let's first have a look at the figures. Dan Tehan is on 43.1% of the primary vote. He is in good shape. Alex Dyson with just under a third of the vote. I want to show you the change in vote on this seat, just to show you what's happened here. Alex Dyson is up just over 11%. He has seen substantial growth in his primary vote, but Dan Tehan's vote is only down by 1.1%. We do have a swing we can show you because Alex Dyson's run before. It's actually shaping up as a small swing at the moment to Dan Tehan. He's in very good shape to be re-elected as the member for Wannon.
Time now to talk to Dan Tehan. Good news for you in your seat. That was a hotly contested seat, but disastrous news more broadly for the party, Dan Tehan.
Absolutely, and can I just say to all my colleagues who have lost their seats tonight, thank you for the service to the Parliament, thank you to the service for the Liberal Party and to the National Party, and more generally to everyone else who has lost their seats tonight. You know, thank you for being a part of the democratic process. This job is getting harder and harder. And for anyone who puts their hand up, I think we owe a debt of gratitude. And can I, in particular, say to Peter Dutton, I've been on the road all day, but I understand that he might be in trouble in his seat. Thank you for your leadership over the last 3 years. You picked us up after 9 years in government in the most difficult circumstances, first term of an opposition, united us. And that unity, I think, is something that you can really, really hold your head up high on.
Dan Tehan, David Speers here. Peter Dutton's lost his seat. You have bucked the trend. There's a swing to you, as we just saw in the numbers. Will you now be a candidate for leader?
Look, David, I have been driving all day around my electorate, and as you know, it is a huge electorate from Ararat right through to Hamilton, where I voted.
Plenty of time to think about your future.
I got back. No, I haven't had any time to think about the future because I've been calling the wonderful volunteers and supporters, over 1,700 of them here in Wannon, who helped and supported me over the last 3 years.
Okay, so what do you think now? Is this something you will think about?
David, what I'm thinking about is what has happened here in Wannon, and also what has happened to my colleagues and what the overall result. And with what's happened, you need time to consider, time to think, and get an understanding of what has occurred. And literally, I pulled up back in Hamilton about half an hour ago. The first news I had that it looked like I'd retained the seat was
it's something
I've got a daughter who's studying overseas, and she told me.
Oh, well, that's lovely. But it is something you'll think about.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to be thinking about what's happened here. I'm going to be thinking about what has happened right across the country. But at the moment, I've got to say, David, my thoughts are with my colleagues who have lost their
Just a policy,
seats.
just a policy question, if I can.
If it's confirmed that Peter Dutton has lost his seat, that is that means it is an extremely difficult night for us tonight.
Do you think the Liberal Party should stick with nuclear power as part of your policy offering?
Well, we've got to consider everything that's happened. What we need is a proper review of all the policies, a proper review of how we campaigned, and we've got to do that over a period of time. You can't come out on the night of an election and say this is what you should have done, this is what you shouldn't have done. You have to wait for the cold hard light of day, and then you have to analyse things and do it properly. And you need to talk to the experts.
But it doesn't sound fair enough. But it doesn't sound like it's a totemic issue that you must stick with. This should be part of the review, is what you're saying.
Look, everything should be part of the review. We've got to have a root and branch look at everything that's occurred, absolutely, but do it in a very considered and methodical way. And that's the approach that you should take. I can't remember, David, and you've been around for a few campaigns as well, that anyone has said anything on election night in terms of a policy review or anything or which policy should go or shouldn't go. Of course, you've got to take the time and be sensible in how you go about looking at these things.
Fair enough. Dan Tehan, you're going to have a busy few days ahead, I would speculate. We thank you for joining us on a difficult night for the Liberal Party tonight.
Thanks, David. Always a pleasure to join you.
Now, we do have some pictures coming in that we can bring to you of the Prime Minister's car on the move. He's been at Kirribilli House watching, no doubt with glee, the results over the last, 3 hours. And now we understand he'll be heading off to the function where we saw Jane Norman and the Labor Party faithful a little earlier gathered.
It's great having a shot of the car travelling. I'd rather have a shot inside the car because I would like to know what that feels like inside that car.
Well, if the Prime Minister would like to zoom us in, we would put that to it. But look, he's on his way. You can be sure that the Labor crowd at the party function there tonight, who is celebrating the call earlier on from Antony Green, will be very happy to know that the Prime Minister is on his way. Now, typically, you get a concession phone call from the loser to the winner, and then a concession speech, and then the victory speech. Whether that's what we'll see tonight, we don't know. It doesn't always happen that way. But whether a phone call has yet been made from Peter Dutton to congratulate Anthony Albanese, we're not aware of it. If someone wants to text me and let me know that that's happened, we would appreciate it. But if not, it doesn't sound like it has yet. But the Prime Minister, Jim Chalmers, when he does give this speech, we know this will be an emotional moment for him as well.
Yeah, Anthony wears his heart on his sleeve, as we know. I think that's one of the most endearing of his qualities. You know, he is an emotional fella, and he will know just how important this is to the country, not just to Labor people, but to the whole place. You know, he, privately and publicly, he cares deeply about governing for the whole show. He goes to places that haven't voted Labor forever. And he does that very deliberately, and so he will feel, I think, the weight of responsibility. He will be emotional about it. We can expect that. But he should be very, very proud of what's happened here. This is a win for the ages if it happens as we're expecting, given where Labor was 6 months ago, given what the expectations were for tonight, given even what the expectations were before the budget. And so he has every right to feel proud. He has every right to feel emotional about it. He has pulled off one of the great political victories since Federation.
Wow.
And that's what we're seeing tonight.
That's a big call, but the numbers do seem to back up that we have not seen a first-term government gain ground federally in a way like this. Perhaps you're right. Since Federation. We're going to check in on some more of the seat results from Melbourne because there are some fascinating contests there. Let's start, Antony Green, with the seat of Deakin, held by Michael Sukkar. Well, it was held by Michael Sukkar. How's it looking now?
Well, at the moment, there's a 4.4% swing to Labor going on in this seat. As you can see there, Michael Sukkar against Matt Gregg. These two ran against each other at the last election. At this stage, Matt Gregg is ahead on primaries, and with a significant vote there for the Greens, that will work in his favour. The Liberal primary vote is down. Again, that might come back towards level pegging with pre-poll votes, but that doesn't seem to be able to turn around a 4.4% swing. At this stage, 54.4. This was absolute line ball before the election. At this stage, it looks like Matt Gregg will win that seat.
Well, this is an extraordinary seat. This is Aston. I don't think there was a single Labor person I spoke to, and I don't know about my colleagues in the weeks preceding the election who thought they were anything like a chance. It was gone as far as everyone I spoke to said.
Yeah.
Anthony?
And to say on those numbers, that is the by-elections margin that's shown there. The figures we're about to show is compared to the last general election when it was about a 48% Liberal seat. So at this stage, Mary Dawes ahead on first preferences, again with a big vote there for the Greens. And there's a two-party preferred swing of 8% since the last election. So, I mean, you probably got on top of another sort of swing. You've also got perhaps a sitting member factor has worked in the favour of Mary Dawes there, but that's quite a remarkable swing. That's with half of the primary vote count. Labor is going to be ahead on first preferences with a big vote for the Greens. So that's not turning around.
And the seat of Menzies, held by Keith Wallahan, or it was held by Keith Wallahan. We've mentioned earlier in the coverage tonight one of the hopes of the future for the Liberal Party, a potential future leader he's often seen as by some of his colleagues. He's up against Labor's Gabrielle Wong, a lawyer, a former public servant.
And at this stage, Menzies is Labor's ahead on primaries. If of these three seats we just looked at, this is the one that may yet turn around. Gabrielle Ng's ahead there, just ahead. We're projecting that he'll finish in second place and the Liberals will lead on first preferences, but with under 40% primary. And that translates into a two-party preferred swing of 2.9%. This was a notional Labor seat due to the redistribution. But at this stage, I mean, if the Liberal Party, if this does go on and the Liberal Party lose Keith Wallahan, that's a significant bit of talent the party's losing.
Thank you very much indeed. Just a question for you, Jim Chalmers. Earlier in the evening, you had some very tough words for Angus Taylor. What happens if he becomes the leader?
Well, I think it would be very strange if he escaped the blame for what's happened here. You know, so much of the progress that we made over the last couple of months was about the economy. And, you know, to be upfront with you, I couldn't believe my luck politically when they opposed the tax cuts and said that they would legislate higher income taxes on 14 million Australians, as PK pointed out a moment ago. That was one of the dumbest things that I've ever seen. And so Angus Taylor shouldn't escape responsibility. He shouldn't escape the blame. I think Peter Dutton will obviously be accountable for what's happened here, but he shouldn't be accountable on his own for what's happened here. I think Angus Taylor has been one of the biggest reasons why we have outperformed expectations. And I say that as his direct opponent. I know that you will think you would say that, but I think objectively, people in the senior economic roles on either side of the parliament, it's hard to think of a worse performer at an election campaign than Angus. And so, you know, it's up to the Liberal Party what they do now when it comes to their leadership.
What do you
think? It would be
think,
very strange if Angus escaped all the blame.
James McGrath, Angus Taylor, Dan Tehan, who will you back?
I think it's too early for little old James McGrath to declare on the ABC who's going to back.
Let's just take you to what Jim Chalmers just said, the tax cut. The dumbest thing, what did you say? One of the dumbest things?
One of the dumbest things I've seen, yeah.
What did you say?
I couldn't believe it when they did it.
Well, look, I think that'll be part of our election review in terms of the decision made in relation to oppose that.
Do you think it was a bad decision?
I'm someone who always supports lower taxes, and the position that we took to the election was for overall lower taxes. I understand the decision, the basis of the decision,
but
I think it's too.
Clearly, you don't approve of it.
I think it's too early for us to start apportioning blame and things like that. And as Jim pointed out, they are opposite numbers. Let's just see where the party room ends up. Remember, my party is going to be in a lot of pain. A lot of people have lost, good people have lost seats. We've had candidates who've worked so hard. And there are members out there of the party and supporters who are the other side, the yin to the yang of where the Labor members are going to be.
But just coming back to your ability to read your colleagues that you talked about earlier. And the
magic ability without speaking.
No, to stick with Peter Dutton come what may. Did you get a read from your colleagues on the tax cut decision?
I think my colleagues understood the basis for why that decision was made, and understood that the proposal we were taking to the election was for an overall lower taxation package. But that's something in terms of the actual decision itself that I'm sure the election review will look into. And we need to make sure that the election review, as Dan Tien pointed out, looks not just into decisions that have been made by the parliamentary party and the leadership of the parliamentary party, but where the party sees itself in 12 months' time, 18 months' time. I was heavily involved with the Conservatives when David Cameron was leader, in terms of how that party was reformed to make it a modern Conservative party without becoming a left-wing party. It was about still being pro-business and pro-civic society.
And nuclear power, where does that go now?
I'm sure that's something that we looked into.
But does nuclear power? Let me just ask you straight. Does nuclear power die with Dutton?
Well, I think traditionally, when a party loses an election, all policies are up for review. That's what happened after the 22 election.
Isn't the problem here? Yes, there's an issue about tax, but your central proposition, and this goes to the Treasurer's point about the performance of Angus Taylor and what blame he should share with it, that the Coalition's central proposition was you would grow the economy faster, productivity would be higher, inflation would be lower, and you offered no policies that would actually really demonstrably change the economic policy mix in Australia. So
I don't know if I accept the framing of that, but I should say my understanding is that Peter Dutton's about to speak, so I don't know if you guys have been informed about that. I don't think I would accept that. Your framing, especially of some of the policies that we took in relation to...
What were you going to do to boost growth?
The policies we took in relation to small business, in terms of tax write-offs, in terms of encouraging
business lunches.
Businesses, but also making sure that we had an energy package that wasn't just reliant on renewables.
James,
we had a very, in my view, an agnostic approach to energy.
May I just cut in, because you said that you're expecting to hear from Peter Dutton soon. Can I ask you this? Do you expect that Peter Dutton will take personal responsibility for this defeat tonight?
I don't know, but knowing Peter and knowing the service that he's given to Queensland as a police officer, to Queensland and the country as a Member of Parliament, as a senior cabinet minister, as a leader, I think he would take responsibility. He's that type of man. He's a very decent and honourable man. And sadly, what Australians never saw is he has an absolute cracking sense of humour, that self-deprecation and so forth. But he is a fighter, and we'll see him deliver his view on what happened today.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Cos Samaras and Tony Barry and PK. Cos, you focused a lot leading up to this election on those outer suburbs, the Labor vote, particularly in those outer Melbourne suburbs.
Yep.
And that was a great concern, clearly, for Labor. They were picking up what you were picking up as well. When you look at what we can see so far this evening, how does Labor look in those heartland seats?
They look very good, particularly in Victoria and parts of Western Sydney as well. Any votes they did lose, they lose to independents. Again, it's that trend. If you look at the median age of most voters in those outer suburbs, they're largely in their 30s and 40s. It is exactly the demographic group that we've been saying the Coalition's got a massive problem with. The two-party preferred vote in our work across a range of seats in the outer suburbs, in particular amongst Gen Z and millennials, was over 60% in favour of Labor.
So can I ask? You're both pollsters, and so I'm not targeting this at you two particularly, but at the polling industry generally, did the polls underestimate what's happened tonight?
I think we got pretty close. Our stuff, right?
Key seats.
Key seats in particular. And we even published a national poll which projected a 55 two-party preferred vote for Victoria midweek. And
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I think polling was actually showing this sentiment. I mean, the trend has been Labor's friend for many weeks now, and that has been the overwhelming story. So the Labor victory tonight, I don't think, is surprising. There have been nerves even in the Labor camp because of the 2019 memory, and also you know, there has been anger, and I bet Jim Chalmers would back this up. There has been anger about cost of living, and Labor has felt that. That is still part of the story. What happened is, in a binary choice, voters decided that they would be better off under Labor. But the sort of ramifications of what I think is a wipeout of Liberal leadership, Keith Wallahan is a huge loss, can I say, for the future of the Liberal Party. These are significant stories tonight about what happens next, because you have to have a credible opposition. And as I see it, if you lost your leader, you've lost a future leader in Keith Wallahan. That is a diabolical situation for the alternative governing party.
Well, I might just point out at this point that Keith Wallahan is actually going to join us tomorrow morning on Insiders. He agreed to come on, come what may, with his own contest there in
David,
Menzies.
he might have some things to say, I suspect.
We'll see if he has some things to say in the morning about what's gone wrong for the Liberal Party's campaign. Pictures you can see on screen there from the Liberal Party headquarters. I suspect we'll check in with Liv in a moment. There you can see whether that means Peter Dutton is about to give his concession speech to the crowd there. This is not the speech he would have wanted to give. I mean, clearly, many in that room, many in the coalition understood that there was a much stronger likelihood of Labor winning a minority or even majority government. But I don't think many in that room would have expected this result, and I don't think they would have expected to see Peter Dutton lose his seat at Dixon. Sarah?
Well, I'm very interested to see what kind of a speech it is that Peter Dutton gives. If we think about what James McGrath said just now, you anticipate that he will take personal responsibility. There's a whole series of questions that cascade from that, because we don't know exactly how some of the policies that have caused so much damage to your party tonight came into being. The nuclear question is one of the key ones, of course, and the question I've put to you, which is, will nuclear die with Dutton? There was an option for your party to choose a future with nuclear that was just... OK, breaking into that, here comes Peter Dutton, moving in through the crowd.
We can't hear that.
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jodie and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dixon tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dixon, and I wish her all the very best. Please. Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job, to Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advance team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chant and Adrian Barrett and their team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful to them and to all of our loyal staff. Thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family. Australians have seen... Please, thank you. I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kirralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they... Pleasure. Thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dixon and to our amazing supporters in Dixon. Dixon had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. 24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dixon who have placed faith in me over a long period of time, and we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community, to residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dixon, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. Ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Concise but gracious. He spoke to the Prime Minister. He congratulated him. He spoke of the Prime Minister's mum. And he also accepted defeat in his own seat of Dixon, noting that he'd called Ailey France and congratulated her. She would be a good local member, Peter Dutton said.
It's the third time Ailey Francis run there in Dixon, and this time successfully. He did acknowledge this was something he takes full responsibility for, the Coalition's historic defeat tonight. He also offered an apology. Just see if... No, I don't think he's going to say much more there. Offered an apology to the Liberals who've lost their seats and all those who've been working and volunteering and putting in over the course of this campaign that has been, well, so unsuccessful this evening for the Coalition. So, look, he's done this, I think, relatively early in the night. It's been evident for some time that he lost his seat and lost the election, but he hasn't strung it out. It is at 9:39 Eastern Time, so just after 9:30 he took to his feet there to offer that concession, and that really clears it up and opens it up, the leadership at least of the Liberal Party. Peter Dutton won't be there in Parliament. He didn't reflect on the policies of where they went wrong. He did note that they were defined by the other side. In other words, Labor's, we've heard the Coalition, Peter Dutton and others say this, Labor's lies they say against them were the reason they did so badly. But clearly there has to be some introspection here as well as to where they went wrong themselves.
Just one note, he said that the highlight of his career was not leading the party, it was being the Defence Minister, which is significant in itself, I think.
He loved being Defence Minister,
sure.
and he did a lot of travel around Australia. And when he'd meet with the soldiers, he'd kick the officers out of the room and have those chats. And so when he was up in Townsville on Anzac Day, you could see the pictures there. Like Phil Thompson is a great local member there. I think he's had a swing towards him actually. But Peter was well liked by the soldiers, sailors, and
it's often said that being opposition leader is the worst job in politics. So I'm not surprised that he pointed to his time as Defence Minister as being something he preferred. But as opposition leader, I think it is fair to say one of his strengths was the unity of the Coalition. Usually, when governments lose office, their first term in opposition, they're a rabble, they're all over the place. The leadership's going back and forth. It was unified, but as you mentioned earlier, Sarah, did that come at the expense of policy bravery and courage and genuine debate around where to go after the defeat 3 years ago? Because look at the numbers now. The Coalition's gone further backwards. This is the record low primary vote for the Coalition. Lessons have not been learned, James McGrath.
But I just want to go back to what Peter said. It was a very gracious speech, and I think we looked at the quality and the calibre of the man there in terms of what he said about the Prime Minister. His sincere congratulations to the Prime Minister in relation to the mention of his mother. I think that's a good thing about Australian democracy, where we can have this very ugly campaign over the last 5 weeks, but the guy's lost, and we have lost. Was so gracious in his response, and I think Australia's democracy is healthier for that. But in terms of your broader point, we've lost the election. We're going to be looking at everything, but it's important. Having said that my party doesn't take the wrong lessons out of this election loss, that will make sure that we have a considered view and we take the time to work out why we lost and what we need to do. And I am going to go back to Adrian Schrinner in Brisbane and David Crisafulli of making sure that the party that goes to the next federal election, similar to what I think Peter is centre-right, but we need to be a centre-right party. It would be very dangerous for my party and I speak as a Ronald Reagan Republican and a George Bush Republican. It would be very dangerous for my party to ape some of President Trump's positions. We are a free trade party. We're pro-Ukraine. We must continue to be that centre-right.
What does that mean in practice? I find this is interesting that you're saying this at this moment. You can't be a Trumpian party. I've heard from some of your colleagues that if it's a bad night, the party will lurch to a more Trumpian party. You're saying we must resist that path.
We must resist that path, and we must focus on where Middle Australia is. So if Luke Howarth is in trouble in Petrie, and I don't want to mention pre-poll because people are actually now drinking every time I say pre-poll, that if he does fall there, that worries me when the suburbs in Petrie have swung against us, that we have not got back the suburbs in Ryan, in Brisbane, if our vote is still only at a third. what are we doing to make sure we get back that centre-right vote, that middle Australia vote?
But is that a reflection on the campaign that's just been run?
No, I think it's...
I mean,
it might be in a way, but I also think it's something the campaign review needs to look into.
But James, you've got a 2022 campaign review that said in 2022 you failed to appeal to women, you failed to present enough female candidates, you irritated Chinese Australians, and this seems to have happened all over again this time.
I think we did try to ameliorate a number of those factors, and it's something that James Patterson and Dan Tehan talked about. But clearly we've got more work to do, and the party does need to have a good hard look at itself. We've just lost our second election, and we can't pretend everything is right. We've got to make sure.
Who should do the review, in your opinion?
I don't know.
Who do you think would be well placed to follow the path that you're talking about?
Well, I think it's something that will be a decision for the federal executive of the Liberal Party. I did a review for the state MP after the 2017 election loss and vowed never to do one ever again.
Right.
So,
but after a result as profound as this one, is it time for you to step up and say, I will do it?
It's for all of us to step up. I've given my life to the centre-right, whether in this country or overseas. I fundamentally believe in smaller taxes, lower government and greater freedom. Smaller government, sorry, and greater freedom. It's up to everybody in the Liberal Party and the Liberal National Party to come together, to understand we've had this bad loss. Our leader has lost his seat. And we need to work together to work out what we need to do to get back those people who did not vote for us at this election and did not vote for us at the 2022 election.
So, James, could I just ask you, I mean, just taking up your point about Petrie and not being able to attract those voters. I mean, the whole strategy that we heard about for the last few years was that Peter Dutton wanted to basically win over the outer suburbs of the big cities. Why do you think that didn't happen? Let's put the question of votes by women and the big difference between the vote from women and men for the coalition that's shown up in polling aside. But why didn't you appeal to that group? Was it because of the economic message? Was it because you were just trying to tap into an anger factor? I mean, what's your gut feeling?
I always think it's dangerous for my gut to speak for my brain, and it's something.
What about both?
And it's something I think the review should look into rather than me. I'm hurting, as long as, and so is every other Liberal National in this country. I don't want to ad hoc make comments tonight in relation to what worked and maybe didn't work during the campaign. It's got to be done in a considered way. I worked for the British Conservative Party after we had our third landslide loss in 2005, and it was finally when David Cameron, through Michael Howard, was able to understand how he could modernise the party. And that's not about changing the font or going left-wing. It's about making sure traditional centre-right values, traditional conservative values appeal to the modern country. And that's a challenge. And that's why I keep talking about Adrian Schrinner, who I think we have 18 out of the 25 wards in Brisbane when Labor have most of the state seats.
James.
And after this federal election, we'll have most of the federal seats also.
90% of the viewers watching do not know who Adrian Schrinner is.
He's a really good guy. He's the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. And he said
earlier in this broadcast, you talked about a narrow goat track to victory, right? And the coalition's been picking this goat track between Teal seats on one hand and outer metropolitan battlers on the other, and you've wound up tonight not winning any of them. It looks like all the Teals are back and some more in Bradfield and elsewhere. So I don't know where the goat track is. I mean, if anyone else
I'm
has
sure
some views
the
on
election
this.
review will look into James McGrath's goat track. But, I'm not being facile, but it's been a bruising night for us. And we've lost. I'm not being chemical, Ali, in terms of that. We've lost. We've done poorly. My leader has lost his seat. Someone I regard as a friend. Someone who's given so much to this country. Someone who has, politicians who have security 24/7 like he does and others. It's because there are threats made to them, and it's un-Australian.
But James, the question we're trying to get to is, how is history going to remember Peter Dutton?
Well, I think that will depend on what the historians write, and I think I might need to write one of those books, because I think that they will remember him as someone who held a very tough seat for a number of terms, someone who was a very effective minister in the John Howard government and the coalition government, and someone who did take a brave policy to the Australian people in relation to nuclear energy. In terms of that was a pretty big thing. That was a pretty big thing to do.
Many questions to come. Yes,
to come. Waiting for pre-polls would be the suggested title. Antony, what have you got for us?
Well done.
We're about to do a couple of Tasmanian seats because the results are down there are extraordinary.
Yeah.
But first, I'll say a couple of things. First, it's clear the Labor has won a majority, and they may well have a substantial majority.
Wow.
So I'll just make that absolutely clear. Secondly, in Victoria, all those seats that were mentioned, Hawke, McEwen, Gorton, there's a swing to Labor. It may come down with pre-poll votes, but there's certainly no swing to the coalition. And in Bruce, there's a 12% swing to Labor. So that was another seat that was mentioned. And there's that swing all across Victoria, and it's the smallest swing in the country. Labor has won Sturt for the first time since the 1960s.
Wow.
So they've gained that extra seat in South. I haven't looked at Boothby. I presume it's gone the same way. Substantial swing. Monash, no idea who's going to win Monash tonight in Victoria. So it's some quite extraordinary results, but we need to go to these 4 Tasmanian
seats. Let's have a look at those. Shall we start with Bass, Bridget Archer's seat of Bass in the northeast of the state, covering Launceston. She's up against Jess Teasdale, a teacher in Launceston.
And she spent many years teaching in the Northern Territories, moved back to Tasmania. This was the ejector seat. Bridget Archer broke the rules last time by managing to get re-elected, but not this time. 40% Labor, 30% for Bridget Archer, 13% with the Greens. Some of that loss of Liberal vote may have gone to some of the One Nation by the look of that, and there's an independent there. Let's just look at the swing, the two-party preferred swing here. There is a 10.6% swing. Now, that might come down 1% or 2%, but still, that's a double-digit swing in Bass.
All right, let's go to Braddon, where the Labor candidate was Anne Urquhart.
Yeah, and Anne Urquhart's given up a Senate seat to run here, and she was a long-term, so she resigned a seat which she holds for another 3 years at Antony Albanese's urging. Gavin Pearce is the retiring member. Mal Hingston is the new Liberal candidate, but he's not going to be the new Liberal member for Braddon. It will be Anne Urquhart, transferring from the upper house. At the moment, she's on 38.9. The Liberal vote has crashed by 13% on first preferences on 31. We've got over half of the vote counted. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing here. 15%.
Wow.
So something's going on in Tasmania. Let's look at Lions, which is... Oh, sorry, I'll let you do this.
Well, I was just going to say, Liberals have been wiped out of Tasmania based on this. And now let's look at Lions. This is in the centre of the central seat in the state. And Brian Mitchell's going at this election. Beck White, the former state Labor leader there in Tasmania, up against Susie Bauer.
And Rebecca White, she's led the poll in Lions at the last 3 state elections, the former Labor leader. She's romping to victory here. You can see they're 43 to 25. The Liberal vote is just well down, more than 11% down on first preferences. Look at the two-party preferred swing here, another double digit. So these are just extraordinary results in Tasmania. These are just amazing results.
So, should we bring in Cosentoni here? Because...
We'll just do one more.
Oh, sorry,
one more. This is... Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Franklin, down the bottom of the state. This is the one where earlier on Labor was in a bit of trouble. Julia Collins trying to hold the seat against the independent Peter George.
And I think they still are in trouble, but we'll just... I think we'll look at the first preferences. I think we'll stay there at the moment because we haven't got a winner for this. Julia Collins, 38. Peter George, 23. The Liberals, 17. Greens, 11. Now... Peter George, the Liberals directed preferences to the Labor Party, so that will make it tougher for Peter George to close a 15% gap. Even if you give them all the Liberal votes, all the Green votes, sorry, that still puts them behind Labor. And even if, just a reasonable split of Liberal preferences would re-elect Julie Collins. So she's had a bit of a scare, but at this stage, I think she's been re-elected.
Looks like Julie Collins is home. So, Cos and Tony, just start with those Tasmanian results. They are extraordinary.
Tony, you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a huge wake-up call for the Liberal Party in all the states, Tasmania being one of them, but I still keep on coming back to the Victorian results where the preconditions were there for a very significant swing to the coalition, a very unpopular state government, and yet it appears that they're going backwards, the Liberal Party's going backwards.
So just to come back to the question of Peter Dutton then, how much responsibility is he going to... here we go.
All right. Penny Wong probably introducing the Prime Minister there at Labor headquarters, and a big cheer from the Labor crowd. They love Penny Wong. Let's hear what she has to say before we hear from Anthony Albanese on his back-to-back election wins.
Friends, thank you, friends. Thank you all. Thank you for believing in Labor. Thank you for believing in the power of this great nation. The power in our 26 million people from more than 300 ancestries. And from the oldest continuing civilisation on the planet. And I acknowledge the traditional owners. Friends, we love this country. We love this country, and representing it to the world is the honour of my life. Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man of courage, a man of compassion, a leader with the conviction of who we are and what we can be, a leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries. Albo always backs what's best about our country. Please welcome my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Antony Albanese.
My fellow Australians,
Serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility that the first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth. And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. And I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging today and every day. Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values. For fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government. I think the Australian people have got the name. A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia is we treat people with respect. I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians. So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves. From tomorrow, back at work. Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best. We take up this task with new hope, new confidence and new determination. Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind. Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life and we struggled financially. But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia. This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us, because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. Every Australian who wants a fair go at work, fair wages for their work, and the right to disconnect when they're done with work. Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home. Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally. every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school. Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt. Every Australian who knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment. And knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy. We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people because we will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare. Because this card This card is not Labor red or Liberal blue, it is green and gold. It is a declaration of our national values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians and together we will make it stronger for all Australians. Friends, I stand here tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team. I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy, her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. Our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson. My amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. And if you excuse me for singling out one of them who ran for a third time in Dixon, Ailey France. So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament. I want to thank the people of Grayndler, most of whom are here tonight. I've got to say something, it was very special on the way here. There was obviously, I don't know whether there was a drone above us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grayndler did me an incredible honour in choosing me as their representatives 29 years and 10 elections ago. I've lived in this community in the inner west my whole life, and it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love, and I do love it. To the Labor Party's heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia. The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's wages and conditions. Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of working people, and we thank you. To our magnificent campaign director, National Secretary Paul Erickson. Paul has run an outstanding campaign. Paul and I did tell people May was the right time. And he managed to become a dad during the campaign. He was supported by an absolutely brilliant team. And all of those dedicated people own a part of this victory. And I thank you. To my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell. The loyalty, the passion, the commitment that you showed. You have a tough job that you perform with grace, with humour, with joy, and just a passion for changing the country for the better. Thank you for what you do. To my son Nathan. Who's grown into a fine young man who I am just so proud of. Thank you. And to my fiancée, Jodie Hayden. probably wasn't expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your friendship and your love. You make me so happy. Which matters. You have my heart, I love you, and I look forward to living our lives together. My fellow Australians, Australians have chosen the Australian Labor Party as their government. And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here in our values and in our people. Tomorrow we dedicate ourselves to your service. We renew the great responsibility and the opportunity of government. And with pride and purpose, optimism and determination, with faith in the fair go and faith in each other, we return to the work of building Australia's future. Thank you all.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, he was enjoying that moment, you could tell. The emotion was there, the message of unity was the theme throughout, coming together after a hard-fought campaign. But the celebration was clearly there as well. And this is an historic Labor moment. The first Prime Minister since John Howard, but the first Labor Prime Minister since Bob Hawke, of course, to win back-to-back elections. And the two-party preferred vote for Labor at the moment is around 56%. Now, that may come down as more votes come in, but at the moment, that's a higher result than anything Bob Hawke ever got, anything Kevin Rudd, or you'd have to go right back to Chifley, I think, to get a two-party preferred result that high. First-term governments don't normally extend. What we're seeing here, you'd have to call a Labor landslide. They're sitting on 86 seats at the moment, and to go into a second term with such a big increase is historic. And for the Prime Minister there, you could see him wanting to celebrate that. He's got a wedding to plan as well now. It's all going on.
The amazing confidence that comes from an historic victory. That's what we just watched.
Yeah, and look, to Jim Chalmers, congratulations once again. The shout-out to you and the team from the Prime Minister there. And look, we heard a lot of the themes, the campaign themes, repeated there from the Prime Minister. But from your perspective, this second term does give Labor generally a lot more authority, strength in the Parliament, a bigger majority. Does that also give you the ability to be more ambitious in a second term?
Well, I think part of the answer to that question when it comes to our agenda is what happens in the Senate. And obviously there's still an element of uncertainty around that. It's hard to dramatically increase our representation in the Senate. So I think that's part of the story. I think this government is plenty ambitious, but I know that there's an appetite in the community for us in really uncertain times, not just to explain to people how we will batten down the hatches when the global economy is going mad, but to build the better future, to build the future that Anthony's been talking about through the course of this campaign. And so we take our responsibilities seriously. We do believe we're an ambitious government, but we know that there's a sense of impatience as well when it comes to some of our big national challenges.
Is this a mandate, for example, for more equitable tax reform?
We took an agenda to the election which was primarily focused on other areas. Housing supply is going to be a big...
Now you've been delivered an extraordinarily large mandate, a bigger one than even many of you were expecting.
Our agenda is the one that we took to the people: housing, the energy transformation, making our economy more productive, rolling out the tax cuts. This is our agenda. Can I just pick up briefly on something David said? It was a unifying speech. I think it reflected the overwhelming sense of gratitude that we all feel for this immense opportunity. The opportunity to govern a country like ours does not come around every day, and we get another chance, another term. And it was a unifying speech. It was a speech that recognised we have had this big political Barney, the world is very uncertain, and now is the time to come together. So I pay tribute to him for that speech, but I also wanted to say about Peter Dutton's speech. I think it was exceptionally gracious, Peter Dutton's speech. I think to mention Anthony's mum and his son and Jodie in the way that he did was especially classy of him. It must absolutely sting, the result that we've seen tonight. And I think it says something very good about our country, that two guys who have been going at it for 3 years can set an example like they set tonight.
It's a fascinating dynamic between those two. I've always found they can absolutely go at it, but they can also talk. I've seen them, and they can talk far more than a PM and opposition leader normally do. I'm keen for some thoughts over here on what we've seen from these speeches, Laura.
Yeah, just taking up the points that you've made, Treasurer, and the Prime Minister was making, and going back to the question I was asking James before. I mean, as you say, it was incredibly positive and unifying language that the Prime Minister was using, and I suppose the quality of the Labor campaign was sort of overlooked because the story of the bad coalition campaigns has so dominated the last few weeks. But where does it leave our politics now? I mean, you know, a culture war is something that we hopefully are past. I mean, you know, do you think that we can just be talking in more reasonable terms about? I mean, is the message from the voters in this election that they want to hear about things that are of concern to them and that governments are looking after them, but that they really want to hear about those substantive issues, that they're not interested in more cultural war issues?
I think that partly explains the result tonight, that we were able to maintain a focus on housing and energy, the cost of living, the future of our economy, employment, the labour market. And really every day there was a new attempt to kind of try and distract us from that, to distract from what we saw as the main game. And I think a country like ours, when the world is as uncertain as it is, we don't have the time or the luxury to kind of stuff around on second-tier issues. And I think the fact that Antony and his team, our campaign, was able to maintain the focus on the things that really matter, that people are focused on in their day-to-day lives and thinking about the future of their families. The fact that we were able to maintain that focus, I think, is reflected in the result.
Can I ask, the loss of the Voice referendum was obviously devastating for Labor. You took part in the Yes campaign.
Yes.
It's left a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people distressed across the country. There's rising rates of, anecdotally at least, of racism and abuse. Where do you go now with Indigenous affairs? I mean, you've probably got the power in the lower house, at least, to legislate a voice. Would you consider it?
That's not something that we're considering or proposing. You know, we were disappointed with the outcome of the referendum. As you know, you covered it very closely. Very disappointed about it, but we sat down afterwards and we worked out what else can we do to make a meaningful difference. You know, it's not always on the front page, the work that we do in the Treasury portfolio on economic empowerment. I've been working with the Coalition of the Peaks on jobs and investment. My colleagues have been working on health and education, and so we're trying to advance this agenda in the absence of the Voice, recognising that the people have spoken on that front, and it's our job to look forwards rather than backwards.
They spoke on the essence of it being enshrined in the Constitution. We haven't really had a proper full debate about whether or not it could be successful in legislation, though, have we?
Yeah, no, that's true, but it's not our proposal. It's not something we've been discussing or considering. We're trying to find other ways to advance the cause of First Nations people.
Can I just ask, I want to ask a question, Jim Chalmers, because I was watching you when Anthony Albanese stood up to speak. You said he was going to probably cry himself, but actually you were the one who had tears in your eyes at that moment. Can you tell us what was going through your mind to cause those tears in your eyes?
Well, I'm proud of him, and I'm proud of the effort that we put into this campaign, and it feels like the end of one journey and the beginning of another. And, you know, elections are really important punctuation points in the history of a country. And, you know, to be kind to James, you know, we've done our share of losing federal campaigns. Most of the campaigns that I've been involved in my time in politics, we haven't got the outcome that we sought, and so it's cherished, you know, it's precious. And there have been times where you wonder whether you're going to get a second term, and so to get over the line, there's an element of relief, but mostly, overwhelmingly, gratitude to the country, but also to our local communities. And if I can, I mean, we've never got a result this good in Rankin. In the history of the seat, we've never got a result this good. And so I want to thank my local community. It means a lot to me. I want to thank my campaign team, my volunteers, led by Brenton Hill, who's one of the world's great people, but the whole team, all the volunteers, Jill Martinek, who's in hospital because she had a fall at pre-poll, and she'll be in there for a while. We love you, Jill. And I just couldn't be more grateful to my local team, but to the country as well, to Antony and our cabinet and our party room. We won't waste this opportunity. This is a cherished, precious opportunity to run the best country on earth for another term. And we won't waste it.
Just one more question about the language of the speech. He returned to the theme of kindness, which is a line that came out in one of the debates. I can't remember whether it was your one. Kindness is not a weakness.
Yeah.
So how important has that been to the nature of the campaign and the presentation?
Well, I think every once in a while there becomes a moment in campaigns or in government or politics more broadly where you sort of stop for a moment and you think, when did it become weakness to be kind or generous or inclusive or gracious? And again, I come back to the way that Antony leads our team. You know, he's not, he doesn't hoard power for its own sake, he shares it. And that makes it a very enjoyable government to work in. It's why we respect him so much. It's why we're proud of him tonight, is because he genuinely leads a team. You know, and I'll be grateful to him for the rest of my life for letting me work with Katie Gallagher, who's an unbelievable colleague, the Finance Minister. And we all feel a sense of that gratitude. And so the way he leads his team is the same way he leads the country. He leads with strength, but he listens with humility. And I think you saw that reflected in the speech.
Jim Chalmers, your seat of Rankin, I've just checked that when you mentioned it. You're sitting, at the moment at least, on a primary vote of over 50%.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's often happened in Rankin. Annabelle, I'm keen for your thoughts on what we heard from the Prime Minister's victory speech there, because 3 years ago the victory speech carried a lot of weight and became such a totemic issue, the way he really lent into the voice. This speech, unity was the theme. You could tell that he was, you know, reading a prepared speech there. He went off it here and there, but there were things that he wanted to say tonight in this speech. It was, in part, a bit of a list of the policy priorities in the campaign, but did it give you a sense of where a second term will now go?
Well, I thought there was a tremendous sense of assurance in there. He didn't reach for a big-ticket announcement, which is what he did last time, I think, on The Voice. I think the primary purpose of the speech was clearly to be an emollient one and a unifying one. And I noticed that he was returning to this theme of kindness and respect, shutting down the crowd when they started booing Peter Dutton and chiding them for being discourteous. That was a constant theme through his remarks. Now, I think the interesting challenge that Peter Dutton was presented with at the beginning of his leadership of the Liberal Party was, how do I hold my party room together and try to make a way back, trying to win back deal seats or make up for them somewhere else. I think, and this is a judgment that I'm making now, but it could be, there'll be plenty of opinions in the days and weeks to come. I think there was a certain amount of gambling done on the idea that you could make those seats up out of bitterness and real hardship in the outer metropolitan areas, plus a strong appeal to anti-immigration sentiment, and in the last week of the campaign, a discussion about whether, you know, acknowledgement of countries on planes are annoying and so on. I think that seems not to have paid off this evening for the coalition. the Teals seem to not only have survived but proliferated.
We're going to have a look at that too.
And that path to victory through the anger of the commuter belt seems also to have evaporated. And it leaves the coalition, I think, with an enormous set of questions well beyond who is the leader going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, and just quickly, Bridget, I mean, if there were any nerves on the Labor side during the course of this week about where the Dutton attack on Welcome to Country was going, I think tonight what we saw from Penny Wong and Anthony Albanese is no fear at all now. Really, they made a real show of acknowledgement of country, and the cheer from the Labor faithful really said something, I thought.
It was ugly and unfortunate that it became a central feature of the final week of the campaign, and we just heard from a lot of Aboriginal leaders that they no longer want to be a political football, and we need some substantive action to close the gap, as Jim said.
Well, Anthony Albanese now does have great authority in the Parliament. A buffer of 1 or 2 seats has now become, you know, it looks like a buffer of, well, it could be as many as 10. So he won't have to worry as much about his political opponents on the other side. There is still going to be a large crossbench. He won't be relying on them. Anthony, what can you tell us?
Well, what I'm going to do is wrap up what we're seeing as the results of the month. The Labor Party is predicted to finish on 35%, the Coalition on 31%. So just to point out, that's only 66% of the vote between the two major parties. There's a big vote with other parties. The Greens are on 12.7%. I'll come back. I'll just mention, I'll come back to the Greens when I talk about the chamber. Big vote for others. If we look at the change in primary vote, for the blocks at this election. Why is that not working? That's the wrong graph. This is what I'm after. The Labor vote is up 2.3, the Coalition down 4.6, One Nation up a little bit and others up a little bit. And all that's translating at the moment into a swing of just under 4%. Labor will have roughly 56%, which if they finish up above 55, that is a historically high result. Now, it's a bit hard to compare it with election results from 30 years ago when both major parties were getting in the mid-40s and they're now getting in the mid to low 30s. But two-party preferred, that's what it is, but it's not turning into the number of seats that you once would have expected. If we look at the chamber, we currently have a definite number of seats, which is 86. 86, 38 for the Coalition, so under 40. Now, they'll get above 40, but that's still down from the high 50s last time. And, I mean, when you're getting under 50, that's a down adjustment. Now, I've got no Greens there at the moment. I'll explain why in a moment. We've added a few more seats to make it likely, and the Coalition 38. If Labor ends up in the 87 to 90 range, that was the size of the number of seats that Tony Abbott won in 2013. From different sort of first preference votes, but very similar. The reason there's no Greens there at the moment, Melbourne's in doubt. I suspect they'll hold it. Wills, there's a strong chance the Greens could pick that up from Labor. I think at the moment Labor will gain both Brisbane and Griffith. Ryan, I think the Greens might be more likely to win. So the Greens have lost those 2 seats. I haven't looked at Richmond recently, but I think Richmond is less likely to be a Greens win. It's very difficult. It's an extremely difficult seat to call that. But just looking at some of the state seats around the country, right? A lot of talk of Bruce in the election. There's a 12% swing to the Coalition, to Labor, sorry. All those seats in Western Melbourne that were being talked about, McEwen, Hawke, Gorton, there was a swing to Labor. They're potentially picking up Menzies and Deakin in the eastern suburbs. So where was that big wave that was going to sort of sweep the Coalition into government? It didn't happen. And in fact, they've gone backwards. They've gone backwards in Queensland. They've gone backwards in New South Wales. I mean, a huge double-digit swing in Tasmania. They've lost Sturt in South Australia at the moment. I haven't seen any big changes in Western Australia, but they've got a terribly low primary vote in Forest, so they'll probably hang on. Just all round, it's just a disastrous result. And it's one of Labor's biggest ever victories.
Anthony, we're going to run through some seats now. We'll start in Sydney's North Shore with the seat of Warringah, held by Zali Steggall.
Oh, she's been easily re-elected. I mean, she had a double-digit margin after the last election. She's increased the margin even further. She holds that seat with a substantial 12% margin. So there's no difficulty there for Zali Steggall.
Yes, because we've been looking at whether this is going to affirm the presence of the Teal independents that arrived 3 years ago. What about the seat of Wentworth, Allegra Spender, up against Ro Knox?
Oh, she's won easily. I mean, when I say she's increased the vote, the electorate has increased in area, so that's a big difference. But she's ended up with a 4% swing in her favour. So Allegra Spender has absolutely no difficulty retaining that seat and is back in the Parliament.
And then I think we're off to the seat of Mackellar. Just took me a moment there. This is the seat on Sydney's northern beaches, held by another Teal independent or community independent, Dr Sophie Scomps.
Significantly, all these Teals won from second place last time. This time they're winning from first place. And Sophie Scomps will be re-elected in Mackellar. She's got a 2% swing to her and has got a margin over 5%.
James Brown, the candidate there, the son-in-law of Malcolm Turnbull.
Former
son-in-law of Malcolm Turnbull. Goldstein down. Let's look at the Teal seats down in Melbourne there. Goldstein, Zoe Daniel up against Tim Wilson trying to win his old seat back.
Tim's ahead on first preferences, but Zoe Daniel will get a strong fold preference. I'm just looking here. We've got a preference count in 35 of 45 polling places. We're projecting Zoe Daniel will hold that seat. I'm just looking at it. It's perhaps, I think she'll win that one. We're at the moment we're giving it away. I'll have a bit of a look at those numbers later in the evening, but certainly there's no big swing there to the Liberal Party. Just a small one.
Let's have a look at Kooyong, one of the most fiercely contested seats in Victoria.
And the two lead candidates, Amelia Hamer and Monique Ryan, are equal on first preferences. And with Labor and Green preferences to flow at above 80% to Monique Ryan, she will go on to win that seat and with a swing in her favour.
And what about Kate Chaney over in the West in Curtin? A bit early days in the count there, I know, but how does that one look at the moment?
At this stage, she has increased her vote and the preference count we've got is suggesting that she'll go on to win that seat as well. Wow. So Curtin looks like it's staying where it is. Just as a little sign there, currently Labor is within a whisker of winning Barara. Fowler, last time I looked. I'd be surprised if they win Barara in the end. The Liberal Party will have a better postal vote campaign. And even as I look now, it looks like the Liberals have firmed up. Fowler is still in doubt last time I looked. No, looks like it's firmed up for Daly, but all right. There's 30... Well, half the vote was just pre-poll. So
we've got a couple more Teal contests.
Couple more, yes, we've got...
Oh, sorry.
That's OK. We've got Bradfield, Sydney's North Shore, retiring MP Paul Fletcher up against the Teal independent. What happened?
Still more counting to come, but at this stage, Nicolette Buller is very strongly positioned. So she's 10% behind there on primaries, but you've got 25% there with the Greens, and 80% of those will flow to her. Our current model has her ahead on the raw numbers, and we're projecting she'll get to 52. So by the end of the evening, that might come back a bit more into doubt. But again, that's a good result. And if the Liberal Party lose Bradfield, you know, this was once the great bastion of the Liberal Party in northern Sydney.
And what about Monash, Melbourne's, in eastern Victoria there? This is a tricky one. Russell Broadbent was the Liberal, lost pre-selection, running as an independent. You've got Mary Aldred as the Liberal candidate. You've got another independent in the mix there as well, Deb Leonard. How's that look?
No, no idea. I mean, well, just look at those first preferences. I mean, no, Russell, I had no idea. They'll be counting that one for days.
OK. Annabelle just mentioned Flinders. I don't know if you can scramble anything on that for us, Antony. What are you seeing there, Annabelle?
The Liberals will retain it.
Yeah. It looked like a strong showing from the independent that seems to have translated back into a narrow...
No, actually.
Retain?
I can actually bring Flinders up here.
Yeah, there's a big swing to the independent there, but interacting oddly with the... Sorry, I don't mean to crab-splain to you, Antony.
We don't get to do this too many more times, so we want to put you on the spot.
Sorry, it is... No,
Flinders.
Grey.
Flinders.
Flinders.
I want to look at Grey, actually, because Grey was what I thought you were talking about. OK, now, Rowan Ramsey's retired. The Liberal vote's 35%, Labor's 23%, Anita Kuss 16%. No, I don't think she's going to catch up. Maybe it was Flinders I was looking at on the screen. Let me find it. She's down here somewhere. I'll use this technology one last time.
Peninsula.
There we are. Flinders is the state seat within the middle of grey. That's what I was confused by.
You're thinking of the Rangers. I know where you're going. It's a South Australian thing.
Yes, that's very interesting. It is. Zoe McKenzie will have difficulty if those numbers continue, because if Labor, Green preferences will probably favour Ben Smith. That's a disaster if that happens.
So this is a story that's occurring as, you know, the future generation of Liberal leadership, which includes that MP, Zoe McKenzie, and Keith Wallahan next door.
If after this election there are people arguing that the problem for coalitions, they didn't go further enough to the right and they lost votes to One Nation, it's not One Nation and those parties that lost the election, it's seats like this. And the Liberal Party is losing votes to independents all around the country.
And the number of Climate 200-backed or community voice-backed independents is growing. This election is expanding. They're going to take up more seats.
Maybe the new financing laws that the Coalition and Labor have come to an agreement on might sort of make it easier for the Coalition next time. But, it's a big issue.
But James McGrath, just quickly on that, there was this big question mark as to how much effort the Liberals would put in after the last election 3 years ago to winning back those Teal seats. Whatever you did or didn't try to do, it now looks like you're losing more seats to them. Places like Bradfield, possibly Flinders. This is a bigger problem now.
Well, it's a problem with respect identified earlier on in the evening in terms of the challenge we have is we've got Labor on one side and then we have Teals on the other side. So we're being double-fronted as such in terms of the traditional fights between the governing parties, and then we have these, you know, the cashed-up Teal, I'm not going to call them independents, the Teal Party, backed by Climate 200.
But clearly you haven't worked out how to deal with this political reality that's hitting you from both sides.
Well, it's something that the election review can look into, but you know, in terms of Zoe,
it's going to be a hell of a review. This one.
But all reviews need to take a serious look, and I keep talking about this, a considered look into why this has happened. The question you asked.
That. But you must have some idea tonight that you can say we need to do this.
As much as I respect the ABC, I'm not going to probably take counsel from the ABC in relation to the election review of the Liberal Party.
I'm not offering ideas, I'm just asking if you have any.
But what I will do is participate in the review as a senator and someone with some campaign experience. And I think it would be a tragedy for the party, to the point that has been raised on this table, that if someone like Zoe McKenzie fails to win, if Keith Wallahan fails to win, if in Bradfield, I do think Giselle will just get there. If Giselle fails to win, you know, these are brilliant young people. They're the future of the party, and it will be a challenge for us to not have them in Parliament.
Is there also just there's an existential issue here, just a logistical one, which is that now, as far as I can see, the Liberal Party or the LNP, whichever, will not have any representation in most of the capital cities of Australia. Hobart, Melbourne, Brisbane, maybe give 1 or 2 seats there, Adelaide. We saw what happened in Western Australia and Perth at the last election, where the coalition was so wiped out that it's, you could say chicken and egg, but the organisation sort of became less functional. And this has got to be a concern, hasn't it? I mean, how do you attract new people if the future of the party is being wiped out, but also that your organisation is not sort of functional in the big cities?
Well, I can look at Brisbane, where we control Brisbane City Council in terms of...
You can't go back to the City Council again, James.
I'm going back to it because with respect to this panel, the administration that is run in Brisbane by Adrian Schrinner and the team have been in power since 2004. And what they've done is they've run a low-tax agenda and a pro-service agenda. And what David Crisafulli will do as Premier in Queensland is make sure that he runs an administration that focuses on service delivery in Queensland. And to me, that is the model we should be looking at federally. So I'm not disagreeing with your point in terms of the issue that we face in capital cities, but I'm also then rebutting you directly by going, look at Brisbane, look at the Brisbane City Council and what we've been able to do there, and what the Liberal National Party will be able to do with David Crisafulli, who was mocked considerably during his term as opposition leader in terms of what he was trying to do in Queensland, but the issues he focused on were the right issues. It was the hospital ramping crisis, it was the crime crisis.
And saying no to nuclear power as well.
And look at how he is governing as Premier of Queensland in terms of being from the centre
We need
right.
to keep moving. Apologies. Let's go to Jeremy Fernandez at the big board for a better look at how the state of play is going. Jez.
You know, you take one look at the big board and you can see the scale of what's happened tonight. Let's just fill in what's gone on here. Since we last checked in with the big board, a number more seats have been filled in with colour. So we've seen the safest seats on either end and the most marginal in between. Now, this first column here for Labor was one of the most critical parts of this equation. They needed to hang on to these seats to keep that red wall up, to keep any coalition incursion from making its way onto this side of the board, and they've successfully done that. We've got Labor colouring in almost the entirety of its side of the board and also making waves on coalition territory. They've claimed all these marginals on the coalition side, going all the way up to Leichhardt and then down to Brennan. Brennan has seen a swing of about 15%, so they've made deep inroads into coalition territory. Another notable thing here to see is the number of independents that have been returned to the crossbench. We've got Fowler, Dai Lee retaining there, Curtin, Kooyong, McKellar, Goldstein, Wentworth, Indi, yet again, Warringah, Mayo, Clark. And then we've got Bradfield over here with Nicolette Buller taking that seat off the retiring Paul Fletcher. So let's add in now the seats where we are not in a position to project just yet, but we can see who is ahead. Now, you'll note from that last count, there weren't any Greens on the board, but here's where they are ahead: in Ryan, in metropolitan Brisbane, in Richmond, and that's pretty much it. Also notable here that there is no blue on this side of the board. There is no blue on this side of the board. The onus was on the coalition to gain an extra 19 seats. They've lost 14. Let's take a look at Tasmania as an example of what's happened in that state. There is no blue on the board for Tasmania. The Liberals have been wiped out of the state of Tasmania. I want to check in with Casey Briggs now on what the swing has been looking like in that state and elsewhere in the country. Casey, what does this tell you?
I mean, look at this. This is one of the remarkable results of the evening, Jez. The ALP here with nearly 2/3 of the two-party preferred vote, an 8.5% swing. This is absolutely the standout, but the picture around the nation is swings to Labor everywhere.
Let's take a look at New South Wales. How's that come up?
So again, we're seeing a swing toward Labor, 4.2%. The ALP now have 55.6% of the two-party preferred vote on what we've got at the moment. And look at the seats that they've gained. Hughes, you'd call that Liberal heartland for at least the last few decades. The seat of Banks, the seat of Bennelong. 3 pickups so far in the state of New South Wales.
What about Queensland?
Queensland is another one of these remarkable stories. So the LNP dominate in Queensland. Yes. They have been dominating for quite some time. They continue to dominate, but what are the gains here? Bonner, Leichhardt, Longman, Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat, Ford and Petrie. We've got a whole list of Labor gains here. They now hold roughly 1/3 of the seats in Queensland. So a massive thumping there off a 3.5% statewide swing, and they are nearly even on the two-party preferred vote.
I want to take a look at Victoria because the Labor brand for the state government in Victoria has been considered a bit of a liability for this federal campaign. It's remarkable that they've kind of led to this result.
And of course, this was the only mainland state that polls were projecting a swing toward the coalition. Well, that hasn't even happened in Victoria, 2.8% swing toward the government here. Fewer pickups in that state for the Labor Party, but yep, the health of the Labor brand at the state level doesn't seem to have affected this here because we're seeing roughly consistent swings with what we're seeing nationally.
Now, I don't want to kind of guess anything, but South Australia, anything different?
Yeah, it might be the same picture, Jez. Hey, another swing, 5.4% here. Labor have picked up Sturt, and that means Labor hold every single seat in metropolitan Adelaide. It is a wipeout for the Liberal Party in Adelaide, showing you the strength of the brand there, and a nearly 60-40 two-party preferred vote. This is a consistent picture we're seeing nationally.
We've seen a very strong Labor government in Western Australia. The Labor brand, they're very, very powerful. and the swing here. What does this tell you? Not quite as strong as the rest of the country.
Yeah, and I'll say this is an early account because a small account because the polls closed 2 hours later in Western Australia. Look, a swing toward Labor, a much smaller swing toward Labor, but can I remind you, this is off the back of a 10.5% swing toward Labor last time. So it's difficult to keep growing at that sort of a rate. The expectations might have been you'd see a correction in a state in the West, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing roughly a status quo result.
Casey, thank you very much. Casey Briggs, our election analyst. You know, a moment like this is a moment to reflect on reading the room. What does this tell us about the mood of the country, about the political attitude of the electorate? I want to bring in Tony Barry, Kosamaris, PK. Tony, when you look at these figures, what does it tell you about where the nation's at and how the party now reviews this result?
Well, it starts with we've got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid from the fire hose, and we need to start having a serious review. And it can't be like past reviews where we punish the innocent and protect the guilty.
What do you mean by the Kool-Aid?
Well, we keep on deluding ourselves that we're just a few tactical devices away from winning an election. Back when we used to be the party of lower taxes and lower government spending, we could compete on those values-based narrative. But we don't have that anymore. We don't have a values-based communication. We have a bunch of tactical devices. It was pretty clear that we didn't have policies in the can. And I think any sort of review needs to be honest about the reasons for the loss and the problems we've got as a party, not just federally, the Victorian division, which remains, a basket case, the South Australian division likewise. WA just got a thrashing. So it's more than just a federal problem. It's a state of the party. And we need to start looking at how we can improve, not just being, a tactical device party, but how we sort of build on that values-based narrative.
Some of these issues, I'm thinking about the Liberal Party in Western Australia, in Victoria, the culture wars. These are not new problems. Why were these lessons not learned the last time?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's something we need to be honest about. And I think, the great temptation in this review is to look at the campaign performance and blame the wrong people. The fact is, the shadow ministers didn't do the policy work. There was a bunch of policies rushed out at the last minute. There was no pre-positioning of those policies, why they needed to be. They just kind of rushed out the door in the last minute. One of the policies, the petrol one, was supposed to win us the outer seats. That clearly didn't work. 15
petrol stations?
Yep.
That it doesn't win to?
Yep. And there was no sort of, pre-positioning for that either. It just looked like someone went through ScoMo's old filing cabinet and found a policy and dusted it off and sort of produced it on the budget and reply speech. So, the party needs to get back to its core beliefs and values, lower taxes, lower government spending, but articulate the case, not just leave it for the last 4 weeks and try and fatten the guinea pig on market day, as it were.
Cos, I want to look at this stunning result for Labor. What does it tell us about the primary vote for the Labor Party to have done this well?
Well, it's clearly gone up, and they're capturing a growing number of Australians who we've been talking about now for some time. That is younger Australians under the age of 44, millennials and Gen Z. But the other point I'd like to make is that over 6 million Australians have voted for something other than the major parties today and over the course of the last 2 weeks. And the majority of them preferenced the Labor Party. So this narrative, again, that the coalition has built in their heads around this mythical voter out there that votes for minor parties, that is right-wing, that loves the culture wars, that gets into all this stuff, is completely false. Because again, if you look at the 6 million plus voters out there, the majority of them, again, belong to these generations. They clearly are not happy with the duopoly, but when they preference, they will preference the Labor Party because, should be no surprise to anyone, at the beginning of the campaign, the coalition started by promising to hurt 40,000 Australians by sacking them, then promising to hurt a whole bunch of working mums by forcing them back to work, back to the office. And it was basically a suite of policies that it was all about pain and no hope. So, of course, this is the result they're going to get.
How much can the Labor campaign take credit for what's happened here, and how much are external factors, things like Donald Trump and the economy and inflation kind of bouncing back?
I think both. A victory of this size, many things contribute to it. Your opponent needs to be completely hopeless and culturally blind. and they are that. Secondly, you need to run a really bloody good campaign, and they did. Paul Erickson ran an absolute professional campaign, one of the best I've seen in terms of discipline and coordination. There wasn't a foot put in the wrong place. And then, of course, external factors like the Trump factor did help. So they all mix into the same pot and produce this sort of result, which is historic.
PK, I want to talk about this crossbench here. This was one of the factors we were watching tonight. There's a bit of grey on the board, not a lot of green there. What's gone on?
It's been a very bad night for the Greens, and they're going to have to work out why. I mean, even the seat of Melbourne, which Adam Bandt has held for a long time now, is right now in play. Now, I mean, I spoke to Antony before because he's the only person I trust, and it is his last night, and he thinks he's ultimately probably going to hold on. We'll see. But the fact that it's even in play is remarkable. Look what's happened to them in Brisbane. That is a massive problem for the Greens. Yes, there is maybe a bright shoot in Richmond, that's northern New South Wales, but the Greens story is a fascinating one. They too have been really capturing a lot of the grievance, particularly of renters on housing. But it seems that on these issues, while the other independents, the so-called teal independents, have been able to maintain their positions, the Greens have gone backwards. But I just want to reflect, because I think I just must very much on what's happened for the Liberals. The Liberal Party embarked under Peter Dutton on a strategy of winning over, outer suburban Australia, working class Australia, but failed to connect. You can't just turn up in Melton, a place you and I know well as ethnics from out of Western Melbourne. It's our moment. You cannot just turn up and think that grievance alone can win you those areas. They haven't done the hard work of actually connecting with those places. This isn't Trump's America where you only get the rusted-on people to come out and vote. You can't replicate that, and I think that's been a big mistake. Peter Dutton kept talking about the quiet Australians. I'm absolutely plagiarising Cos here because he's brilliant and he forgot to say it. But the quiet Australians are the young Australians. Millennials and Gen Z have come out in force for the progressive side of politics tonight. And I think that there are many lessons for the Liberal Party. They have to get back to the economy and actually building a future for young people. They did not do that. They failed to connect on that crucial thing for these huge demographics that now have the numbers in our electoral system.
But we don't like talking about the economy anymore. We're not confident and we're not comfortable talking about it.
Well, you talk about that. So the Liberals went into this election saying we're going to repeal your tax cut, which is crazy, right? And the other thing they did is we're going to have higher deficits for the first 2 years after we get elected. I mean, these seemed to me quite crazy, and it appears I was right. Like, it seemed a little odd to me that the Liberal Party would go into an election with these sorts of policies, and clearly the electorate saw it and went, no, thank you.
PK, Cos, Tony, thank you very much. I just want to give our viewers a quick glance again at this board. An absolute red wave. Labor holding on this side, washing over the other side. And one of the biggest stories of the night, Dixon, Peter Dutton out of that seat, the most marginal seat in Queensland. The coalition no longer has its leader. Back to you at the desk.
Thanks very much indeed, Jeremy, and the rest of our friends down that end of the studio. PK just mentioned the crucial seat of Melbourne, where Adam Bandt, the Greens leader, is in a tight race.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be fine in the end. It's just that we're a bit short of information. We've got 55% primary. His vote is down to 42%. Now, he did pick up a slice of territory south of the river, which was in around those South Yarra and that sort of Paran, that sort of area. So that would have bit into the Green vote. But Labor's a very strong Labor vote for Melbourne in recent years. The Liberals are third. Anthony Koutafidis, 3%. The preferences, we don't have a preference count because tonight they were counting between the Greens and Liberals because they thought that the Liberals would go back into second place as they were recently. Said there's been a surge in the Labor vote. If you take 2/3 of the Liberal vote there, that gets Labor up to about 43. Look, I think Adam Bandt will probably win that. But it's just a sign of the struggles the party has. Next door in Wills, they still have a good chance of winning. though as the numbers have come in, it's started to project in our model that the Labor Party will hold Wills. But look, I think Adam Bandt will eventually win, but if something goes wrong, there will probably be no Greens. I think the Elizabeth Watson-Brown, I think it is in Ryan, has the best chance of any of them getting elected. I think they'll lose both Griffith and Brisbane. Yeah,
so he may get back by the skin of his teeth, but he'll be leading a much reduced team in the House. At least it might just be 2 of them instead of 4 of them.
It's actually a bit like the Queensland election. Their vote has gone up overall, but it's fallen in the areas where they do well.
Where they need it. Yeah, no, exactly. All right, now I want to go to South Australia. We'll look at some more seat results coming through. Sturt, we've been keeping an eye on through the night. This is Adelaide's inner eastern suburbs. James Stephens has held it for the Liberals since 2019. Claire Cutterham, however, is a lawyer on the local council as well. Antony, how's that look now?
Oh, she's won easily. James Stephens' vote is down. He's finishing in second place, 4% behind. 17-18% there with the Greens. There's a Teal independent, Verity Cooper as well. And the preferences are flowing pretty solidly towards Labor. And 70% of the preferences are going to Labor. And we're projecting Labor's going to come out with a margin of, goodness grief, 9%, Sturt with a 9% Labor margin. That tells you an awful lot about what's going wrong for the Liberal Party in South Australia.
Let's move on to Boothby, to Louise Miller-Frost's seat in the Adelaide southern suburbs.
And this is where Nicole Flint came back to run after she retired at the last election for health reasons. She's run again this time, but it's all to no avail. She's 12% behind on primaries, 18% there with the Greens. And after preferences, we're saying there's a swing of just under 10%. So Boothby, a seat really Labor had fought for years to win. They've now got it with a 13% margin, and that's remarkable. And next, just up the hill in Mayo, the Liberal Party looks certain to drop out of the final 2 in the count, and it will finish as a count between Rebecca Sharkey and the Labor Party by the look of it. So the Commission stopped doing a preference count because of the way the numbers are coming in.
Let's go across to the west and look at a few seats there. The seat of Moore, Ian Goodenough was the Liberal MP. He lost pre-selections, now standing as an independent. Vince Connolly, who'd previously held the seat of Stirling, he's having a crack at Moore. He was pre-selected for Moore, and then you've got the Labor candidate there, Tom French, as well.
And yes, and what's going on here is, if we look at the first preferences, now Labor's only got, 20 to 30, just over 32% of the vote. But the Liberals are on 30, the Greens are on 12, Ian Goodenough's got 10. We're getting preference counts, and they're suggesting Goodenough's preferences are not flowing strongly to the Liberal candidate. And at this stage, we're saying there's a 5% swing to the Labor Party in Moore. So at this stage, rather than being in danger of losing seats in Western Australia, it looks like the Labor Party are gaining a seat in Western Australia.
To the seat of Canning now in Perth's southeastern suburbs. A little bit of good news for the Liberal Party here, and a very important piece of news. Andrew Hastie, a potential future leader of the Liberal Party.
And certainly he's had one of the best results for the Liberal Party. His primary votes got a 4 in front of it, which a lot of people in marginal seats haven't been able to do. Labor's under 30. There's a 12% vote there for One Nation, which is probably which is assisting the Liberal Party there. And if we look at the preference swing, I think with the swing there, there's a swing of 5.4% to Andrew Hastie. I don't think there's a lot of seats around the country with a swing to a sitting member for the Liberal Party. And so Andrew Hastie's had a very good result there.
Yes, and perhaps a leadership option for the Liberals to consider as well with what's left. A final one over in the west, Fremantle, Josh Wilson, a safe seat for Labor there. How's he going?
Well, the problem for Labor there is Kate, I think it's Hewlett. She's in second place at the moment. She came very close to winning she's got support from Climate 300. She came very close to, we'll leave it on these numbers for the moment, very close to winning the state seat of Fremantle. At the state election, the Liberal Party directed preferences to Labor. In the state general election, federal election, they were pointing them towards Hewlett. So at this stage, and Green preferences will flow that way as well. I think Josh Wilson, they've got no preference count, so I think Josh Wilson might be in a bit of danger. But what I would say is Hewlett did badly on pre-polls, badly on absent votes, and badly on postals, and that's why she lost at the state election. And Fremantle is a much bigger federal seat than it is a state seat, so you'd need to see a lot more count. So Josh Wilson's got a bit of a fight on his hand. I just noticed we've got it quite definitely won by him, so I'm not quite sure about that. We've still got the Liberal count coming in. But Fremantle is one seat that Labor Party's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, a couple of seats still to watch there in the West. Antony, thank you. We are quickly approaching the end of the night. Let's see where we are.
You're watching Australia Votes, live from the ABC Election Centre.
It's just gone 11 o'clock in the east and 9 in the west. And to recap, after only 2.5 hours of counting earlier tonight, we called it the Albanese government returned. The only doubt remaining at the time was how many seats. So let's take you through a truly stark, even historic evening. Figures that racked up tonight.
With half of all votes counted, here's what the next parliament will look like. Remember, a majority is 76. Labor's on track to secure something like 86 or 87 seats, looking across at a depleted opposition bench, which might barely get to 40.
That's driven by a two-party preferred vote that tonight grew to 56% and then stayed there. As the nationwide swing, the ALP had a little under a 4% gain. The losses, brutal and widespread for the coalition, starting with its leader, Peter Dutton. He's gone after more than 2 decades in Parliament, and he has taken responsibility tonight for his party's wider woes.
Those woes are wide indeed. Down in New South Wales, senior Liberal frontbencher David Coleman, most recently the shadow foreign minister, is down and probably out. In Bass, the contagion has spread to South Australia. In the seat of Sturt, Liberal James Stevens' vote has crashed by almost 19%. Labor's Claire Clutterham is set to be the new member there. There'll be others too. Senior Dutton confidant Michael Sukkar is gone in his Melbourne seat of Deakin.
And the ructions don't end with the coalition either. It's been a pretty turbulent night for the Greens, we were just discussing. We're not calling it, but their leader, Adam Bant, does appear to be in a pretty tight spot, tighter than normal, in his seat of Melbourne. Astonishing figures. They're the stuff of landslides, except this time, unusually, it's towards rather than away from a sitting government. OK, let's get the final thoughts from each of our panellists. James McGrath, to you first. It's not an easy night to be an LNP representative on a night like this. What are some of your final thoughts this evening?
Oh, it's been a pretty brutal night for my leader and for my party and to all the members and supporters out there. You have my thanks and support. We've been down before. We will rebuild. We will come back. We will hold the government to account. Our party is a strong party. We've got a good history of representing Australians. We've got to make sure we take stock of why we lost this election and have a serious review into those reasons and make sure that we come back strongly and fight Labor and win the next election.
And Jim Chalmers, a landslide, obviously. What does this mean for the next term of Parliament for you and your colleagues? Well,
first of all, I mean, we're very grateful to the people of Australia for this outcome tonight, a majority Labor government. To deal with the substantial challenges that we have as a country. And, we approach this second term with humility. We know that we weren't re-elected because we had solved every challenge, but because Australians thought we were better placed to meet the moment. And we appreciate the faith that people have shown in us, and we will repay that faith.
Let's come across this side of the desk. Annabelle, some thoughts from you at this point?
Well, the betting markets have had a very busy night this evening. I'm opening on a book on who's the first coalition figure who's going to ring up Josh Frydenberg and try and engineer some sort of emergency by-election to get him back into the Parliament.
Well, it's an interesting point, but there aren't many openings in Melbourne anywhere.
There really aren't. He's going to need to travel. Yeah, that's tomorrow's question, I guess, because it's been a tough night for the coalition. And congratulations to Jim and to your colleagues on what has been a remarkable victory. And if you'd asked me a year ago what tonight was going to look like, it was not anything like this.
No, I think many would be in that camp, Bridge.
We've spoken a lot about the campaign tonight, but I just want to reflect on what it's probably meant to Australian women to see a record number of Australian women in a cabinet. We've seen very big investments into women's health at the start of this year and the end of last year, and that meant a lot to people. We can see that younger Australian women are moving to more progressive sides of politics. And I think tonight it shows that Labor reckon with that much better than the Coalition did.
Yeah, well said, Laura.
I suppose summing up some of those threads, I mean, if we think about it, both the Coalition and the Greens were sort of pushing grievance platforms, if you like, in this campaign. And we focus a lot on the losers on a night like this, but the win is really in the government putting forward an incredibly positive agenda. You know, talking about the future, all those remarks that we heard from the Prime Minister in his speech. And the really interesting thing to me is who's going to be going back into culture wars after this election result? I really wonder whether that's the case. I mean, not just in politics. News Corp was in it, you know, up to their armpits. But, you know, this has been a vote for something very different. And I'm sort of interested to see whether the Labor can now transform politics, regardless of what happens in the Senate, in terms of the language of our politics, into a discussion that goes back to the issues that people want to know about, like the cost of living, like getting things to work better in the country.
Laura, thank you. And we'll go over to Tony Barry first for your final thoughts.
Just on Laura's point, grievance is a powerful force in the electorate. And there was a mood for change. We know on the right track, wrong track, there was an overwhelming wrong track sentiment. So I don't think that was so much the problem. It was the Coalition's failure to put forward an agenda that the public felt was a solution to those grievances. You know, you can't sit there for 3 years critiquing your way to government and then turn around and sort of say, we'll give you a bit of cheaper petrol, because voters just sort of say, well, that's not real change. And at the end of the day, after the Trump share market crash, we were then inviting voters to take on added risk by, you know, a change of government when they sort of weren't convinced that risk was worth it. So I think it's the first point. But the greater problem here for the Liberal Party is they're institutionally almost broken in every state division, with the exception of Queensland and Northern Territory. New South Wales is still a fairly competitive outfit, but in every other state division, they're utterly broken. We've got the Victorian Liberal Party tearing itself apart still about court cases and defamation. In fact, on the day when the election was called, the front page of The Age was about the ongoing defamation case and legal fees and bankrupting the former leader. 2 days before pre-poll opened, the Victorian Liberal leader promoted Moira Deeming and gave her a platform to speak to the media about the court case and about bankrupting the leader. This is just before pre-polls opened. So all those candidates who are out there waking up at 5 a.m, going down to the train stations and campaigning, open up the papers to that message. I mean, that's not a way to win over voters with those sort of narratives. And until those storylines are repaired, that is not going to change. And I think the great problem for the Liberal Party as a whole is to rebuilding such a broken institution now is no easy thing.
It's not an easy thing at all. I want to note that PK's raced off to record a podcast, so you'll be able to catch that as soon as that's done a little later tonight or early tomorrow morning when you wake up. Because your final thoughts.
20% of the voters that the Coalition has a problem with have state to us that they have a values alignment with conservative politics in this country. 35% of voters that we surveyed in the seats that were won by independents wanted to see a coalition government of some sort. So we're dealing with very, very small numbers now, and we're dealing with a political movement that actually has very, very small amounts of connection to a growing group of Australians who culturally do not understand this political party. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them. It isn't just about, you know, reviewing whether you did the right mail-out or not during an election campaign or whether you had the right policies. They actually do not want to vote for you because they think you do not represent them. It's fundamentally the problem.
Thanks very much indeed, Cos. And now to Antony Green for his final summary.
Actually, I'll just start with an anecdote about luck in politics. Anthony Albanese became a leader after the 2019 election. I think it's fair to say the party members and the party caucus didn't necessarily embrace him as the one who was going to lead him to the promised land. In the middle of 2020, in the middle of COVID, they had a by-election in Eden Monaro, which Labor only just scraped over the line. The Liberals drew last spot on the ballot paper. The Labor Party had a much better spot. And if you go through the tickets, it was the donkey vote that got Labor over the line. Luck. and 65 years later he got this. I mean, it's just shows you sometimes right place, right time. And he got through that challenge, and today he's just got one of the biggest victories in Labor history. Right, Mike.
Yes, give us the final take. It's a very good point, though.
The Labor Party is still around 35%, the Coalition around 31%. The Greens on 12.6%, but it's not very strong in the seats they held. 12.2% for others, 6% for One Nation. It's been slipping. There's more pre-polls and urban figures coming in. The change in vote there, the Labor vote up to the Coalition down 4.5%. Smattering to other parties, translating into a two-party preferred, 55.8 for Labor, 3.7. I do suspect that will come down. I've been looking at some of the pre-poll figures. They are a bit worse for Labor than last time, but nothing that's going to turn around those numbers. Let's have a look at the chamber. Fill in the seats, which were definitely won. Labor's on 87, 39 for the Coalition, and 12 others. As I said, the Greens haven't confirmed any of their victories yet, but I suspect they will win at least one seat and perhaps two. If we look at the seats which are leaning a bit further, we've got a few more leanings. Labor's up to 89, the Coalition on 39. I just wanted to have a quick look at, not changing, the members, defeated members. And it's a sea of blue. David Coleman, some front benches: David Coleman, Bridget Archer, Ross Vasta, Michael Sukkar, Peter Dutton, of course, Bert Van Manen. I mean, losing Ford is a disaster for the Liberal Party. Hughes, for the first time in 30 years, Labor's won. Hughes, Longman, the seat they've been trying to get back. Oh, good grief. Menzies. I'd less certain about that. Well, I've got to go through all the numbers after the election and have a good after tonight and do that. Both Russell Broadbent and Ian Goodenough. Russell Broadbent, I think he'll be defeated, but Ian Goodenough definitely. Luke Howarth, who's held on in Petrie for years, and James Stephens. And just on the other side, let's see what the other side of this looks like on the new members. It's all red. Ji Soon in Banks. I did practice that, but I can't remember it at 11:30. But she has one pardon. Sorry, it's a great victory for you. I'm sorry I've lost the pronunciation. Jess teased out in Bass. It's my last election, so you can all abuse me now. Cara Cook in Bonner, Anne Urquhart, who's transferred from the Senate. Nicolette Buller, I think, will win Bradfield again. Have a look at later figures. Bassam Adbo in Cornwall. Matt Gregg in Deakin. Ali France. Rowan Holzberger, after a number of tries, has won. Gordon, Alice Jordan Brain, Tom Venning and David Batt have inherited seats from retiring members. David Moncrief in Hughes, who's the complete surprise to me. Matt Smith, possibly expected. Longman, Rhiannon Douglas. Alison Penfold is a new National in line. Rebecca White, Joe Brisky, a new Liberal in McPherson. And Monash, I'm not sure about, a lot more counting to come there. Labor's potentially winning Menzies, Tom French in Moore, and Julianne Campbell in Moreton, a seat which was marginal, has now got a margin above 15%. So, I mean, this is just, if I'm going out in an election, this is an extraordinary one to go out on.
I was going to say that. I was about to say that, Antony. It's put on a show for you, Australian democracy, for your last hurrah. But don't run away just yet.
The computer's been a bit better.
It was a bit patchy earlier on.
My blood pressure would have been down.
Look, when you've got Antony Green, who needs
a computer?
Right? Now, Antony, we couldn't leave you tonight without hearing from some significant Australians about your contribution to state, territory and federal elections for more than 30 years.
First of all, we'll just go across to Antony Green.
Antony Green has the first hour of counting there.
We have some breaking news. We're going to go to Antony Green.
Antony Green.
Antony Green.
Antony Green.
Antony Green.
Antony Green is to election analysis and election results rather like Tina Turner to rugby league, simply the best.
Let's look at the overall votes.
Antony Green is the Fibonacci of the tally room.
Antony Green is the GOAT, the greatest of all time, in bringing election news and analysis to Australians.
I think we can probably call this election.
Antony Green is probably the most factual and the most professional person covering elections. He has a total respect for facts and he's very careful about his judgments.
Oh, sorry, I was just distracted there. Oh, just someone making a wild prediction there.
Tell us.
Antony Green is the democracy sausage of Australian broadcasting. You cannot imagine an election without him.
Antony Green is an expert. When you look for expert analysis, well, you look to experts, and he's stood out as, I think, Australia's leading election expert in generations.
There's a 4 in front of us.
That's a good number to have.
Yeah, it's a 5 is better.
Antony Green is a legend.
They have 4 candidates under 32% of the vote. Nightmare to pick a seat like that.
My best recollection of him was the 1998 election. The early returns showed that we were going to lose some of the miracle gains we'd made in '96. And I was pretty nervous, and we were at Kirribilli House and I wandered out and there was a couple of my friends, including Donald McDonald. And just as I arrived, I sort of, how's it going, Donald? And he said, Antony Green's about to say something, so we stopped talking and Antony Green said,
let's factor in a couple of likely seats leaning that way. The coalition are on 74, they are in government, and there are 9 seats in doubt. Let's make some sort of prediction on those other 9 seats, and the coalition have 77 seats and a majority of 6.
I immediately reached for a double Scotch whisky and was assured and happy for the rest of the night. But that was the sort of effect he had because I knew that he looked at it carefully. He wasn't getting carried away. He'd done his homework.
There is something very special in that moment when Antony Green calls it, and I distinctly remember that in 2007.
I've got another 8 seats held by the Liberal Party, which the Labor Party is ahead in. I'm not seeing any Labor-held seat which the coalition is ahead in.
I was in a room with just a few members of staff, and we had a very simple, crude, primitive whiteboard in our office as we went through seat by seat, as we thought we had the numbers in those seats to prevail. And we were being deliberately cautious about each of the numbers and each of the seats. Then 2 things happened in rapid sequence. One, Antony Green called the election and that I'd been elected as Prime Minister.
And we're prepared to make a prediction at this stage, and that prediction is 85, 10, 53.
And about 15 seconds later, John Howard telephoned me before we'd reached the conclusion ourselves that we'd won.
For me, the sense that we'd absolutely won that election came in the moment that Antony called it. The cheer from the tally room was absolutely magic.
So thank you, Antony. And by the way, thank you, John Howard.
And I wanted to come back to you on a couple of things. Are you guys done?
Yep.
Oh, Anthony's doing ooh.
Yeah, I'm oohing a bit.
We noticed that you were oohing. We wondered what it was about.
I'll go through my Antony Green handbook.
There are so many layers to what Antony has brought to election coverage in Australia, and not just the coverage on the night, but conditioning and helping people understand how the system works.
It's going to be a potpourri. It's going to be a menagerie. Well, I won't call it a menagerie because most of these people are quite reasonable. Menageries are animals. But
Because of his coverage, election after election, people understand a lot more about the system, the preferences, and that really is a huge legacy because democracy is an incredibly precious thing.
There is no one broadcasting on an election night that has their understanding of the data at the level that Antony has had.
I've got a lot more figures here than I've got in my computer.
And importantly, he's trusted. He just comes at it from an objective point of view. People listen to Antony and they wait for him on election night to declare the winner.
Antony, I think you're a little bit concerned that it might be giving a false impression at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just concerned there might be a bit of a Don's Party effect going out there on people watching.
Antony, I always say to people, rule 1 is have more fun. So that's my advice to you.
I hope whatever you do with the rest of your life, it brings you satisfaction because you will depart the active political scene with, I'm sure, a rare gift, and that is respect across the board.
Thank you for your service. ABC is a public broadcaster, and in that sense, he's a public servant. I think he's done a great public service. My other message for him is life after politics, mate. Enjoy it.
Now that you've finished observing politics from the grandstand, mate, you should enter the field yourself. After all, you know how elections are won and lost.
I'm sorry to be losing you as the main ABC election analyst. You've probably made the right decision because it's always best to go when they want you to stay rather than to stay when they want you to go.
Have fun. Enjoy life in the inner west.
I will be absolutely intrigued to hear whether or not on the first election night after he retires, Antony is glued to the ABC or whether he's completely recovered and he's just out to dinner with mates and not paying it any attention. I think I'm hoping the second for him.
Oh, there you go. And the former Prime Minister, Paul Keating, says Antony's made a thoughtful and earnest contribution in deciphering shifts in elements of the Australian polity. Antony Green has much to be proud of, he says. After an exceptionally long innings, we wish him well, as we all do. Annabelle.
Yeah, well, first I'll take the tie off. I think this should go to the Australian Museum of Democracy. I mean, I think it's about 15 years old, but it's like, undo the button. And now I'm a retiree.
How many buttons are you going to stop at,
Just
Antony?
I've got to work for a few hours yet.
Now, I know you are... The only thing you hate more than when the bloody computer goes wrong is being the centre of attention.
I'm as nervous as a duck in a log.
Oh my gosh, I get that reference. The Peter Lewis South Australian joke. But we've heard from the Prime Ministers, and it's time, I think, on behalf of the millions of Australians that have loved watching you, learned so much from you over the years, watched your brain when it's in a state of panic, and there is no more beautiful thing. Tonight we saw that your brain doesn't need anything to call an election. It could do it on papyrus. And we've all benefited from your abilities and skills over the years. There are people tonight wearing anti-green T-shirts and doing anti-green bingo cards. Thank you from all of them and from us, Antony.
I don't own a vase. I came here on a 6-month contract in 1989 and to do research book for the 1990 federal election. And Ian Carroll, who hired me, just took a punt, 150 applicants, but there was only one with serious computer skills. And he thought, oh, you can talk to the engineers, which I did. We designed the computer system, somehow ended up on camera. People like Kerry O'Brien, Paul Lynham, Andrew Olley, all backed me over the years, Quentin Dempster, many other people. There's so many engineers, computer programmers I've worked with. I've always had to be very cautious, and I'm prepared to work stupid hours, but I can't ask programmers to work ridiculous hours like me. Look, it's been fabulous fun. I enjoyed developing websites. I've enjoyed educating people on how the systems work. I've enjoyed the work I did on reforming the Senate system. And I'm a bit overwhelmed by all this. It's the biggest bunch of flowers I've ever had in my life. And thank you all. It's been fabulous fun. And yes, see how we go from here.
No, indeed. Look, Antony, you've got the whole studio crew standing around here watching you, and we all thank you for what you've done. It has been a privilege watching you work and prepare for elections, state elections, federal elections, a referendum as well. It's been an absolute honour to work with you and watch you work. And look, to echo Annabelle's comments too, a big thanks for helping Australians understand how our complex elections work, making it understandable, accessible, and that's been a huge and pioneering the way elections are covered on Australian television. So a big thanks to you.
You fill the building in the lead up to elections with all of your knowledge, beavering around from floor to floor to floor. You've made all of us better. And as David said, and whoever said that in the package, you've taught Australia how to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Ed.
And that is Australia Votes 2025. In addition to Antony, thanks to all who've joined us here, Jim Chalmers and James McGrath, Annabelle Crabb, Laura Tingle and Bridget Brennan, as well as Kos Samaras, Tony Barry and Patricia Karvelas.
What a night. Australians have stuck with a 90-year habit of giving a first-term government a second go. So the nation's 31st Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, remains in power for another 3 years with a greatly enlarged Labor caucus behind him.
On the other side, some heavy reckoning lies ahead for the Liberal Party. Leaderless and with 2 crushing defeats in a row, it's a long way back from here for the coalition. ABC News will keep updating results as they come in. You can find those at abc.net.au/news. I'm Sarah Ferguson. Thanks for your company.
And I'm David Speers. Join me and the Insiders team for more news and analysis tomorrow morning. But for now, good night.
Good night.